Welcome to Ichiraku Ramen, and thank you for joining me for another journey into the world of Shinobi. Before we begin, I want to give a huge thank you to everyone who listens, supports the channel, and enjoys these stories. Today's story is the final part of Namikaze's return. Following the devastating failure of the Sasuke Retrieval Mission, a fire is lit inside Naruto. When Jiraiya takes him away from the village for a 3-year training trip, Naruto drops the dead last act and gets serious. No more shortcuts, no more goofing off. Driven to protect his precious people and uncover the secrets Konoha actively denied him, Naruto dives deep into the true shinobi arts. Under Jiraiya's intense guidance, he doesn't just master his chakra, he masters the legendary Hiraishin, flying thunder god. When an overpowered, highly skilled Naruto finally returns to the Leaf Village, the Akatsuki and the rest of the shinobi world won't know what hit them. Lemon's warning. This story contains lemon scenes for mature audiences. This is a fan-made story inspired by the world of Naruto. All characters and the original universe belong to their respective creators. This narration is created for entertainment purposes as part of a transformative storytelling experience. The story itself was written by the Engulfing silence, and full credit goes to the original author. If you would like to read the original version, the link to the story is included in the video description below. If you like my content and want to keep up with future updates, hit that subscribe button and don't forget leave a like if you enjoyed the video. It not only helps me but helps with YouTube algorithm. Now, sit back, relax, and enjoy. Chapter 32. The War Against Pein. The problem with fighting against 100 smaller factions was that there was no telling when or where they would strike. Because the smaller nations were scattered across the continent, it wasn't like they congregated in just one area. They could attack from anywhere. They could attack at any time. The only way to fight back was to either defend yourself after they had already attacked, or to locate their base and destroy it. Unfortunately, the hidden villages were called hidden villages for a reason. While everyone knew where Konoha, Iwa, Kiri, and Suna were thanks to their status as major villages, places like Tasuki, Otto, and Taki were well hidden. Unlike the major villages, minor villages couldn't reveal their locations so easily. The major villages would have been able to destroy them if they did. 2 months had passed since Pein had declared war on the 5 great nations. Of course, war did not mean daily doses of violence. Half the battle was gathering information on enemy forces and formations, and so both sides had been trying to infiltrate the other side's defenses. Infiltration was a standard part of shinobi life. Many ninja were sent to infiltrate places of value, such as acting as the maid or butler for the wealthy, or becoming the advisor to a daimyo, or even pretending to be a prostitute where a target frequents. To a ninja, no dirty trick was too cheap. No price was too high to pay. That was why Yugao was working in the mansion of a noble living in the land of grass. She had come to this land last month for her mission. Locate the hidden grass village, Kusagakure. She'd first worked in a bar for several weeks before hearing a rumor about how the noble who presided over this city, Tanaki Goshorin, had connections to Kusa. She had managed to become a maid for Tanaki. One of his maids had died of mysterious circumstances. Her current disguise was one that made her look like a plain woman with brown hair, a bland face, and no chest. It might have been easier for her to acquire the information she wanted if she sexed herself up a little, but Yugao didn't like the idea. Even if she and Naruto hadn't seen each other since she had tried to kill him, she didn't want anyone else touching her. Naruto? Because she had tried to kill him, Yugao had stopped living with him. She felt guilty. However, she couldn't forgive herself what happened. She had tried to kill the man she loved. It wasn't something she could just forget about, even if she knew that Naruto would never blame her for it. Yugao had been working in this mansion for the past week, but she had yet to find a trace of evidence to suggest that he knew where Kusa was. She was beginning to wonder if the lead she had picked up was false. Maybe I should consider interrogating Tanaki. If she did that, it would mean leaving evidence of her existence. A ninja was supposed to gather information without anyone being the wiser, which wouldn't happen if Tanaki were to suddenly go missing. Perhaps that wouldn't matter if she could erase his memories after she interrogated him. Sadly, there was no memory erasing jutsu, not that she knew of, at any rate. Yugao walked down the extravagant hallway in the mansion's east wing, her slippers plodding near silently along the majestic purple carpet. She went up to all of the paintings and dusted off the gold-plated frames. These paintings, landscapes and portraits, were mostly replicas. Having infiltrated many a noble house before, Yugao could recognize the original from a knockoff right away. "There you are, Akame-san," someone said from her left. Yugao turned at the voice. A woman walked toward her, long brown hair tied into a bun, which was hidden by a bonnet. She wore a standard maid outfit. The white dress with black bodice had loads of frills, particularly along the hems and bust. There was a significant dip in the front. Dark-skinned cleavage spilled out. This woman, Idora Mikami, was the head maid of this mansion and the reason Yugao had been hired. "Idora-sama," Yugao greeted with a gracious nod. "What do you need of me?" "I need you to clean the master's bedroom," Idora said, sighing as she pressed a hand to her forehead. "He's made a mess of things again. Honestly, that boy is so much trouble." "Did he bring a girl home last night?" Yugao asked. "Fortunately, no. It seems he was up late last night making models. The lord of this mansion had two bad habits. He liked bringing girls home and he liked making clay models. The models that he made were generally miniature versions of the girls he had fucked. At least 3 times a week, he would take a girl to bed, and then the next day he would stay up late creating a model of them." Yugao didn't really understand why Tanaki did that, but she assumed it was sort of like how some men kept the panties of the girls they had screwed as trophies. "In that case, I shall clean his room right away." Yugao bowed to the woman. "I appreciate that." Idora nodded her head toward Yugao. "I have to go into town and buy ingredients for tonight's dinner, so I'll be expecting you to pick up the slack." "Yes, ma'am." Idora was actually the one who had hired her. Tanaki had not been pleased with her disguise and had called her boring the first time they had met, which was understandable, since she had been trying to look boring. However, it seemed as if that was enough to make him not want to hire her. It was definitely a good thing that Tanaki was not the one who hired people. Idora had seen her talent at cleaning and decided to hire her on the spot, much to Tanaki's displeasure. As she entered the young lord's room, Yugao glanced at the walls, decorated with true original works of art. All of them were nude portraits of women. These portraits had been commissioned by Tanaki. Each one was of a woman that he had slept with. Once done with her surveillance of the walls, she looked about the room, taking note of the ostentatious bed with its canopy and crimson sheets, and then at the expensive furniture arrayed around the room. Then she looked at the center of the room. A large square sheet had been spread out across the floor. It was covered in dried clay. There were clumps and flakes everywhere. Yugao also spotted the numerous tools that were haphazardly scattered across the sheet. She sighed, and then began cleaning up the mess left by Tanaki. She first washed off the tools. Then she put them in the toolbox, which she set off to the side before grabbing the sheet and folding it so she wouldn't get any clay on the floor. The sheet had to be washed off outside with a hose. Once she finished, she hung it up to dry before returning to Tanaki's room. Grabbing the toolbox, Yugao went over to the door on the west side of the room. It led into a large storage closet, which had become less of a closet and more of a creepy fetishist's gallery. All of the clay models that had been made were in this room. There must have been hundreds of them, each one fairly detailed. Yugao would have been honestly impressed with how well crafted they were, if it weren't for the fact that each one had been created after thoroughly fucking some woman. She had only been in this room once before. It was during a tour that Idora had given her. During that time, Idora had said that she was to never enter this room unless given permission. Generally, Idora was the one who cleaned up after Tanaki's messes, but since she wasn't here right now, that responsibility now fell onto Yugao. Walking over to a shelf in the back, Yugao placed the toolbox down and was about to leave when something caught her eye. It was a small slip of paper that had been wedged between 2 cracks in the shelf. Blinking, she moved the toolbox again and studied the shelf. Closer inspection revealed that there was a hidden compartment. Yugao slid her finger along the crack. She soon heard a click as her nail caught something. A lock? Pulling out a nearly paper-thin pick, she repeated the process, this time catching the lock, which opened with a noticeable click. Inside of the compartment were dozens of letters. Yugao grabbed one, noticing that it was already open. She pulled out the letter and read it over. Her eyes widened. This letter was from Kusa. It was talking about how they were changing locations soon, and it gave the new procedure to go through should someone want to hire them for a mission. So that's why we could never find Kusagakure. They're nomadic. She had never heard of a nomadic hidden village before, but it was certainly a clever way of concealing their location. It was hard to find something that was constantly on the move. Yugao created a shadow clone to search through the contents. She then left the room and got back to work. It would be bad if Tanaki arrived and she wasn't doing her job. It was early in the morning, and Naruto, having risen from bed barely 15 minutes ago, now found himself standing before Tsunade. The Hokage sat behind her desk. There was an empty bottle of sake sitting on it. Despite the fact that she had probably downed that entire bottle in one go, her eyes were sharper than razor blades. Naruto wasn't alone that morning. Kiba, Hinata, and Shino were also with him. They stood behind him. It seemed this next mission would be one that he went on with these three. Shizune was also with them, standing beside Tsunade, a folder in her hands. We've just received word from one of our operatives that Kusa's location has been discovered, Tsunade began. Kusa is a nomadic village. In order to keep their whereabouts a secret, they're constantly moving from one part of the land of grass to another. The time they move changes frequently, which makes it impossible to know where Kusa is located unless they inform you about their location. Must be hard to get clients, then, Kiba remarked. You can't hire yourself out if no one knows where to find you. Tsunade nodded. Which is why Kusa periodically sends letters out to all of their clients, letting them know when and where they are going to be at any given time. It seems that one of their clients was careless enough to not destroy the evidence, and it was found by our operative. I assume the reason you called us three is because you want us to find Kusa and begin tracking their movements? Shino inquired as he raised a hand to his face, pushing his glasses up the bridge of his nose. That's correct, Shizune said. If we can track their movements, then we can launch a surprise attack. You four are going to be the ones who help us initiate that attack. Tsunade placed her elbows on the desk and steepled her fingers together. I don't think I need to tell you how important this mission is. It could help us in ending the stalemate we've been in for the past 2 months. The nature of ninja warfare was one in which the two opposing forces would gather information, and then attack using a combination of espionage and outright confrontation. Since the minor hidden villages were so small, they were incredibly well hidden, which meant that gathering information on them was nearly impossible. On the other hand, while the major hidden villages were large, they were also more powerful and a stronger defense against infiltration. Konoha, in particular, could no longer be infiltrated, unless Tsunade allowed it for misinformation purpose, thanks to the seals that Naruto had created. So, our job is to head over to Kusa, locate their hidden village based on the information we've been provided, and then report their movements so we can plan an attack, Naruto summarized. That's right, Tsunade grinned. This is an A- rank mission. Think you can handle it? It won't be a problem, Naruto said. I just have one question. And that is? Was Yugao the one who provided you with this information? Tsunade paused. What would you do if she was? Nothing, Naruto said, shrugging. It's not like I can do anything about her right now. Yugao had refused to so much as see him for the past 2 months. Every time she came back, she only stayed long enough to rest before accepting another mission that took her out of Konoha. She had also gotten really good at avoiding him. He had even tried waiting for her at the Anbu HQ, but all that did was cause her to begin using random hotels as her base. It was beginning to frustrate him. Really, Yugao, are you really so racked with guilt that you won't even let me help you? If none of you have any more questions, then feel free to get a move on, Tsunade said. Your mission begins in 1 hour. Naruto, Kiba, Hinata, and Shino all saluted and, at the same time, said, yes, Hokage-sama. It was a 5-day trip to get from Konoha to the Land of Grass. Located northwest of Konoha, the Land of Grass bordered the Land of Fire and the Land of Earth. To get there, Naruto and his team needed to cross the Heaven and Earth Bridge, which connected 2 parts of the Land of Grass together. During the Third Great Shinobi War, Kusa had been invaded by Iwagakure, who'd used the country as a supply depot to transport and store munitions. Kakashi had once told him about a mission that he had been on with his father. Apparently, his old man and his team had been tasked with destroying the Kanabi Bridge, which was located on the opposite side of the country. Naruto traveled through a massive forest alongside Kiba, Hinata, and Shino. They jumped from the tree branches to move swiftly and leapt onto gigantic mushrooms when there were no trees. Sometimes they would come across rivers, and other times they would find deep ravines that they had to move through. "Where is Kusagakure supposed to be?" asked Kiba. According to the information provided by Tsunade, Kusa should be located in the northwest, Naruto said as he and the others leapt off a mushroom and landed on a tree branch, which they used as a springboard. "That's close to Takigakure, if I am not mistaken," Shino said. How long will it take to get there?" asked Hinata, who landed on a branch about 1 meter from Naruto. "If we keep this pace up, it should only take us the rest of the day," Shino answered. They ended up reaching their destination, or close to it, in less than half a day. Naruto had pushed them harder than they had expected, setting a hellacious pace, which even tired out Akamaru by the end of it. Kusa was supposedly 4 kilometers from their current location, which was at the bottom of a small ravine that had a river running through it. Setting up camp was easy. They made camp underneath a slight overhang. This was to better avoid being spotted from anyone who came by overhead. They didn't have a tent to use, but everyone was carrying a sleeping bag. After setting their sleeping bags around a small fire pit created by Naruto, they caught several fish, cooked them, and ate while discussing their plan. "Tomorrow, we'll head over there and check out Kusagakure," Naruto said. "We're going to check it out during the day?" Kiba asked, sounding incredulous. "Yep." Naruto nodded before slurping up some ramen. "It would be too suspicious if we tried to infiltrate the village at night." "I see," Shino began, once more pushing his glasses up the bridge of his nose. "You plan on having us infiltrate Kusa by disguising us as potential clients." Naruto snapped his fingers and grinned. "Got it in one, Shino." "That's exactly right. Sneaking in during the night is a terrible idea, since most people expect that sort of thing. However, if we pretend to be clients looking for a mission, that might work in normal circumstance, but what about right now?" asked Hinata. "What do you mean, Hinata?" asked a clearly confused Kiba. Well, Hinata poked her fingers together. "Right now, the many hidden villages are at war. Wouldn't a new client coming for a mission at this time be suspicious?" There was a moment of silence as Naruto realized that Hinata made a very good point. It was true that at this point in time, having a new client might seem suspicious, never mind 4 new clients. Not only that, but they might not even be accepting missions. There was no telling what sort of protocols or procedures Kusagakure had. It wasn't like anyone had ever managed to successfully infiltrate that village before. "In that case, I think just Hinata and I should go," Naruto said at last. "What?" Kiba barked while Hinata squeaked. Shino remained silent, but his glasses did glint as the light from the fire reflected off of them. "Hinata and I will infiltrate the village," Naruto repeated. "Meanwhile, you two will wait just outside of Kusa's tracking net with one of my kunai. Should a problem arise, you'll stab that kunai into a tree, and I'll Hiraishin back with Hinata." "But how will we know if something goes wrong?" asked Shino into the silence that resulted from Naruto's words. Naruto smirked at him. "Trust me, if something goes wrong, you guys will definitely know it." It was late during the night when Naruto woke up, though he couldn't explain why right away. He sat up in his sleeping bag and looked around. Nothing seemed out of place, until he noticed that they were missing someone. Hinata wasn't there. He panicked for a moment before calming down. There was no way Hinata could have been kidnapped. She wasn't a wallflower who would just let herself be taken without a fight, and he would have noticed if someone had tried coming into their camp. She was probably just going to the bathroom. As he was about to lay down, Naruto realized that his initial assumption was wrong, and that Hinata hadn't gone to the restroom. She was sitting over by the river. Her legs were curled into her chest, and her back was hunched. He wondered if she was nervous. Naruto climbed out of his sleeping bag, stood up, and walked over to Hinata. He sat down next to her, which earned him a squeak. Oh. Hinata gasped in surprise as she held a hand to her chest. Naruto-kun, what are you doing up?" "I could ask you the same thing," Naruto responded. "Our mission starts early tomorrow morning, so everyone should be trying to get as much sleep as possible." "Are you nervous about the mission?" "Why, yes. Sort of. Naruto frowned. It didn't sound like Hinata was worried about the mission. Then perhaps, is it because you're going with me? Hinata had, at one point, had a crush on him. She had even confessed her love several months back and been rejected. Now she was going on a mission that kept them in close contact with each other, and soon they would be going to infiltrate a hidden village on their own. That must have been putting pressure on her. And no, not at all, Hinata said, shaking her hands back and forth as though trying to deflect dozens of kunai with her 8 trigrams technique. I'm not worried about the two of us going on this mission. It's more like, I'm worried I won't be able to keep up with you. Wouldn't be able what now? Not keep up? Naruto had no idea where she was getting this idea, though she must have had a reason. He remained silent, hoping that she would tell him what she was thinking. Why you're so strong, Hinata eventually continued. I don't know if you realize it, but ever since you came back from your training with Jiraiya, all of the genin from the Rookie 9 have been feeling inferior to you. Hinata poked her fingers together and looked away. And, in all honesty, that makes me really worried. Because you're so strong, I'm afraid I won't be able to keep up with you, that'll be a burden. So that was it. This was his first time hearing about this. Naruto wouldn't deny that he was surprised, and in fact, he was pretty damn shocked. He knew that he was a lot stronger now than he had been when he was 12. He knew that he was probably the strongest ninja out of all the rookies who'd gone to the Chunin exams together 4 years ago. At the same time, he hadn't really thought about how that would affect his friends. Naruto looked at the tranquil waters of the river, unchanging as it smoothly flowed through the ravine. Small ripples spread out from the smooth rocks near the shore. Life was sort of like this river, except more violent because a bunch of brats kept throwing rocks into it, or because a ninja used earth ninjutsu to make stakes shoot out from the bottom. Either way, if life was a river, then a ninja's life was the turbulent flow that happened to the river when shit was thrown into it. Him becoming so strong was one of those rocks being thrown into the life of his friends. I might be stronger than a lot of people, but that doesn't mean you're weak, Naruto said at last. Do you remember the preliminaries of our Chunin exams? Before then, you were always so timid. After standing up to Neji, you started to change, and now you've become really strong. He grinned at Hinata as she gaped at him with a stunned expression, her face the kind that made him think of someone who'd just been hit with a lightning jutsu. I don't think you have to worry about slowing me down. Thank you, Naruto-kun. Hinata looked away. Her cheeks were distinctly red. Naruto chuckled and stood up. You're welcome. Now, you should probably get some sleep. A ninja is at their best after a good night's rest. Right. As he and Hinata crawled back into their respective sleeping bags, Naruto thought about what she had said, that he was strong. It was true that he had grown stronger. However, Naruto remembered how he had nearly died at Pain's hands, how he'd been unable to kill Madara. He might be strong, but I need to become a lot stronger than I am now. Naruto went to sleep, thoughts of training, battle, and ramen on his mind. The next morning, Naruto and Hinata got ready for their infiltration mission, which meant changing themselves into someone else. While the transformation jutsu was enough to sneak around normal villages, it wouldn't work in a ninja village. Most hidden villages had sensor ninja capable of detecting chakra emissions. They would easily detect the fluctuation in a person's chakra while they were under a henge. What's more, the henge was not a true transformation. A simple touch would dispel it, and while Naruto's transformation was different, Hinata's was not. That was why Naruto had a clone apply makeup to him and Hinata. He had also brought out several different types of clothing, a couple of wigs, and even an ornate kago with golden designs of dragons. They were going to the village as nobles, so having several of his clones carry him and Hinata on the kago would help them look the part. Why do you have all that stuff in your scrolls? Asked Kiba, staring at the pile of various random objects that Naruto had pulled from his scroll. Because you never know when something might prove useful, Naruto said. Kiba picked up a male G-string and twitched several times. How is this useful? I once used that to infiltrate a nightclub as a male stripper. Gah! Kiba tossed the G-string away and, his face now green, glared at Naruto. Tell me these things before I touch them. If you don't want to touch something that's been in my ass, then just don't touch anything, Naruto replied mildly. Kiba was about to come up with a retort when, unexpectedly, a snorting sound issued from Shino. Everyone, even the clones, turned to look at the normally stoic Shinobi. Shino was hunched over and holding a hand to his ribs. He looked like he was in pain, but Naruto knew better. Did you just laugh? Asked Kiba. I did not, Shino replied, trying to remain stoic. You did. You totally laughed at me. This isn't funny, man. I just touched something that's been in Naruto's crack. Don't worry, Naruto quipped. You aren't the only one who's touched stuff that have been in my butt crack. Shut up. The clones finished putting the makeup on. Naruto and Hinata stood up, already decked out in their new outfits. Shaking his arms a bit, Naruto tried to get used to the feel and weight of his kimono. With its swirling designs and elaborate gold dragon motifs, his outfit screamed wealthy. His hakama pants had the same designs. He walked over to the pile of items that he had unsealed, his Geta sandals clacking against the rocky ground, knelt down, and rummaged through the pile. Let's see, for me. I think this one would work. Naruto pulled out a brown wig and a hairnet. After using the net to keep his hair from sticking out, he put on the wig and stood up. Turning, he spread his arms as though presenting himself to an audience. Well, what do you guys think? Whoa, Kiba muttered. What he said, Shino seconded. Hinata clapped her hands together. I don't even recognize you, Naruto-kun. Right? Naruto grinned proudly. Anyway, Hinata, come here for a moment. We need to choose which wig you'll be wearing. Okay. Hinata stood up, the long sleeves of her silver furred rustling and swaying. She smoothed out the wrinkles around her chest, which helped accentuate her lithe figure and shapely bust. The obi that she wore, a light purple with silver accents, sparkled ever so slightly as the sunlight hit it from different angles. She stumbled only once as she walked over. Naruto could tell she wasn't used to Geta sandals. Rummaging through his pile of items again, it took Naruto several tries to find something that he thought would look good on Hinata. It had to adequately disguise her. His immediate thought had been to make her a blonde, but he discarded it. Hinata didn't have the makings of a natural blonde. Brown also didn't work, neither did red. Naruto stared into Hinata's eyes. She was wearing contacts right now. The Hyuga eye was always distinctive because of its milky color and lack of pupil. Right now, the contacts changed her eyes from a milk-like purple to a darker amethyst with a pupil. What is it? Hinata asked, trying everything in her power to hide her blush. I think I've got the perfect color. Naruto dug into the pile some more and began pulling objects out. Most of it was junk like training weights, rubber balls, Pez dispensers, and Jenga blocks. Those he tossed. No, not it. That's not it. That's definitely not it. Nope. No, not it. No, here it is. Standing up, Naruto held out his hand. Resting on his palm was a light purple wig. It was short, not even shoulder length, and had a fringe in the front. While it shared the same color scheme as Hinata's hair, it was several shades darker and didn't have the same aesthetic. It should work. We'll have to knot your hair and put it into a net, but I think this would work well to disguise you, he said. If you really think so, Naruto-kun, then I'll wear it, Hinata muttered. That's the spirit. It didn't take Naruto long to place her hair in a knot. Hinata had some really silky hair. It reminded him of Koyuki, who had the softest hair out of all the women who were with him. He liked to run his hands through her hair, though he wouldn't do that to Hinata. There we go, Naruto said as he placed the hair net over her, making sure to tuck in the few remaining strands that escaped. Put the wig on and let's see how it looks. Hinata put the wig on. Naruto, Shino, and Kiba blinked at the same time. She really did look like another person entirely. If I hadn't been the one to apply her makeup and choose her clothing, I probably wouldn't recognize her, Naruto said. Shino pushed his glasses up his nose. Indeed, this does not look like Hinata at all. Nice. Kiba gave Hinata a thumbs up. Hinata just blushed. Okay. Naruto clapped his hands. I think we're about ready. Now I just need to seal this stuff away, make some clones, and then we can get this mission started. Naruto and Hinata rode on top of the large kago. Unlike normal kago, this one was made from peachwood. It was light yet durable, and it was plated in gold. He and Hinata were sitting on several thick cushions while 4 Naruto clones hanged to look like brothers carried them. Fortunately, his clones used the same type of transformation as him. No sensor ninja would detect any chakra emissions or fluctuations. They were plodding along a forest with no road, which made it kind of difficult for the clones to carry the kago. The floor was uneven, so they kept slipping. This naturally caused Naruto and Hinata to lose their balance and fall into each other. Naruto had been forced to wrap his arms around Hinata, but all that did was make her blush, despite how it fit in with their disguise. Are you sure this is necessary? Hinata asked. Positive, Naruto said. We can't just go into a hidden village as normal civilians. With the elemental nations in a state of war, There's no way a village that has remained hidden like Kusa would ever allow a couple of regular people know of their location. Only someone with a high standing would ever be told. Hence our disguise. I guess that's true, Hinata murmured. Right, that's why I came up with our roles. If we go there as nobles that are friends with the noble Tanaki, then our chances of keeping suspicion off us goes up. I see. Hinata remained silent for a second. Then she looked at him, and though her cheeks remained red, her eyes were determined. Then what should I be doing? Just pretend you're my wife. WWW wife? Don't start blushing now, Naruto admonished. This is no time to be self-conscious. We have to look like a convincing couple or this won't work. Then I should. I should. Naruto almost rolled his eyes, though he stopped himself because he knew Hinata wasn't to blame. She had never dated anyone. She was not engaged. She had probably never even kissed yet. To expect her to act like a wife, especially to the guy who rejected her, was asking for a lot. However, this war depended on their act. It needed to be convincing. Naruto leaned against the pillows and pulled Hinata against him so her head was lying on his chest, and her body was resting between his legs. Hinata squeaked, but then she put a hand on his chest and the tension slowly eased out of her shoulders. Here, just remain calm. If you can maintain your poise and follow my lead, everything will work out. Hinata didn't say anything, but she did nod against his chest. Naruto sighed. He needed to keep everyone's eyes on him, keep them from observing Hinata too closely. Everything was going to depend on his performance. No pressure. It wasn't long before they came out of the forest and into a large glade with incredibly long grass that was nearly as tall as Naruto. The clones waded into the grass. Up ahead lay Kusagakure, the hidden grass village. Kusa was not like Konoha. While Konoha looked like a really big city with a lot of trees, Kusa looked like a decently sized village. It wasn't just that it was smaller. There was no wall surrounding it, so Naruto had a perfect glimpse of all the buildings. They were small huts made of wood and grass, easy to take down and rebuild. The huts were also made of organic substances that blended in with their surroundings. Naruto imagined that, should he peer at this village with a bird's eye view, he probably wouldn't have seen anything. Naruto relaxed against the pillow and Hinata relaxed against him as the clones took them closer to the village. He couldn't sense any movement aside from his clones. That didn't surprise him. Kusagakure was the hidden grass village, for a reason. Even if he couldn't detect their movement, Naruto knew, instinctively, that there were several ninja tailing them. Hinata, can you see how many people are surrounding us? Because they were supposed to be a married noble couple, and Hinata didn't want anyone seeing her eyes. She pressed her face against his chest as though basking in his scent. Naruto did his best to hide her temples from view as she used the Byakugan. The veins that bulged from there when the Byakugan was activated would give away who she was. There are 6 ninja to our left and right, and 3 behind us, she informed him. So, 9 in total, Naruto murmured. If they were suspicious of us, there would be more ninja surrounding us. Okay, let's keep up the charade. They left the grass and came upon clear land. Naruto realized that it was a burn zone. It seemed even the grass ninja, masters at traveling through and hiding in grass like this, were wary of letting it encroach upon their village. The clones carried them all the way to the Kusagakure. They were stopped by a pair of ninja before they could enter. Hold it right there, you two, a woman dressed in a black battle kimono said. The chain mesh underneath her shirt jingled as she stopped in front of them. She had black hair and black eyes, and her skin was so pale it could almost be considered ghostly. State your business and how you found this place along with the password. The password is Red Dawn, Naruto said. The woman twitched as though surprised. He continued, we're here because we wanted to hire Kusa for a mission. Your village was suggested to us by Tanaki Goshorin. Tanaki, the kunoichi scowled, and, for just a moment, Naruto thought he saw irritation in the woman's eyes. Then she took a deep breath and held it for a second before sighing. Follow me, my name is Muraku Kuroko, Naruto introduced himself. This is my wife, Ekin. And those 4 carrying you? Mere slaves I bought on the market several years back. Naruto waved a dismissive hand. Pay them no mind. The kunoichi's frown deepened, but she turned around and gestured to them. Fine, follow me. Naruto's 4 clones grunted as they moved after the woman. As they entered the village, Naruto realized that it was a lot larger than he had initially estimated. From far away, all he could see were the few buildings in the front. Traveling through the dirt road, Naruto could see that the village was a lot longer than it was wide. Hundreds of buildings lay sprawled before them. All of them were made of wood and straw and grass, cobbled together from nature. They didn't look comfortable, but he knew that was a matter of aesthetics. They soon reached a large building. This one, unlike the others, did not look natural. It was still made of wood, but where the others looked like a bunch logs piled on top of each other, this one looked more man-made. The walls were smooth and glossy. Even the door looked more opulent than all of the other entrances he had passed. "Kusakage-sama." The woman knocked on the door. "You have guests who wish to hire our village." There was a pause. Then, "Send them in." "Yes, master." The woman turned to them and glared at the two of them. "You may go in. However, do not forget that I won't hesitate to cut you down if you try to harm my master in any way." Naruto leapt off the kago, and then extended his hand for Hinata to take. Her smaller fingers coiled around his larger hand. Naruto helped her off the kago, and together, they walked inside of the building that supposedly held the leader of this village. The room they stepped into was quite Spartan, but it wasn't barren. There was no carpet. Wooden panels squeaked beneath their feet. Portraits hung from the walls, just a few of them. Naruto believed they were the previous leaders of this village. Most of them were old men around the same age that Hiraishin Sarutobi had been before his death. This room also had a small cot, which sat in the corner of the room. Tearing his attention away from the portraits, Naruto looked toward the desk sitting on the opposite side of the room. An old man sat behind the desk. His brown hair flecked with streaks of gray. He had wrinkles around his mouth and eyes. He was wearing plain brown robes, but hidden underneath them glinted a shiny chestplate. The old man was taking notes, though he noticed them right away, at least enough to speak. "Welcome, Namikaze Naruto, Hyuga Hinata," he said. Naruto suddenly felt a chill run down his spine. "I'd congratulate you on finding my village, but you won't be alive for much longer, so I'll save my breath." Naruto and Hinata both tensed as a dozen shinobi appeared from the shadows. Because he had been actively suppressing his chakra to avoid detection, Naruto hadn't been able to sense them. He suspected the only reason they hadn't outright attacked was because they were wary. A Hyuga and the son of the Yondaime Hokage were not people that anyone could just take on. Even a surprise attack was unlikely to work, especially thanks to the Hyuga's Byakugan. "How did you know who we were?" Naruto asked as he released his hold on his carefully suppressed reserves of chakra. It flowed through him, circulating along his chakra pathways, enhancing his body. The Kusa leader studied him for a moment as though debating on what to say. In the end, he answered Naruto's question. "Pain-sama knew that you would begin to try and find our hidden villages at some point. Unlike Konoha, we are true hidden villages, and thus you cannot defeat us unless you can find us. That was why we laid several traps to lure you all here. Had it not been our village, then another village would have been the one to lead you into the jaws of death. So that was it. All of the minor ninja villages had purposefully planted information in places that were easily accessible for the purpose of leading him into an ambush." His next question would have been how they knew he would show up, but he already knew the answer. One does not keep a powerful shinobi like him in reserve. He also didn't want to be the kind of person who sat in the back. Pein must have known this as well. Naruto eyed the shinobi surrounding them. There were 12. Each of them wore black kimono-like battle garments, a mesh suit underneath, and a black obi tied into a bow knot around their waists. Some carried kunai, a few carried katanas. One of them even had a sickle. "Oh," the Kusa leader said again, "and if you're thinking of calling those two friends of yours, do not bother. They are already being taken care of." Kiba and Shino were hidden several kilometers from Kusagakure. While Shino remained calm and collected, Kiba looked like he was about to start pacing. The Inazuku clan heir was biting his thumb. Brows furrowed as almost unnoticeable growls escaped from his throat. Shino almost sighed. Their job was to wait for Naruto and Hinata to return from their intelligence-gathering mission, or, in the event that they ran into trouble, extract the two after receiving the signal. Shino didn't know what the signal was, but Naruto had said that he would know it when he saw it. He took that to mean Naruto would use a flashy Ranten jutsu or something along those lines. Extraction would be easy if it became necessary. Shino and Kiba didn't even need to move from where they were. All they had to do was stab Naruto's Hiraishin kunai into a tree, and Naruto would instantly appear before them with Hinata. As these thoughts went through his head, Shino suddenly stiffened as several of the Kakaichu that he had used to set a perimeter around them alerted him to multiple presences closing in on their location. Kiba, I smell them. The two leapt away from each other. Seconds later, the area where they had been standing suddenly became entangled in vines and roots that sprouted from the ground. Shino pointed his hands at the vines. Hundreds of Kakaichu swarmed out from his sleeves, latched onto the vines, and consumed the chakra being used to fuel them. As he landed on the ground, he directed his arm toward the area where one of his Kakaichu told him someone was hiding. Bugs one again burst from his sleeves. They flew over to the chakra's signature his Kakaichu sensed, but they didn't get very far because, barely a second later, the entire swarm was cut down in several flashes of light. While this sucked, Shino hated it when his Kakaichu died. It did mean that his attacker had to reveal themselves. She stood before him, clad in a dark kimono that only went to mid-thigh. Fishnet weave was hidden beneath the black outfit, which was tied shut with a black obi. Brown hair tied into a ponytail that trailed down her back all the way to her feet swayed with every motion she made. A kunai was held with a reverse grip in each hand. A little ways over, Kiba was already fighting with his opponent, a male who looked to be made entirely of muscle. Their fight was already getting pretty physical. Kiba and Akamaru hadn't used their Getsuga yet, but Shino figured it was only a matter of time. His fellow shinobi had never been the patient type. I see. Shino pushed his sunglasses up his nose and stared at his opponent. You knew we were here all along, didn't you? I thought it was unusual how information about your village had been so easily acquired. This is your trap. If you know that, it should make things easier on you, the woman said. Give up now and I'll make your death painless. I apologize, but the one who dies this day will not be me. Bugs flew from his sleeves and gathered around him, a whirling mass of black. At the same time, hundreds of bugs sprang up from the ground and latched onto the kunoichi, who yelped in surprise. Give up now, or my bugs will drain you of all your chakra. Despite what Shino said, the woman didn't seem to have much interest in giving up. Her body shifted, quickly turning green and sinking to the ground as what he thought was a person became several vines looped together. This must be some kind of Kusa replacement technique, or maybe a grass clone. He didn't know much about Kusa's jutsu. They, like other hidden villages, zealously guarded their specialized techniques. Shino clicked his tongue. He should have known this fight wouldn't be that easy. Naruto was confused. He eyed the people surrounding him and Hinata, who was standing back to back with him, wondering if everyone here had lost their minds. They knew who he was, which meant they must also know of his abilities. He might not be able to take down every ninja in this village. Even so, he was pretty sure he could decimate at least half of this village on his own before they took him down. I'd like to give all of you one chance to back down, Naruto said. If you don't, then you have to know that this place is going to become a bloodbath. I'm sure it will, the Kusa leader said. You aren't an opponent that I'd normally risk fighting in an upfront confrontation. Fortunately, we don't need to kill you. We only need to stall for time. What does that mean? Without knowing what their goal was, Naruto decided that the best thing he could do was defeat everyone there and escape with Hinata. The kunai he had left with Kiba and Shino hadn't been stabbed into the ground yet. They were probably busy fighting. He would need to make an escape route on his own. Fine then. Naruto moved his hands into his infamous cross seal. If this is how you want to do things, then I won't hold back. Kage Bunshin no Jutsu. Naruto didn't often create mass shadow clones and use them as mobs anymore, partially because it just wasted chakra, but it was also because such tactics couldn't defeat a stronger opponent. In this instance, however, it was fine. He wasn't facing one strong adversary. It was him and Hinata against an entire village. For this, shadow clones were perfect. The large cloud of smoke that enveloped the room was quickly blown away when 50 Narutos unleashed a single wind jutsu at the same time. Futon. Daitapa. Every Naruto sucked in a deep breath and expelled a devastating stream of wind from their mouths. The attack tore apart the ground. Ninja were lifted off their feet and sent sailing. Walls exploded and the ceiling was blown away. Only Naruto and Hinata, who stood in the center of the Naruto clones formation, were left undisturbed. At least, that was his first assumption. When several ninjas suddenly leapt from underneath the ground, he realized he was wrong. They must have used the Mogaragakure no Jutsu just before his clones unleashed their Daitapa. "Hinata," he called. On it, Hinata straightened her back and, with a grace that belied her strength, began to move her arms in intricate and seemingly random patterns. Chakra emitted from her hand. The blue light from her chakra created streaks through the air. These streaks crisped and crossed, forming into a net that surrounded her on all sides. Shugohaku Rokufuyan Sho. While Hinata created her impenetrable weave, Naruto leapt into the air. He soared far above everyone's head. To reach even higher heights, he sent wind chakra to the bottom of his feet, which acted as a propulsion and sent him higher. Down below, a number of grass-based ninjutsu tried to attack Hinata, but they were all cut down, sliced into oblivion by the paper-thin streaks of chakra being emitted from Hinata's palms. This, Naruto knew, was one of her original techniques. I can't let her do all the work. Pulling a scroll from a pouch strapped to his back, Naruto quickly unfurled it, bit his thumb, and smeared the blood across a seal inked onto the parchment. The moment he did, several dozen tri-pronged kunai descended from the sky. They impaled the ground for nearly a kilometer out. Kusagakure was about 10 square kilometers long and 5 wide. The area where his kunai landed was not a significant portion of the hidden village. That said, this should be enough. Connected to his kunai via the seal, Naruto quickly activated the Hiraishin. The Kusa forces didn't know what had hit them. Naruto attacked faster than anyone could blink, faster than human thought or even the speed of light. He appeared next to every ninja within his kunai's radius and dealt with them. A hit to the back. A kunai to thighs. A low-powered down Rasengan to the chest. His blows were not lethal. Killing them was not his objective this time. These people were just pawns being used by Pein to wage war. They weren't innocent, but killing them would only bring unnecessary hatred to the world. As someone who shared in his sensei's dream, Naruto didn't want this war to end with more countries steeped in hate. Several hundred Kusa ninja lay on the ground by the time he was done. Their groans of pain echoed across the village. All of them were hurt but alive, for now. That could change depending on this village's leader. Naruto turned to the village leader, whose wide eyes were staring at the devastation that had been wrought in this part of his village. He eyed the bodies, sweat dripping from his face. Sensing the fear that radiated from him, Naruto knew, without a doubt, that this was his only chance to seek a peaceful-ish resolution. "Do you still think you can win?" Naruto asked. He spread his arms to indicate the many bodies lying around him. "Do you really want to keep fighting me? If you do, this is what the end result will be." How, the Kusa ninja choked. "How is it that you've defeated so many of my ninja? What kind of monster are you? The kind who is willing to let you all live if you listen." Naruto didn't let the words bother him. He had been called monster many times in the past. "Let us leave your village, and we will let you go. Refuse to let us leave, and I'll make sure that my next attack is lethal." Some, like Danzo, would have called Naruto soft for giving his enemy a choice like this. Naruto didn't agree. Jiraiya wouldn't either. If nothing else, by giving this man a choice, he was allowing the other side to spare themselves from more bloodshed. The Kusa leader stared at Naruto. He stared long and hard and with eyes that reminded Naruto of a scared kitten. Finally, at long last, the man sighed, his shoulders dropping. You can leave. We won't fight you anymore." Naruto nodded. "That's a good choice." Sadly, before Naruto could leave, a voice spoke up from above. "No, I'm afraid that you will not be leaving here this day." Naruto looked up to see Pein, or rather, Yahiko's reanimated body, floating above the village. His eyes were locked firmly onto Naruto. The sense of triumph seen in those eyes disturbed him, but what was more disturbing was the action Pein was taking. His hands were aimed at the village. "This is where you die." Shinra Tensei. Kiba faced off against his opponent the same way that he always did, with brash impulsiveness. "Let's go, Akamaru." Arf. They rushed forward in tandem, using the Jujin Bunshin to attack together. Each attack launched was done with the intent to kill or cause grievous harm. A claw slash to the throat. An attempt at tearing out the jugular. Trying to pierce the chest with a clawed jab. None of their attacks worked. The man before them was like a rock. Each attack they launched glanced off their opponent's body. Large, imposing, his body had long since turned a dark gray, just like a boulder. Yet even boulders were weaker than this. Kiba would have already destroyed him if his body had the durability of granite. His chakra must be powerful. Kiba narrowed his eyes. In that case, come on, Akamaru. It's time to finish this. Gatsuga. Launching themselves off the ground, Kiba and Akamaru began spinning at a rate so insane they looked like a pair of miniature tornadoes. They zeroed in on their opponent. The man did not move. He took their attacks head-on, and though he skidded across the ground from the power behind their two-pronged attack, he did not keel over. Let's do this again. The Gatsuga was a technique that allowed Kiba and Akamaru to attack multiple times. Each time they hit the ground, they bounded off again and attacked from a different angle. They also didn't remain one-dimensional. Kiba would use the trees as springboards, ignoring the way they exploded as he shot off of them like a cannonball. He drilled into the ninja he was facing over and over again. His opponent still didn't keel over. The only sign of damage was his shredded clothes and the bruises that covered the places where Kiba or Akamaru had hit him multiple times. It seems like my attacks can do damage, but that strange shell of his is incredibly hard. To defeat him, Akamaru and I will have to drill him in the same spot over and over again. This was turning into a pain. You should give up, boy, the large man said. My Iwa no Yoroi is impossible for regular ninja to break through. Yeah, keep telling yourself that. Ready, Akamaru? Arf. Kiba popped a pill into his mouth, crunched, then swallowed. He then tossed Akamaru a pill, which his dog caught in its mouth. The pills were nothing special. It was just a regular soldier's pill. However, regular or not, the temporary boost in power it granted would be useful. Shikyaku no Jutsu. Crouching down on all fours, Kiba felt his hackles raise. His senses became unbelievably acute. He could hear the rustling of the trees, to the point where he could count the number of individual rustles. The minute shifts in air currents were easily felt. Beneath his hands, he could feel the vibrations in the earth from Shino's battle meters away and also from the numerous animals that were hiding around him. Even his opponent's breath could be felt, heard, and smelled, and boy did his breath smell bad. What sort of technique is this? Asked the enemy Shinobi. Have you become a dog? Fine, then, dog. Why don't we play fetch? The Kusa ninja wrapped his arms around a tree, and, with a grunt of effort, tore the tree out of the ground, roots and all. He then tossed the tree at Kiba. Of course, even though the tree was moving at an impressive speed, for the ferally enhanced Kiba, it was easy to dodge. He and Akamaru leapt away from each other. The tree slammed into another tree and exploded. They ignored the scene and rushed forward. Kage Bunshin no Jutsu. A shadow clone appeared next to Kiba. Akamaru quickly bounded back over to him. Then all three of them performed hand seals and combined. Jinju Kongo Henge, Santoro, smoke erupted from the three of them, covering the entire field. Kiba groaned in discomfort as he felt his body stretch and elongate and combine with Akamaru and his clone. Bones popped with a crack, muscles tore and reformed. This wasn't the henge, a simple illusory transformation. This was something else entirely. Before the smoke could blow away, Kiba, who was in control of their combined bodies, forced them into a spin. He curled into a ball and rolled along the ground at speeds that were even faster than the Gatsuga. Oiga Gatenga. He slammed into his opponent, crushing the man underneath the rotating force of his spin. Despite this, the man hadn't been felled. He had grabbed onto them. His arms were being shredded apart as he tried to stop their fierce rolling. Kiba could feel blood caking his skin. His vision was painted with a red haze as the crimson liquid splattered against the ground. A loud scream erupted from his mouth as the enemy shinobi tried to push Kiba back, but that was impossible. Kiba had combined with Akamaru and his shadow clone. This man didn't have the strength required for such a task. Orya. With one final push, Kiba increased the speed and power of his roll. Several loud crunches echoed through the clearing. Gurgled screaming came from underneath them. Then Kiba was rolling past the man, shattering a tree that he slammed into before he could stop. White smoke engulfed the area. Kiba disengaged the jutsu, separating himself, Akamaru, and his clone. While the clone dispelled, Akamaru barked and followed him at a trot as he walked over to the downed ninja. The man was quite dead, obvious enough from the wide-eyed death stare and the fact that he wasn't breathing. His skin had returned to its normal color. Fragments of his ribs jutted from his body, blood dripping from them. I see you took care of your opponent, Shino said as he approached them. Kiba looked up. Yeah, you took care of yours as well? Of course. Pushing his glasses up his nose, Shino looked at the dead ninja that Kiba had faced. Unlike you, however, I left mine alive. We're ninja. Kiba shrugged. Killing is our job. True enough. I would have normally killed her, but Naruto wishes to end this war with as little bloodshed as possible. Shino cocked his head to the side. He has become quite the capable ninja, but he's still Naruto at heart. Kiba placed his hands behind his head and looked at the sky. Hey, yeah, that damn Naruto keeps on getting stronger, but just you wait. One of these days, I'll surpass him and become Hokage. Keep telling yourself that. What the hell is that supposed to mean? Several kilometers outside of Kusagakure, Naruto fell to his knees and vomited blood. His chest heaved as 1,000 stakes pierced his insides, generating a sharp pain with every breath. He had just used the Hiraishin to transport over 2,000 people in a single instant. The Hiraishin worked on the principles of chakra consumption, which meant that the amount of chakra required to activate the jutsu increased based on the length he was traveling and number of people being transported. Normally, a kilometer was nothing for Naruto, whose maximum range was 165 kilometers. However, he had just transported over 2,000 people. Even Naruto, a chakra monster in his own right, couldn't use the Hiraishin to move that many people and not suffer the consequences. Still, if I hadn't tossed that kunai and used this jutsu at the last second, everyone would have been. My village. The Kusagakure leader stared at the remains of Kusa in horror. Kusagakure was gone. The village that had once traveled across the country was no more. Now it was just a massive crater surrounded by rubble. Shinra Tensei. That move must have been the same one that destroyed Kumogakure. From a glance, Naruto could easily determine that it ran along the same principles of the Hiraishin. It became more powerful when more chakra was used. Who knew such a powerful technique existed? Hinata? Naruto rasped. Naruto-kun. Hinata was kneeling by his side the moment he called her. Her eyes were quite wide as she stared at the blood gushing from his mouth. Are you alright? You're bleeding. I need you to get everyone out of here, Naruto said. He stood up with a groan. It hurt even doing that. It was like 1,000 icy needles stabbing into his legs. I can't afford to retreat now. I've overused the Hiraishin, so I need you to gather these people and escort them away from here. But, Hinata tried to interject. You. Naruto pointed at the Kusa leader. Follow Hinata out of here. She'll take you somewhere safe. The man stared at him. Why are you helping us? Because I didn't save your asses just so you could die. Naruto barked. Now hurry up and leave. Despite how shitty he must have looked right then, what with the blood and everything, no one disobeyed his orders. Even Hinata only glanced at him once before ushering everyone away. Naruto watched them leave before turning his head toward the sky. He floated there, his black cloak with red clouds flapping in the wind. Purple eyes with concentric rings stared down at him like a god looking at a bug. Naruto clicked his tongue at the sense of superiority coming from this man. Nagato. I've come to claim the Kyuubi, Nagato said. Is that so? Naruto looked around and realized with a faint sense of worry that he was surrounded. All 5 of Pain's other paths were surrounding him. Asura, human, animal, Preta, Naraka. I see you're going all out for this. Pein descending, landing on the ground with the lightness of a feather. He looked at his paths. Then he looked back at Naruto. Against such a strong opponent, I cannot afford to go easy. Is that how it is? Naruto slid his feet apart, adopting a slightly wider stance than normal. If that's how you feel. He didn't put his hands in a guard. Instead, he crossed his arms in front of him and curled his fingers inward as though they were claws. Then I guess, I will also have to go all out. With little thought, the seal that separated him from Kurama turned, and Namikaze Naruto unleashed the full power contained within the seal. Shino and Kiba were surprised when, after traveling toward Kusa, they instead found Hinata leading several thousand people away from Kusagakure. There was a man with her. He was old and wearing ninja garb like those of the Kusa ninjas they had fought. Actually, it looked like there were several ninja with her. That just made them more confused. Hinata, what's going on here? Asked Kiba. Naruto-kun, Hinata started, he's fighting against someone really strong. That person leveled the entire village with a single jutsu. What? Kiba shouted. It must be the same person who destroyed Kumo, Shino said. I believe his name was Pein. This was not good. Naruto was powerful, easily one of the most powerful ninja in their forces. But Pein had destroyed one of the 5 most powerful ninja villages by himself. Shino believed in Naruto's strength. That said, even Naruto would be hard-pressed to defeat an opponent like that on his own. Then let's go save that blockhead. Kiba said, he and Akamaru already preparing to rush off. Absolutely not. Shino suddenly snapped. BWA? Kiba gave Shino a dumb look. But Shino, you heard what Hinata said? Naruto is stronger than all 3 of us put together, Shino responded calmly. What do you think you can do against someone like Pein that Naruto can't? Well, that's all you'd be doing is getting in the way. Kiba's shoulders slumped. Why, you don't have to put it like that. Kachiyose no jutsu. Saliva dripped from the jaws of 3 different heads. Muscular legs flexed as massive claws tore apart the earth. Midnight fur, blacker than anything Naruto had ever seen, glimmered with a strange glossiness that made him think of slick blood. As Naruto stared down the giant 3-headed dog, he wondered about the kind of karma he must have incurred to face such a beast. The dog howled as it pounced on him. Naruto split it in half with a single blade of wind. He already knew that this creature split apart when it was hit. Several thousand more wind blades erupted in front of Naruto, cutting and slicing, splitting apart the air and the dog summons. To add insult to injury, Naruto further infused his wind blades with lightning chakra. The dog summons disappeared in a puff of smoke. Before he could revel in his victory, the Asura Path pulled out his left arm, revealing a long metal wire with several strange objects attached to it. When those objects launched from its arm and flew at him, Naruto realized they were projectiles. With his golden shroud of chakra covering him, with Kurama's power flowing through him, Naruto raced ahead of the projectiles. That was when they surprised him. The projectiles didn't just hit the ground. They followed him, chasing after him like Akamaru chased a ball when playing fetch. Thanks to his powers, he easily kept ahead of them, but he couldn't get them off his tail. I need to do something. Why not make them explode? Good idea. Thanks, Fox. Whatever. Spinning around, Naruto created 2 arms that erupted from his back. He formed a Rasengan in both and slammed them into the first projectile. The results were shocking. Naruto winced as the projectiles exploded in a violent spray of luminescent fire. Heat washed over his face. The smoke made him wince. He could practically feel the heat singing his skin, burning off the follicles of hair on his arms. What kind of projectile explodes like this? He was probably better of not thinking about it, and besides, it wasn't like he had time to think about it. Naruto hadn't noticed it before, but while he'd been fighting those projectiles, the Diva Path, Yahiko, had been aiming right at him. Bansho Tenin. Naruto felt something tug him toward the Diva Path. He was lifted off his feet and flew forward, his stomach churning. The world around him blurred. Fortunately, he was pretty used to high-speed movement. So, this is the Diva Path's attraction power. Naruto already knew how to deal with this. He made 6 hands extend from his cloak. They flew toward Pein, though they never reached him before the Preta Path leapt in front of the Diva Path, arms extended. Naruto cut the chakra before the Preta Path could absorb it. He then shot forward with wind chakra blasting from his feet, appeared in front of the Preta Path, shut off his cloak, and drilled it with a powerful punch. There was no chakra involved. It was just a physical attack. However, it was specifically because the attack was nothing more than brute strength that it did so well. The Preta Path broke. Naruto felt its chest cave in, bones snapping with a sickeningly wet cracking sound. As the Preta Path fell to the ground, Naruto reactivated the cloak and tried to attack the Diva Path. Kachiyose no jutsu. Damn it. Naruto leapt into the air as a large bird with a giant beak tried impaling him. He extended another claw, channeled his chakra to create a Rasengan, and then channeled even more to make a bigger Rasengan. Before the bird had time to move further than 15 feet away, Naruto slammed the Rasengan into. A massive explosion lit the sky. Naruto was pushed higher into the air. The bird blew up in the explosion. As he ascended into the sky, Naruto saw Diva soaring toward him. Using Kurama's power, Naruto created a large wall of chakra behind him, spun around so his feet hit the wall, and used it as a springboard. Unfortunately, he didn't realize that Diva was just a distraction until several projectiles slammed into his side and exploded. He cried out and swerved off course. By that point, Diva was above him and already prepared to use a jutsu. Shinra Tensai. Naruto had no idea how powerful this attack would be. He'd already learned that the Shinra Tensai varied in power based on the amount of chakra used. It could simply push someone away, but it could also destroy an entire village. Knowing this, Naruto used the speed granted by Kurama's chakra shroud to avoid the attack. Rather than leaping away, he leapt up. Shinra Tensai was an attack that expanded its radius the further it traveled. That was why Pein needed to float high above a village to destroy it. Otherwise it wouldn't become large enough. With his chakra shroud, Naruto easily outpaced the jutsu. He appeared in the sky seconds before a massive crater, not quite the size of the one that destroyed Kusa but easily several dozen meters wide, appeared on the earth. Naruto wanted to attack Diva. His initial plan was to destroy the Diva path now, clearly the most powerful of them, but before he could, a loud whine filled the air. Naruto turned his head. A dozen projectiles were coming his way. Damn it! Gnashing his teeth together, Naruto propelled himself through the air with his chakra. The projectiles followed. They stuck to him like glue. He weaved and juked and rolled and dove, but nothing worked. I need to destroy them. He turned around and faced the projectiles. His plan was to destroy them with wind blades. Shinra Tensai. What? Naruto cried out as something slammed into his back, pushing him forward, directly into the path of the projectiles. His gums flapped as he hurtled across the air. He could see the projectiles clearly now. They looked like small ovals made of metal. They were like nothing he'd ever seen. He knew what he needed to do. However, actually doing it was difficult when he was speeding through the air like a freaking comet. With a snarl on his face, Naruto gathered chakra to create several clawed hands, 9 in total, which he used to cover himself from head to toe. The projectiles impacted against his claws, and Naruto winced as he was jostled inside of the barrier, but he didn't get hurt. The explosion ceased. Knowing that he had less than a second to act, Naruto decided on a course of action. Kage Bunshin no Jutsu. Naruto created 12 clones. Each one had the same golden shroud as him. Since that was the case, it should mean they were also indistinguishable and had comparative power to him as well. 11 of them split into twos and went after their chosen target. The 12th clone disappeared into the distance. Naruto and the clone that he had teamed up with went after the most dangerous path, the Naraka path. Because it had the ability to restore the broken bodies of the other paths, it currently presented the largest threat. If he wanted to defeat Pein, or at least escape, then he needed to take care of that one first. The clone charged on ahead while Naruto extended all 9 of his available chakra claws. He created a Rasen Shuriken on each one, and then, while Naraka was distracted by his clone, he slammed all 9 of them into the path. A massive explosion sent Naruto sailing backwards. He grimaced as dirt, twigs, and rocks pummeled him. Up ahead, a giant dome of swirling energy rained destruction upon everything. It expanded, tearing at the ground, decimating the area. The wind howled as though it was a beast crying out to the heavens. When the attack finally died down, a crater that was at least 50 meters wide filled his vision. Well, that was a lot more powerful than I had expected it to be. No one was coming up to fight him, so Naruto used this small interlude in the battle to observe his surroundings. It looked like his attack had taken out all of his clones. He couldn't see them anymore. There were also only 3 of Pein's paths left. Diva was still flying above him. Preta was standing on a small island inside of the crater. It looked like Preta's chakra absorption ability had saved it. Human was also present, though that path was lying on the ground and struggling to stand up. The other 3 paths were nowhere to be seen. You are far more dangerous than I could have imagined, Diva said suddenly. I had not realized you had mastered Kyuubi's chakra to this extent. You are indeed a pupil of Jiraiya's. Ah, stop it. You're gonna make me blush, Naruto said dryly. It looks like the tables have turned Pein. Now that our situation has come to this, there's no way I'm letting you go. We'll see, was all Pein said. Kage Bunshin no Jutsu. The battle started up again. Naruto encased himself once more in his chakra shroud and summoned 10 clones. While the clones immediately split in half and attacked either Diva or Preta, Naruto rushed over to the human path, which had just now stood to its feet. Rasengan Barrage. 6 chakra claws extended from his back, each one forming a Rasengan that he shoved into the human path's back. No explosion went up this time. However, the human path was shredded apart. Its body tore like wet paper, limbs flying everywhere as blood spewed from the resulting wounds. With Naraka dead, this path would not be restored ever again. Naruto surveyed the other 2 battles really quick. Diva was still duking it out with 2 of the 5 clones he had created. They wouldn't last much longer. Preta had already finished his. It made sense. His clones were just chakra constructs, which would be useless against Preta's chakra absorption ability. I need to deal with Preta first. That absorption ability was not just annoying, it was the second most troublesome of Pain's powers. With the ability to absorb chakra, no jutsu would work on it. What's more, it could negate any attack that he delivered to the other paths. Kage Bunshin no Jutsu. With that in mind, Naruto created 1 clone. As smoke exploded all around him, engulfing him and the clones, Naruto created another clone, dropped his cloak, and then transformed himself to look like a Rasen Shuriken. The 2 clones already knew what to do. They lifted him up and, pretending that he was a Rasen Shuriken, acted like they were molding chakra around him. Then they tossed him at Preta, who stood there and raised both hands as though preparing to absorb him. Shinra Tensai. URK. Naruto couldn't even cry out as a powerful force slammed into him, smashing him against the ground, which cracked underneath him. He felt the sickening snap of several bones breaking. It felt like his ribcage had caved in. He tasted blood on his lips, coppery and gross. The pressure eased up, and Naruto, realizing that he was in trouble, activated his shroud again. A hand grabbed his leg. The shroud disappeared. Twisting his head, Naruto looked at his leg to see Preta grabbing onto him. Oh, this sucks. Letting go of Kurama's chakra, Naruto kicked the hand holding his leg, forcing Preta to let go. Pushing through the pain, he pushed himself onto his hands and knees and kicked at Preta's head. It missed. Preta had already moved out of his range. An unsettling tap echoed behind him. Naruto looked back to see Diva standing on his other side. Now with Preta in front and Diva in back, he was surrounded, trapped, just like a mouse caught between the paws of a cat. Naruto knew that he was in a bind. If he activated his chakra shroud, then Preta would just absorb it, but if he didn't, then he wouldn't have the strength to fight Diva. Damn it, if only that last clone he had created several minutes ago would hurry up and... A flicker went off in his mind, almost like the metaphorical light bulb. Except with this flicker came numerous images that were not his own. His clone had just dispelled. Naruto felt the power rush into him immediately after the clone ceased to exist. While his bones didn't mend, his body felt strong, powerful, as if he could take on the entire world with just his fists. He couldn't see the miraculous transformation that his body underwent, but he knew that, should he look into a mirror, his eyes would have had the orange pigment surrounding them followed by the golden bar like pupils of a toad. Sage mode had just been activated. Alright, now this is what I'm talking about. This battle is far from over, Pain. Naruto slid into a new fighting stance, feet spread wide, hands up in a standard guard position near his face. A grin twisted his lips, feral and competitive. In fact, this party is just getting started. Hinata didn't know how far they had walked anymore. She had completely lost her sense of time and direction. It was a good thing the Kusa leader, who she now knew went by the name Ikuruga, knew the lay of this land perfectly. He was the one leading them now. How much further should we go? Asked Kiba. He and Shino were walking alongside her. I don't know, Hinata said. We should be far enough away from the battle that we wouldn't bother Naruto-kun, but... We should inform Hokage-sama about what's happening, Shino said. How are we going to do that? Asked Kiba as he hopped over a large tree root. Shino swerved around a tree, whose branches were connected and tangled like a dozen knots, and pushed his glasses up the bridge of his nose. Right now, our only option is returning to Konoha and letting her know what happened. But that will take days. Hinata said. The battle will be finished by then. I know, Shino said quietly. Everyone there understood the gravity of the situation. Naruto was battling against the person who had destroyed Kumo single-handedly. None of them knew if he'd be able to survive against someone like that. I think, we should have faith in Naruto, Shino started again. He's strong, stronger than anyone I know. If there is someone who can defeat Pein, it would be him. Yeah, I guess you make a point. Kiba clicked his tongue, sighed, and then grinned. That Naruto, he just keeps getting stronger. I'm sure he can beat Pein. In the face of such confidence, Hinata could only smile. At the same time, she was worried. Even if she didn't love Naruto as she once did, even if Naruto had rejected her feelings, he still meant a lot to her. Stay safe, Naruto-kun. Preto was easy to deal with. Sage mode was activated when someone drew nature chakra into oneself and combined it with their own. Only someone who had mastered the art of drawing in nature chakra could properly use it. Anyone else who tried turned into a frog statue. Naruto had simply used Udama Rasengan at Preto, and when the path tried to absorb the chakra, it turned to stone. Naruto then shattered it with a single punch. Now it was just him and Diva. Shinra Tensei. Naruto had already gotten used to Diva's attacks. He only had 3, and both the Shinra Tensei and Bansho Tenin could only be used once every 5 seconds. So long as he dodged, he would have 5 seconds with which to attack. Rushing in, Naruto threw a straight punch, fast and furious, with as much power behind it as he could. Diva dodged. He moved his head aside. However, that did nothing. Naruto, his fist encased in nature chakra, had an extended range. His fist slammed into Diva. The body of Yahiko was sent flying backwards, rocketing through the air like a lightning jutsu. Pein flipped around. His feet struck the ground, tearing the earth apart as he skidded back. 10 meters. Naruto created a shadow clone. 20 meters. Naruto formed a Rasengan and boosted it with Sage mode, while the clone infused it with wind chakra. 30 meters. A loud, bell-like shriek filled the air. 40 meters. Pein didn't stop moving until he'd already been sent 50 meters from his previous position. Rasen Shuriken. Naruto tossed the Rasen Shuriken. Pein held out his hands. Shinra Tensei. The two attacks collided, resulting in a massive explosion that caused a shockwave to ripple out from the point of impact. Naruto clung to the ground with chakra. It wasn't enough. Rather, the ground couldn't withstand the force of the shockwave, and it, along with Naruto, was ripped into the air and sent hurtling back. Naruto landed back on the ground crouched like an animal. His feet and hands dug into the ground as he tried to keep from flying back anymore. Up ahead, nearly 20 meters from his previous location, a large cloud of dust and smoke rose into the air. Damn, that was some attack. Standing up, Naruto tried to peer past the smoke, to the other side, where Pein was no doubt doing the same. He couldn't see anything. While that didn't surprise him, it was frustrating. What should I do? The fight was still ongoing. A small lull in the battle wouldn't change that, and he doubted Pein would try to leave now. His opponent didn't have that kind of power. What should my next move be? Naruto was sure that he could win now that he had fought against Pein. 6 of the 5 paths were gone, destroyed, and only the Diva path remained. The Diva path had some obvious and glaring weaknesses. It couldn't use its 2 most prominent jutsu, Shinra Tensei and Bansho Tenin, in quick succession. 5 seconds. That was how long Naruto had to attack before Pein could use those jutsu again. If I could use the Kurama's power again, I'd be able to win, but… Naruto looked at his hands. He was currently still in Sage mode. Until he ran out of nature chakra, he would remain this way. Because of how busy he'd been, Naruto did not have time to really experiment with Sage mode or the chakra shroud. In fact, his battle with Sasuke had been the first time Naruto used that power since defeating Kurama. He also didn't know if he could activate the chakra shroud while he had nature chakra running through him. What's more, supposing he could activate the shroud, would he be able to maintain it? Nature chakra was volatile if uncontrolled. Kurama's chakra was just as if not more volatile. What would happen if those 2 chakras mixed? He wasn't sure he wanted to find out. A large spike in chakra forced Naruto to look up. A large sphere hung several dozen meters above the ground, blacker than anything he had ever seen, like a dark hole. Naruto felt like a lead ball had dropped to the bottom of his stomach. That doesn't look good. It started when the chunks of dirt and giant boulders were ripped from the ground all around him. It was as if gravity itself had suddenly reoriented toward the black hole. Naruto didn't even have time to channel chakra to the bottom of his feet, not that it would have done any good, as the very ground was being gathered into the massive black sphere. Agony slammed into Naruto as his back hit the sphere. Pain overrode his senses as large chunks of earth and boulders crushed him on all sides. He couldn't move, he could barely breathe, and his ribcage had just collapsed. More and more chunks of the earth sailed toward the sphere, which grew larger with every passing second. Darkness consumed his vision. There was no more space, and the oxygen had become practically non-existent. I need to do something. Naruto was in trouble. I have to think of a way out of this. But what could he do? If only I could switch to the chakra shroud, then maybe. He paused. If he switched to the chakra shroud, then he might be able to break free. On the other hand, he might kill himself by combining 3 different chakras inside of his body. However, if he did nothing, then he would surely die. Kurama? Let me guess, you want my help? Yes, please. Fine, but I'm only doing this because I'd rather be stuck with you than stuck inside of a statue. Quote ellipsis. Since when did you become a tsundere? Shut up. Within his mind, Naruto opened the gate that held back Kurama. He could feel the Kyuubi's presence, the power, no longer restrained. A pair of paws landed on his shoulders. Chakra flooded through his body. He and Kurama worked together, merging the nature chakra with the powerful chakra of a Biju. Naruto opened his eyes. Chakra exploded from his pores. The ball containing him exploded. Debris rained from the sky, falling to the earth, striking it without mercy. Naruto fell among that debris. He landed on the ground and, zeroing in on Pain's location, he burst forward, becoming a streak of golden light. The world around him blurred, distorted, like what happens when someone looks through a telescope, except instead of black, all he saw were streaks. Colors faded from his vision as tears stung his eyes. This was different than using the Hiraishin. It wasn't an instant transportation technique. It was just speed, raw, unfiltered, speed. Rasengan. Pain could not react in time. Naruto slammed the Rasengan into the Diva path, pushing forward, ramming it as far into the path's chest as he could. The Diva path stood no chance. Its body was flung across the ground, striking the earth and gouging out several chunks, then continuing on to dig a large trench. Every tree in its path was felled. Loud crashes and bangs echoed across the land. A massive cloud of dust rose up, creating a trail starting where Pain had first hit the ground to where he stopped. Naruto stood there for several seconds, back hunched, shoulders heaving. The Senjutsu chakra faded from his body, then Kurama's chakra left as the seal reasserted itself, and finally, exhausted beyond belief, Naruto collapsed onto his hands and knees and coughed up more blood. It looks like using Sage mode and my chakra puts a lot of stress on your body. That's to be expected. The human body wasn't meant to contain so much power. I suppose not. Naruto recovered himself enough to stand up and begin moving. He walked slowly toward where Pain had landed. He stumbled several times, following the trench, before reaching the Diva path. Yahiko's body was a wreck. It wasn't destroyed, but the limbs were twisted into gnarled pretzels, and its head was bent at an awkward angle. There was a large concave spot on its chest shaped in a spiral. He's dead. Obviously. Naruto pulled out a scroll, set it on the ground, and unfurled it. He placed Yahiko's body on top and sealed it. Konan would want to bury her friend. He stood back up, pocketing the scroll. He looked over to the east. Thanks to Sage mode, he had been able to locate Nagato's presence. It was that way. Heaving a great sigh, Naruto began the long trek to where his greatest adversary was waiting. It was time to confront the real Nagato. XOX. Nagato retched as blood spewed from his mouth, splattering against his mechanical walker. The jingling of cords behind him resounded as he leaned over and retched even more. His chest heaved, his lungs burned, and his heart felt like it had been crushed by the icy hand of fate. All of his paths were gone. Nagato did not feel their deaths, but there was a feedback that lashed out at him due to how much chakra he had been forced to expend. Not that his sacrifice had done any good. Who could have imagined that Naruto would become so powerful, especially not so quickly? Barely 4 years ago, Naruto's power hadn't even been worth talking about, but now he was fighting against S-rank ninja every day. Even he had not become so strong so quickly. What happened during that time Jiraiya-sensei had trained him? He would never get an answer. Look at you, Nagato, a voice called from the entrance of the cave that he was hiding in. You look like a dog who's been repeatedly beaten by its owner. Madara stood at the end of the cave, by the entrance, his stance nonchalant, deceivingly so. Standing by his side, faithfully silent, was a girl that Nagato had never seen. Red hair. Her left eye was green. The right was covered by eye patch. "What do you want, Madara?" asked Nagato, sounding as tired as he felt. "In case you didn't realize, I do not have time to play with you." "That's too bad. Toby came here to play today," Madara said cheerfully. "Is that so? Toby came to play." Madara's footfalls echoed through the cave as he walked further in. The girl remained silent as she followed. Despite being tired, Nagato still had the good sense to feel wary. Madara was not someone he could underestimate. "Then what do you want?" asked Nagato. "What do I want?" Stopping in front of him, Madara eyed Nagato through the single hole in his mask. Red eyes. 3 tomos. It was the Sharingan. The tomo within the single visible eye spun with a malevolence that caused Nagato to feel an unbidden shiver crawl up his spine. "Why, Nagato, I thought it would be obvious." Madara sounded amused. "I want your eyes, of course." Chapter 33. Naruto stood before Tsunade and recounted the events that lead to his battle with Nagato, along with the conclusion. The Hokage sat behind her desk. She had steepled her fingers as she listened to him, the grave expression on her face one of conflict and pride. "I followed Nagato's chakra signature using Sage Mode, but when I arrived at the cave where I last detected him, he wasn't there," Naruto said. "It could be that he left and is biding his time. However, there's no way for me to be sure." "I see." Tsunade leaned forward and placed her head against her hands. "I can't believe you fought against Pein on your own. That was an incredibly stupid thing to do, Naruto." Naruto shrugged. "I didn't have much choice. It was either fight him or let him kill my teammates." "That is true." Tsunade sighed as though releasing all of her pent-up emotions with that one breath. "It seems you found yourself in a dangerous situation, but at least you defeated Pain's paths. That proves that you're growing stronger. What's more, since you defeated him, it also means that the alliance between the smaller hidden villages will fracture." Pein had been the backbone of the alliance, the one who had gathered them and placed the minor villages on their warpath. They couldn't win without him. It was his strength that had given them courage, his abilities that had allowed them to stand up to the major villages. Once word spread that Pein had been defeated, the smaller nations would end the war, even if he was still alive. "What should we do about the hidden villages?" asked Naruto. Tsunade leaned back in her chair, cupping her chin as she adopted a thoughtful mien. "We'll spread the word that you defeated Pein in single combat and wait to see what their response is. If they decide to end the war, we'll go ahead and create a peace treaty between us and the minor villages." Naruto approved of that idea. He didn't want to kill people who didn't need to die. Eliminating bandits and missing ninja who killed for their own purposes was different than slaying ninja who simply wanted to defend their home. Peace would never come if the hidden villages fought each other. "In that case, I'd like to suggest some potential ideas for the treaty," Naruto said. "Go ahead." Tsunade waved at him to continue. "I was thinking about the reason the minor villages decided to side with Pein," Naruto began. "It's a well-established fact that the major villages get most of the missions. When someone wants something done, the chances of them going to a minor village like Kusa is low because no one truly gets to see the quality of their shinobi. Even so, when war breaks out between the villages like it did during the Third Great Shinobi War, it is always the smaller nations that suffer." Naruto paused a moment to regain his breath. Tsunade, an intent expression on her face, remained silent. "This is why the minor villages sided with Pein. I think their dissatisfaction and hatred toward the major nations has always been there, but they couldn't do anything because we were so powerful. Once Pein destroyed Kumo, he made them believe that we could be defeated if they followed him." "All good points." Tsunade nodded. "And all essentially true. So, what are you asking of me? That I should be lenient with the smaller nations?" Shaking his head, Naruto said, "I'm saying that instead of just forming a peace treaty, we should begin the process of creating a true alliance between all of the hidden villages, big and small. If we create a system where every nation has an equal opportunity to represent their village, we might be able to avoid needless wars and bloodshed." The way Tsunade stared at him made Naruto feel slightly uncomfortable. It was the hard stare of someone who looked like she was seeing right through him. That expression on her face, combined with her piercing eyes, made him stand straighter, as though he were trying to feign that he wasn't bothered by it. Eventually, however, the look left, and Tsunade gave him a weary smile. You sound just like Jiraiya. She paused, the smile becoming more dry. Well, a slightly smarter version of Jiraiya. He always talked about ending the bloodshed between nations when he was younger, but he could never figure out how to do that. Reaching underneath her desk, Tsunade pulled out a bottle of sake and 2 saucers. After uncorking the lid, she poured some sake in each glass, and then slid one across the desk. Naruto picked it up and took a sip. He let the warm liquid slowly run down his throat and warm his belly. Your idea actually sounds more plausible than all the ones he's come up with. However, Tsunade tossed back her drink in one gulp, unlike him, and then filled her saucer again. Quote ellipsis. I don't think bringing about a lasting peace will be that easy. The elemental nations have been at war since before the founding of the hidden villages. Even when we're not fighting, we're in a constant state of Cold War, always preparing for the next massive battle. Getting every village to agree to an alliance isn't going to be a simple task. Naruto nodded. I know that, but if we don't at least make the attempt, then nothing will ever change. Tsunade leaned back and blinked several times, her wide eyes revealing her shock. Naruto gave her the most determined look he could muster. If all we do is talk about how things can never change, then nothing ever will change. Someone has to start somewhere, someone has to extend an olive branch. That's why I've decided to be that someone. Even if I end up failing, at the very least, I will be able to say that I did everything in my power to bring peace to this land. Tsunade and Naruto stared at each other in silence, which was broken only by the small rustling of the curtains. He didn't know what she was looking for. Her gaze seemed almost as if she was testing his resolve, or perhaps she was simply wondering if he had lost his mind. Neither one of those actions would have surprised him. Within this silence, a voice spoke from the windowsill. I couldn't have put it better myself, brat. Naruto and Tsunade to look at the window as Jiraiya hopped into the room. The one-armed man grinned at the two. You'll never use the door, will you? Asked Tsunade with a sigh. Course not, Jiraiya responded, his wide grin growing larger. You should know that by now. Anyway, I couldn't help but overhear your conversation. You mean you were spying? Tsunade interrupted. And I have to admit that I'm impressed, Jiraiya continued without missing a beat. Not only did you defeat Pein, but it sounds like you've come up with a plausible way of ending the bloodshed that's stained the elemental nation for the past several hundred years. There's still a lot of flaws with this plan, Tsunade said. Jiraiya nodded. True, but it's the only plan I've ever heard that has a chance of succeeding. I think it's worth a shot. Tsunade sighed. In that case, can I count on you to begin spreading the information that Naruto defeated Pein? I can certainly do that, though I don't think we'll need to worry. Jiraiya chuckled. Rumor is already spreading thanks to the Kusa ninja who escaped their village's destruction. Not only that, but it seems like Naruto's actions have earned him their respect and put Nagato in a bad light. It won't be long before the other minor villages hear about how Pein destroyed a village he was allied with. No one will want to work with him after that. It was certainly true. The ninja world was based on deceit. Even allies were often only using each other for their own purposes, and it was generally an accepted fact that, once their mutual goal had been met, they would turn on each other. Even so, destroying a village when they were still allied was going to leave a bad taste in everyone's mouth. Naruto had avoided this issue by establishing more than mere alliances, he had established relationships. He had rescued Gaara when they were younger, saving his friend from the torment of being alone by offering understanding. Mei had become one of his lovers. What had once been an exchange program for mutual benefit had ended up with them being in a relationship. It was the same with Yugito. Even though Kumo was destroyed, before that, they had established an alliance because of the relationship between him and her. Pein had only created that alliance by using the minor villages' hatred against the major villages and displaying his overwhelming power. He hadn't earned their trust, he hadn't established any friendships. The only thing he'd done was give their hatred direction. Hatred could never create a long-lasting alliance. It was a given that, even if they had ended in victory, war would break out as the smaller villages fought over what was left of the larger villages. Now that he had shown his true colors, none of the villages were going to follow him. Well, that is certainly true, Tsunade admitted. After another moment's pause, she sighed. All right, I'll give you my support. We'll wait a few weeks and see if they come to us. If they don't, I'll send emissaries to each village. That's about all I can do. That's all we ask, Naruto said as he and Jiraiya shared a grin. It seemed Jiraiya's goal was one step closer to becoming reality. A week passed and, thanks to Jiraiya's spy network, news that Naruto had defeated Pein by himself spread across the elemental nations. Every corner seemed to know about what had happened. Reports came back in, informing everyone that the minor villages had completely broken off their alliance and were no longer taking action. Naruto had been hoping that something would develop from this. He wanted the minor nations to try and broker a peace treaty, but that never happened. No emissaries came, no messages flew in, which led Naruto to believe that the smaller nations were hoping to forget this entire war happened and return to the status quo. It pissed him off. Oh, a loud cry rang out around the room. Naruto was kneeling on a bed of dark blue sheets, which were rumpled and creased. His hands held the naked flesh of Mei's hips, keeping her steady as he thrust into her from behind. The warm wetness of her inner walls clung to him as though desperately trying to keep him in. Lewd, wet slurping and smacking noises echoed all around the room as his hips slapped against Mei's ass. Naruto, that feels so good. Your dick is pounding into my womb. And your pussy is clinging to me. I love how it feels to be inside of you. Naruto leaned over until his chest was pressed against Mei's back, and then he reached around and found her breasts. Not like it was hard. Mei's tits were pretty large. He didn't cup her breast right away, but instead pinched her nipple, tweaking and gently tugging on it. Mei's cries increased in frequency and volume. Her back arched against him, causing her breasts to bounce. Naruto moved his head until he reached her ear, which he took into his mouth and nibbled on. The walls around him became tighter. They also became even wetter, allowing him to keep thrusting into her at the same blistering pace. Naruto, that feels so good. If you keep this up, I'm going to. Having already sensed that she was close, Naruto let go of her breast, slid his hand down her stomach, and he rubbed his finger against her clit. Mei fell forward as if all of her strength had disappeared. Her scream was muffled by the pillow, but the amount of love juices flowing out of her told Naruto that she had orgasmed. He grunted, gritting his teeth as he held his own in for a few more seconds, and then released it inside of her. Mei screamed again. Before Naruto could fall on top of her, he rolled off to the side. Lying on his back, he waited for a few seconds, catching his breath, and then turned over and pulled Mei against him. His lover sighed in content as she moved herself closer. It's been a long time since you and I have been alone, hasn't it? Mei said without turning around to face him. It has, Naruto agreed. He kissed her shoulder, which earned an appreciative purr. I'm sorry for not being able to drop by as often as I used to. Considering what's happened, I can't really blame you. He couldn't see it, but he could imagine her grimace. War is a nasty business. Anyway, I don't want to talk about that. She turned around in his arms and smiled at him. Tell me, how is Yugito doing? Naruto chuckled. She's doing well. I haven't seen her much because we've both been busy. We just recently finished building a new district for the residents of Kumo out of one of the districts that got destroyed. She's been helping them all move in. I'm glad she's been doing well, but it sounds like you've been lonely, Mei said. Is Yugao still avoiding you? Sighing as he pressed his forehead to hers, he said, yes. You really should do something about her. Like kidnap her, throw her against the bed, and screw her brains out. Feeling his lips curve into a smile, Naruto said, I don't think that's the best way to make her start talking to me again. It would have worked with me. You're a lot more upfront and honest with yourself than she is. True. Mei paused for a moment. Naruto didn't say anything, instead choosing to wait for her to speak. I think I might have an idea, if you're willing to listen. I'm all ears, Naruto said after a moment's pause. Grinning, Mei told Naruto her idea. Smoke drifted along the lazy air currents brought about by ceiling fans. Patrons sat at tables and at the bar, drinking and laughing. The low lighting made seeing all these people difficult, or maybe it was the alcohol. Yugao had certainly drank a lot. There were sake bottles strewn across the table, a table that she currently had her face planted on top of. The cool surface brought a sharp contrast to the warmth in her face. You know, I'm glad you called me out here, Kurenai began, but if all you're going to do is drink, then I'm going to go home. Yugao heard her friend's words, but she didn't say anything at first. Her body was warm, flushed, and pleasant. At the same time, she felt really guilty, not just because she was sitting here getting drunk while one of her friends looked after her, but also because the entire reason she was here was to avoid Naruto. I'm a horrible person, Yugao mumbled, half wailing. Kurenai sighed and started rubbing Yugo's back. There, you're not a horrible person. You're just confused. I'm an awful girlfriend. Yugo's muttering gained volume, to the point where several of the people around them looked in her direction. I wouldn't say. Kurenai paused, shook her head, and began again. Actually, you know what? You are a horrible girlfriend. Naruto is worried sick about you, and here you are getting wasted and wallowing in guilt and self-pity. What the hell are you doing? Yugao looked up at Kurenai, her eyes already watering. I don't know. I just don't feel like I can face him after what happened. And what happened? I don't know. Kurenai twitched. You don't know? I can't remember. Yugao wailed. Oh, for the love of... Yugao didn't remember much of what happened after that. Everything had become a blur of colors and muffled voices. She thought she remembered beating some people up, and then Kurenai dragging her out of the bar, but even that was nothing but streaks of color and sound. Cool air hit her back, which made Yugao jerk. She must have fallen asleep at some point. Where was she? She couldn't see anything. Kurenai-sensei? A voice asked. It was familiar, but for some reason, Yugao couldn't quite place it. She wondered if that was because of the ringing in her ears. I'm glad you're here, Kurenai said. Is that Yugao? It is. Would you like to take her? She's being a pain in the ass. I think that's the first time I've ever heard you swear. Yeah, well, I'm pretty pissed off right now. What were these two talking about? Yugao would have frowned, but her facial muscles weren't working as she wanted them to. She heard more talking, but it was too muffled for her to make out anything aside from the occasional word. Seconds later, she felt weightless, and then she was engulfed in warmth. It was so comfortable that she snuggled closer to the source of the warmth. Yugao must have fallen asleep at some point because the next thing she knew, someone was stroking her hair. It felt so good, gentle nails scraping against her skin. She wanted to stay like that. Sadly, the loving act also made her pause. There was only one person alive today who would do something like this to her, and she had been avoiding him. She opened her eyes. Naruto's familiar blue eyes and whiskered face swam into her vision. He was smiling at her. Hey, he said, how are you feeling? Yugao didn't know if it was because of Naruto's smile, or if it was the gentle voice he used when speaking with her, but Yugao began crying all over again. A loud wail left her mouth. She could feel water pouring down her eyes. Naruto panicked. Why, Yugao? What's wrong? What did I do? I'm sorry if it's not you. Yugao continued to wail. It's me. I'm a bad girlfriend. Yugao cried and wailed and screamed. She barely even noticed when Naruto had pulled her into his chest, though that didn't stop her from burying her face in his chest. She wrapped her arms around him and cried. She drenched his shirt in her tears. Throughout it all, Naruto held onto her, letting her cry until she settled down into the occasional hiccup. I'm sorry, she mumbled. For what? Crying on me or avoiding me? She hiccuped again. Both. A hand landed on her head and stroked her hair. It was so comforting. She could have fallen asleep right there. It's okay, Naruto said. Everything is fine. I'm not upset. You should be, Yugao sniffled. I ignored you. You did, and it hurt. Naruto rested his cheek on her head. But I don't care about that. I just want you to promise that you won't leave again. I promise, Yugao said. I can't even remember why I left in the first place. That's because you're drunk. Yugao laughed and cried at the same time. Say, Naruto, can you hold me for a while longer? I'll hold you all night, if that's what you want. Thanks. Yugao smiled as she sank deeper into Naruto's arms. With her eyes closed, her breathing soon evened out. As she slowly drifted to sleep, she thanked the gods that Naruto had come into her life. She was so grateful. So, great? A month passed and nothing happened. No letters came in, no emissaries appeared, nothing. Tsunade had been so angry that none of the minor villages had even attempted to speak with them that she had thrown her desk out of the window. After tossing her desk through a window, she then sent out emissaries to each hidden village. That had been 1 week ago. They had yet to hear anything back. Naruto and Yugo's relationship had mended. Yugao had apologized multiple times for ignoring him out of guilt. Naruto had only accepted her apology after they spent an entire night making love. Since then, he and Yugao had been together a lot more, not just at home, but also around Konoha. Sometimes Yugito joined them, but she was usually busy helping the Kumo refugees. The integration of the Kumo refugees into the new housing district of Konoha had been successful, though some problems had arisen. Not every Konoha citizen had taken well to these new people. Not every Kumo refugee had been happy with their new houses. Several arguments had broken out, but that was what Yugito was there for. It was her job to help smooth things over. Naruto did what he could to help since, like Yugito, he was something of a bridge between Konoha and Kumo. When an argument broke out, she would usually have him Hiraishin over and lend her a hand. Fortunately, none of the arguments had been serious. Most of them were simple, such as people walking on the wrong side of the street, or, that person bumped into me. Neither he nor Yugito had needed to deal with any serious infractions. Today was Naruto's day off. He wasn't taking any missions, and he didn't want to train since he was trying to rest his body. Yugao was with him as they walked down the street arm in arm. It was a nice day outside, though that didn't mean much since it was almost always nice in Konoha. He and Yugao weren't doing anything particular. They were mostly just spending time together, but she had mentioned that there were some things she wanted to check out in a few stores. Naruto? Yugao suddenly said. Yes? Thank you for agreeing to go shopping with me. Naruto smiled at the woman holding his arm. Think nothing of it. I'm happy I get to spend more time with you. They entered a number of shops, though they didn't buy anything. Usually, the shops they entered were based on whether or not the mannequins displayed in front of the store were wearing something interesting. If something caught Yugo's eye, she would drag him inside, and then find that outfit and try it on. Thus far, she had not found anything truly interesting, though she had tried on several outfits. I forgot to ask, but what exactly are you looking for? Asked Naruto. I was hoping to get a new bathing suit. Is this for a mission? No. Shaking her head, Yugao tightened her arms around his left arm. I was just thinking about how I would like to go with you to the beach sometime, and it would be nice if I had a cute bathing suit to show off to you. Naruto went silent. He allowed Yugao to lead him around. She eventually found another store that she liked in the front display. After traveling down the racks, she grabbed only a single article of clothing, and then lead him to the changing stalls. No peeking. Yugao shut the door before Naruto could comment, which meant he could do nothing but lean against one side of the wall. He crossed his arms and stared at the people inside of the store. They were all women. Of course, he was in a women's store, so it only made sense. Naruto received a few looks of his own, but he ignored them. I'm all done. The door behind him clicked open. How'd I look, Naruto? Naruto turned around, a compliment on the tip of his tongue. It died when he got a good look at Yugao. The bikini that she had chosen was a dark orange. Thin straps made up most of the bikini, while the two small pieces of fabric that covered her breasts were black but had orange flames. Because it was such a small outfit, all of Yugao was laid bare. Her toned stomach glistened slightly in the light, showing off the dips and curves of her abs, and her well-defined arms and legs caught Naruto's attention. You look amazing, Yugao. Naruto gave her a thumbs up. You're unbelievably sexy. Smiling, Yugao said, I'm glad to hear that. We'll add this to the clothes I'm buying. There are just a few more that I would like to try on. Sounds fine with me. Yugao only managed to try on several more bathing suits before Kakashi appeared before them in a swirl of leaves. He looked at Yugao in her orange racing swimsuit, and then he looked at Naruto. He gave Naruto a thumbs up. I'm so proud of you. While Yugao blushed, Naruto grinned. Kakashi-sensei, what's up? Did you need us for something? Kakashi nodded. Hokage-sama has called for a meeting of Jonin. A frown formed on Naruto's face at that sentence. A meeting of Jonin was only called for two reasons. The newly minted genin were going to be getting their Jonin senseis, or there was a crisis of some kind. Since the current students at the academy wouldn't graduate for another 6 months, that meant there was a problem. Tell Tsunade we'll be there shortly. Will do. Kakashi nodded to them both once before disappearing again. Yugao changed into her regular clothes. They bought her bathing suits, and then they went to the Namikaze estate to put it all away. Immediately afterward, Naruto Hiraishined them to the Hokage Tower, directly into the meeting room located several floors below the Hokage's office. A lot of people were already there. Naruto recognized Guy and Kakashi, Kurenai and Asuma, and Genmai. There were still many Jonin who he didn't know, but that was because they had never interacted with each other before. Tsunade was also there, standing in the back, where a small platform had been raised. There was a grave atmosphere about her. Naruto didn't know what was going on, but he could tell that something had happened. "It looks like you're all here so we can start the meeting," Tsunade said. "Several hours ago, 6 of the 22 emissaries I sent out came back with grave news. The hidden villages they were sent to have been wiped out. Everyone down to the last man, woman, and child was brutally killed." Her words caused a stirring among the ninja. No one said anything, though, for they were still ninja, well trained and indoctrinated in when it was and wasn't appropriate to say anything. Naruto looked at the others, noticing their attentive expressions as Tsunade began speaking again. "Another 6 of my emissaries have reported that there is an army of white Zetsu clones coming out from somewhere inside of Mountain's graveyard." Tsunade paused before delivering her bombshell. "Reports claim that several S-ranked shinobi who we know are dead are leading them." Another meeting was called. This one was not a summit meeting, but a war council between nations. That was why Suna and Kiri, along with several minor nations who Konoha's emissaries had managed to contact, gathered their armies and marched to Konoha. Among those gathered, the one who showed up in the most style was, of course, the Land of Spring. Naruto almost sighed as he watched the 10 majestic zeppelins settle down just outside of Konoha. Tethers shot out from the bottom, staking into the ground, and several thousand men and women disembarked from the boarding ramps. Clad in the powerful gray chakra armor, bearing crossbows, swords, and shields, these were Koyuki's recently formed elite army. Among that army were several snow ninja. Of course, he didn't know if they could be called Yuki ninja anymore. However, they still used snow in all of their ninjutsu. The snow was sealed inside several scrolls attached to their thighs. They, too, wore the chakra armor, though theirs appeared more streamlined. The last person to leave the zeppelin that Naruto stood in front of was Koyuki herself. She was not dressed in her standard kimono. Decked in dark gray chakra armor that was fitted underneath a loose purple kimono, carrying a katana at her side, Koyuki looked like a warrior princess. Actually, her current outfit made him think of her Princess Gale role that she so often played in movies. She wasn't alone. Konan, no longer wearing standard ninja garb, was dressed in a thigh-high kimono skirt. She did not wear the chakra armor like everyone else, or more like she couldn't. Chakra armor would mess with her paper ninjutsu. The kimono, a light purple, fluttered as she walked down the ramp. Naruto. Koyuki rushed down the ramp and leapt into Naruto's open arm. She didn't hesitate to capture his lips with her own. Koyuki's kiss was fiery and passionate. It was the kind of kiss that most people didn't normally give in public due to matters of propriety. Koyuki, despite being a daimyo, cared little for such things, at least when it came to their relationship. "It's been a while," Naruto said seconds after Koyuki had thoroughly ravaged his mouth with her tongue. "I'm glad you and Konan are doing well. I wish the circumstances of our meeting were different," Koyuki said, a somewhat bitter smile curling her lips. "It seems we usually only see each other during a major crisis." Koyuki was exaggerating a bit, but her words were not without merit. It was true that they usually saw each other when something bad had happened. Even so, it wasn't like they hadn't seen each other several times since the summit. Naruto made it a point to visit her and Konan when he wasn't busy with his ninja duties or spending time with Yugao and Yugito. "Life sometimes works in strange ways," Naruto said as Konan finished ascending the stairs. He gave her a warm smile that was immediately returned. The kiss they shared was less enthusiastic than Koyuki's, but he didn't think it was any less passionate, especially when she slipped her tongue into his mouth. "You've become a lot less reserved. Is that Koyuki's influence, I wonder?" Konan looked away, but Koyuki grinned and slipped her arms around one of Konan's. Her chest was puffed up as though she was pleased with herself. "You noticed that, did you? I've been working on making her less reserved in public, but she still only acts that way when she doesn't realize that her inhibitions have been lowered. Bring it up and she gets like this." As Koyuki gestured at her, as if emphasizing her point, Konan frowned. "I do not know what you mean." "Right, I'm sure you don't." Koyuki grinned. As several Konoha ninja met up with the Land of Spring's forces and helped them get sorted, Naruto escorted Koyuki and Konan to the meeting hall. As he did, he explained their current situation. Kiri and Suna's forces are already here. Mei and Gaara are in the meeting room with the others. Mifune should be here soon as well. Do we know where that army is? asked Koyuki. Last time we checked, they're still at Mountain's graveyard. They entered the Hokage Tower and walked up a flight of stairs. The meeting room where the war council was being held was on the 3rd floor. When they entered, it was to find Gaara and his siblings, and Mei and her 2 bodyguards, already there. The 3 were sitting around a round table inside of the brightly lit, circular room. While Gaara merely greeted him with a nod, Mei smiled, and then licked her lips as if she wanted to gobble him up. Maybe she's remembering last night. Mei had arrived early yesterday, packed her belongings at Naruto's, and then dragged him and Yugito across Konoha. They had eaten an early dinner and spent the rest of the night in Naruto's bedroom. They didn't get any sleep. Yugito was still sleeping. Mei had exhausted the poor woman last night. There were 8 other people who Naruto had only been introduced to several days ago. They were the leaders of Frost, Claw, and Fang. Sadly, those 3 were the only small villages who had responded to their emissaries. They had come to Konoha after hearing about how Pein destroyed Kusagakure. It seemed they didn't want to be part of the alliance Nagato had created anymore. With each of the 3 leaders were 2 bodyguards. "I'm glad you've arrived, Koyuki," Tsunade said as the daimyo of the Land of Spring took her seat. "Now we only have to wait for Mifune to arrive. Then we can get this meeting started." In that case, a voice began from the entrance, "Please be sure to get this meeting started right now." Mifune walked into the room, 2 samurai walking after him. His calm strides were long and quickly took him to an empty seat. He sat down and leaned back, glancing around the table before turning to Tsunade and nodding. Tsunade nodded back. "Welcome, Mifune. I'm glad to see you could make it. Since you're here, I'll get started." Everyone shifted in their seats to get comfortable. Naruto, who, due to not being a kage or daimyo, moved to stand beside Jiraiya, who was behind Tsunade. They shared a nod of greeting but didn't speak. The meeting was starting and neither wanted to disrupt it. "I'll start from the beginning," Tsunade started. "Exactly 1 week ago, we received reports of white Zetas clones gathering around the mountain's graveyard. For those of you who are unfamiliar, Zetsu is a member of Akatsuki. He looks like a man with a Venus flytrap on his head. Half of him is black, and the other half is white. We've learned recently that he can split himself in half and has several thousand clones of him that are capable of fighting. The clones are indistinguishable from the real thing, and they have the ability to mimic a person's chakra signature." Tsunade coughed into her hand. "In either event, the white Zetsus are gathering. We can only conclude that their purpose is to begin a war. That, or they're trying to goad us into a war. Any actions we take will end with war anyway, so we've decided that joining forces to fight against this threat is the best option possible." Tsunade finally sat down and, to the surprise of Naruto, Gaara stood up. He looked at everyone in the room, making eye contact with each person. Then, and only then, did he begin speaking. "We've been analyzing the enemy's movements for several days now, thanks to Koyuki lending us one of her newest zeppelins. From their movements, we can determine that they are going to attack by 2 methods." Gaara pressed a button on the table and, with a soft flicker, a light shot from a projector onto the wall. Everyone turned to look at the wall, which now had a light projected map illuminated on it. It was a map of the elemental nations. Several sections were circled in red ink, while several others were marked by arrows in blue ink. First, their main contingent is going to cross through the mountain's graveyard and make their way south toward the Land of Fire. This means cutting through the Land of Iron. Mountain's graveyard was located on the tip of the peninsula for the Land of Iron. However, it was also blocked off by a deep ravine. The map being displayed was topographical, so it mostly showed shifts in elevation. Mountain's graveyard was at a lower elevation than the Land of Iron everywhere except for the mountains that dotted that particular region. "We also believe they will split up their main forces and try to attack us from 3 different locations." As he continued, Gaara pointed to the blue arrows traveling toward Takigakure and Otogakure. "We've predicted that their plan is to attack from 3 separate directions, and have those directions converge on our army." "Isn't all that just speculation, though?" asked a man with a sharp, pointed mustache. Naruto knew him as Metsuki Nanashi, the leader of the Land of Fangs. "It is." Gaara nodded. "However, it is also the method of attack that makes the most sense. By splitting up their forces like this, they make it impossible for us to destroy them in one fell swoop." "What do you mean by that?" asked Kimura Natsuki, a young and brash lord with blonde hair and purple eyes. He was the recently minted leader of Land of Frost. I'm talking about the Hiraishin, of course. At Gaara's words, everyone turned to Naruto, who felt like he was suddenly being placed under a microscope. Everyone knows that the Hiraishin is the single greatest threat to any army. With it, Naruto can decimate thousands of people in the blink of an eye. I'm sure Madara has taken this into account as well. Kimura withdrew into his seat, grumbling only a little at being so thoroughly upstage. Naruto didn't pay any more attention to the young man. Then wouldn't it make more sense for Madara to engage Naruto in single combat? Asked Mifune. It would, Gaara said. And we're not discounting the possibility. However, the two of them have already fought and Naruto forced Madara to retreat. Unless he has a secret weapon up his sleeve, a one-on-one battle with Naruto wouldn't benefit him. Once again, the looks he received were annoying, especially when Mei and Koyuki started giggling into their hands. It was weird. When he was younger, he would have loved receiving the looks of awe these people were giving him. Now he just wanted to punch these people in the face. I wouldn't put it past Madara to have some kind of secret weapon for dealing with Naruto, Tsunade said. If he really is the man who fought against my grandfather, then there's a strong chance that he has something up his sleeve. And that's why part of our plan involves having Naruto confront him, Gaara said, finally getting to the main point of this meeting. Our plan is to have 3 regiments that will engage the enemy forces, while 1 regiment stands back in case of a surprise attack. Each regiment will be commanded by myself, Tsunade, and Mei. Furthermore, each battalion will be commanded by officers of our choosing. As far as strategies went, this one was very basic. Naruto didn't think that was a bad thing. If there was something he had learned during the war in Kiri against Yagura, it was that simple strategies were the best. The more complex the strategy, the more maneuvers required, the harder it was to change when something unexpected occurred. While our regiments are engaging the enemy, Naruto will take a small squadron and use one of Koyuki's zeppelins to launch a surprise attack on the enemy's stronghold, Gaara finished. Are there any questions? Several questions were asked, mostly to clarify points on battalion movements and small-scale engagements. Naruto didn't pay much attention. He thought about his own role, attacking the enemy stronghold with a small squadron. He would have to pick his squadron carefully. This mission would probably be even more dangerous than the large-scale battle between the two armies. There is one more thing I believe we should clarify, Mei intruded into the conversation. Since we're now an alliance, don't you think we should create a uniform to show our unification? At the very least, I believe we should have a headband to show that we're now one. I actually thought this might come up, Koyuki said suddenly. She stood up in her seat and smiled at everyone. That's why I've taken it upon myself to officially design a new shinobi uniform. Her grin widened. I think all of you will like it. The outfit that Koyuki had made was, indeed, pretty good. The tan vest was reminiscent to the ones used in Suna, but it was made in the style found in Kiri. Underneath the vest was a blue shirt and blue pants that were traditional of Konoha. The vest itself was chakra armor. It must have cost a fortune. The final touch was the headband, which had the kanji for shinobi on the headplate. Koyuki said that, since they were all ninja, their symbol should be something to signify this. Preparations for the war began immediately after the war council. Mei had been put in charge of the shinobi's overall forces. With her at the head, the villages combined their forces into a single unit and began the process of creating a collaborated front known as the Allied Shinobi Forces. Not everyone seemed to like this idea, and there were several fights that broke out during the integration process. However, Naruto, Mei, Gaara, and Tsunade all worked hard to resolve these conflicts. To further help resolve issues brought about by people of different nations working together, Gaara created a group comprised of Hinata, Chojuro, Tamari, and a ninja from the land of Claw named Takaki. Their job was to unbiasedly resolve any conflict that might arise. Much of the preparation involved dealing with logistics. The Allied shinobi forces needed to take stock of and order their supplies. Thanks to Koyuki's zeppelins, which could traverse the elemental nations in several hours, they were able to easily transport all the supplies they needed, but creating a list that combined all of the supplies they had was difficult. That was why the task had been left up to Shikamaru, who had muttered a loud troublesome before getting to work. Yugito, Samui, Ao, Kankuro, Hiyashi, and Mifune had been named battalion leaders. They were going to work under Mei, Gaara, and Tsunade. Their role was going to be leading each battalion while the 3 regiment leaders directed their respective forces. Each battalion consisted of 5,000 troops. With 6 battalions in total, not including the one being kept in the rear, that made for 30,000 ninja. Underneath each battalion was further divided into 2 contingents of 2,500 ninja, which was divided even further into legions, and then units, followed lastly by squadrons. This was done to create a stable chain of command. The idea had been Shikamaru's who, on top of being placed in charge of logistics, was also acting as Maid Terumi's military advisor. Naruto had very little to do with the overall forces. His job was separate from the others. While they would fight a large-scale battle, he, along with 2 squads of 4, would travel to Mountain's graveyard and destroy the Akatsuki's stronghold. Even if destroying the stronghold didn't stop the war, it should damage the Akatsuki's forces. Of course, Naruto's main task was not destroying the stronghold, but finding and killing Madara Uchiha. For this mission, Naruto had selected 7 other people to accompany him: Neji, Konan, Yugao, Tenten, Rock Lee, Sakura, and Kakashi. Since they were going in as 2 squads, he was leaving Kakashi in charge of Sakura, Rock Lee, and Tenten. Meanwhile, Naruto would be going with Konan, Yugao, and Neji. While their goals in this were the same, they were going to be going about it in different ways. That was why, 1 week before their forces would move out, Naruto had gathered the 2 squadrons that would be going with him. They stood inside of the Zeppelin they would be using. The room, a large space made of metal and wood, had been cleared of everything except for a round table, which sat in the center. Several circular windows on one end gave them a glimpse of the world outside. Naruto and the other 7 stood around the table. Resting on top was a map of Mountain's graveyard. The paper, new parchment with very few wrinkles, made crinkling sounds as Naruto smoothed it out. Because there are no flat plains around Mountain Graveyard, we'll be dropping out from the Zeppelin while it's in flight. Koyuki has prepared hang glider packs for us. We'll be practicing aerial maneuvers today and tomorrow to prepare for the operation. Is it too late to admit that I'm afraid of heights? Asked Tenten, raising her hand. Yes, it is, Naruto said. I selected you for this task specifically because of your ability to use every kind of weapon and your sealing scrolls. Should we run into a small army or something, I'll need you to unleash my kunai. No one can do that but you. Fine, Tenten muttered, looking away. I'll do it, just don't expect much since I'll probably be too busy throwing up. Do not worry, Tenten. Rock Lee gave her a thumbs up. If you get sick, then I will carry you on my back. Tenten sighed. Well, thanks for that. I guess I'll be counting on you then. Yosh, perhaps we should continue, Neji said. Naruto, have you planned what we should do once we're in Mountain's graveyard? Naruto nodded. I have. We'll be splitting up into 2 teams. One team's job will be to find where the white Zetsu clones are being manufactured and destroy it. I am not sure I understand. Rock Lee scratched his head. What do you mean by manufactured? Sakura? Kakashi gestured for her. Coughing into her hand, Sakura said, the white Zetsu clones are not real people. After doing a thorough analysis of several white Zetsus, we've discovered that they're actually artificially created beings. Each white Zetsu is identical, and they all have the same genetic makeup. This leads me to believe that they're being manufactured in secret somewhere. As Sakura took a step back, Naruto began talking again. There are only a few places where the white Zetas could have been created. Out of all those places, the Mountain's graveyard is the only one that hasn't been thoroughly explored. What's more, the army couldn't have traveled there without alerting the Land of Iron. They could have gone by sea, Neji interjected. Then we would have received reports of a large armada sailing through the ocean, Naruto countered. In order to reach the Mountain's graveyard by sea, you have to pass by the Land of Spring. The white Zetsus showed up a month ago. Koyuki has been having Zeppelins travel across the ocean for over 2 months. It would have been impossible for them to miss an armada the size of the white Zetsu army, which at last check, numbered over 100,000. Smiling in a way that said he was satisfied, Neji said, you bring up a good point. So, let's say the white Zetsus are being created in Mountain's graveyard. There is still a lot of land that we must cover. Do you think 2 squads will be enough? They will be for what I have planned, Naruto said. We're not going in blind. Before we drop ourselves off, I plan on creating 1,000 shadow clones to explore Mountain's graveyard. With that many clones, it shouldn't take more than an hour to locate the entrance to Madara's hideout. Neji nodded and backed down. Everyone else around the table had been silent until now. Konan stood beside him without speaking. She seemed to be preparing herself for the upcoming mission. Kakashi was reading his book, but Naruto didn't doubt that he was listening to every word said. Consequently, Sakura was glaring at Kakashi for reading smut in her presence. Tenten, Rock Lee, and Yugao also seemed relatively calm. Well, Yugao and Tenten did. Rock Lee was, "Yosh, this is so exciting. It has been far too long since you and I have gone on a mission together, Naruto." "Yeah, it has been a long time, hasn't it? I am so excited. Now you and I can finally revel in the passionate flames of our youth." Come, Naruto, let us begin practicing with those hang gliders. I shall master using them in 1 hour, and if I cannot do that, then I shall do 1,000 push-ups on my thumbs. And if I cannot do that, as Rock Lee began listing challenges that he would do if he failed to master the hang gliders in a single hour, Naruto turned to Tenten and Neji. They both just gave him resigned sighs. It seemed not even the test of time could extinguish Rock Lee's enthusiasm. 1 week of training was enough for almost everyone to become at least semi-competent with the hang gliders, everyone except Tenten. That girl, no matter how much she tried, could barely get herself to jump out of the Zeppelin. In fact, Naruto and Neji had taken turns pushing the girl out. Their hopes that a trial by fire training method would help went up in flames before it could even begin. Tenten and Sakura had beaten the snot out of them. Since Tenten couldn't use the hang glider, she would be traveling with Konan. As an S-ranked paper ninjutsu user, Konan could create wings to fly with. The paper wings, hardened by chakra, were enough that she could carry Tenten's weight along with her own. He just hoped it wouldn't hamper her maneuverability. He didn't know if Madara had any long-range attacks that could be used to shoot them down, but he wanted to be on the safe side. After their last day of training, which consisted of them practicing aerial drop formations, Naruto, Konan, and Yugao returned home. As they entered the door, footsteps echoed from ahead. Yugito, dressed only in a pair of white shirts and cotton panties, walked into the entrance hall. "You three have finally come back," she said. "Hey, Yugi," Naruto greeted. Konan and Yugao also gave her their greetings. "Mei and Koyuki are in the hot spring," Yugito informed them. "I told them to wait until you three came back, but they said they couldn't wait." Konan sighed. "Those two are like peas in a pod. They're definitely on the same wavelength," Yugao agreed. "Well, we should join them, then," Naruto said. "What about dinner?" asked Yugito. "I'll have a clone make it." Everyone agreed that this was the best course of action, naturally, because it meant none of them had to cook. As ninja they were trained in the basics. They could cook. However, none of them actually enjoyed it. After stripping down and folding up their clothes, Naruto and the girls wandered into the hot spring. It wasn't an open-air hot spring. They couldn't do that since Jiraiya could peek on them. Even so, the hot spring was large enough to easily fit 50 people. There were 2 pools, one that appeared man-made, and another that was built to look like a lagoon, with trees, plants, and boulders sticking up from the surface. Naruto and the girls almost always chose the lagoon. "It's been a while since all of us have gotten together," Mei said as she leaned back against a sloped boulder. Naruto eyed her breasts, which bobbed up and down with the water. "Right? I don't think all of us have been in one place since." Koyuki tilted her head. 5 months ago, I think. That reminds me, the last time all 5 of us stayed here, didn't we get really drunk?" asked Yugito. She crossed her arms under breasts. As they were squished together, a small pool formed in the valley between her breasts. "We did." Mei grinned and, leaning into Yugito, she gently wrapped her arms around the other woman and placed nibbled on the Jinchuriki's ear. "As I recall, the 6 of us had a lot of fun together. 24 hours of it." Yugito's face was already red from the heat, but Naruto and the others were able to see her skin become an even darker hue. Her skin grew even darker when a moan passed through her lips. "You shouldn't bring up the past like that," Yugito snapped. "Why? Because you're embarrassing her," Konan said in a calm demeanor. Isn't that the whole point?" Mei asked. "Don't you think Yugito is cute when she's embarrassed?" Koyuki cupped her chin and, with a feigned thoughtful hum, slowly nodded her head. "She is pretty cute when her face lights up like that." Hey, Yugito shouted, but I think Conan's the cutest when embarrassed. Koyuki finished, slipping behind Conan and fondling her breasts. What are you? Besides, check these things out. Aren't they amazing? Koyuki flicked Conan's nipples with the kind of skill that could only come from hours of practice. Her breasts are so big and sensitive. Even the softest touch makes them hard. That's not something you're supposed to tell others. Conan stuttered as she tried to get Koyuki off of her. It was to no avail. Most of her strength was leaving thanks to Koyuki's ministrations. You think that's amazing? Look at this. Mei quickly pulled Yugito's arms away from her chest and hefted up her left breast. These might be smaller than average, don't call my breast small. But what they lack in size, they make up for in shape, Mei continued before flicking Yugito's nipples. The Jinchuriki squealed. Also, they're a lot more sensitive than anyone else's, and when you suck on them, they… Naruto sat on the sidelines and Koyuki and Mei bragged about Conan and Yugito's breasts, with each woman trying to one-up the other. Sadly, this meant Conan and Yugito were subject to some pretty erotic stuff. It even got to the point where Mei cupped Yugito's crotch, causing the blonde woman's back to arch as she cried out. I'm not even sure what they're trying to prove anymore, Naruto said to himself. Me neither, Yugao admitted. Unlike the others, she was not getting involved. A small tray floated in front of her, and she drank sake from a small saucer. I think they're just having fun embarrassing those two. You're probably right, Naruto agreed. Are you feeling okay? Yugao asked as she poured him a saucer of sake. You seem to be lost in thought. I'm fine. Naruto accepted the saucer with a grateful smile. Despite saying that he was fine, the truth was that Naruto was deep in thought about the upcoming war. He was worried about what could happen. The last war that he had been in was short, consisting of no more than a few battles before he finished off Yagura. He didn't know if the battle with Pein could count, since that had only lasted a few months. This time he would be going up against someone far stronger, and, if Mei was to be believed, the man they were going to be fighting might be the reason Yagura became a monster in the first place. He didn't say anything about his worries. They had a strict no-work policy when at home. The home was a place to relax, to recover from the stress of work, not to bring up work-related issues. I suppose we can't just talk about whatever we want to hear, can we? Yugao said, smiling as though she understood what he was getting at. He smiled back. That's right. For now, let's just relax and leave tomorrow's worries for tomorrow. He and Yugao clinked their glasses together, but before they could take a drink, Yugito and Conan judo tossed Mei and Koyuki into the water. The large splash their actions kicked up caused water to splash all over him and Yugao. Naturally, the sake was washed away. Oh, that does it, Yugao muttered as she and Naruto stood up. A three-way battle took place between Koyuki and Mei, Yugito and Conan, and Naruto and Yugao. There was no telling who won, since the battle ended in an orgy. That night, the six of them slept like rocks. Tomorrow they would go to war, but for the moment, all was peaceful. The army had assembled. Gaara, Tsunade, Mifune, and Mei stood in front of 30,000 ninja, all of whom were primed and ready to battle. Their matching uniforms made them look like a sea of browns and greens. Their headbands glinted in the sunlight. Despite being from different villages, all of them were standing together for a single purpose. Because they were on an elevated platform, built specifically for the purpose of this conversation, Naruto could see everyone. The entire sea of people lay before them. He stood behind the three cages, along with the village leaders of Claw, Frost, and Fang. Koyuki was also standing with him. He noticed, almost absently, that the three village leaders were staring at him and Koyuki. More specifically, they were looking at his and Koyuki's hands, which were laced together. He ignored them. Instead, he looked at the crowd of gathered shinobi. Despite wearing the same clothes, it was clear that many of these people could tell who was from what nation. Naruto could see the arguments breaking out. He didn't know what was being said, not even his hearing was that good, but it hardly mattered. The malcontent wafting from these people was suffocating. It was, perhaps, a very good thing that Gaara was the one who had become the chief in command. With his Sand's ability to create eyes, he could see the fights, and he could stop them. Sand exploded between the people who were arguing. It stopped everyone dead in their tracks. They all looked at where the sand had exploded, which even now blew away on the wind. In this silence, Gaara spoke. For decades now, the shinobi world has been at war. During the first, second, and third Shinobi wars, our villages fought, killed, and brutalized each other without mercy. It's only natural that many of us would still harbor a great deal of hatred for each other. It's natural for people who have been enemies for so long to distrust each other. Gaara's become quite the orator. Naruto couldn't help but be impressed. Composed and calm, Gaara spoke in a clear voice that reached everyone down below. I understand where all of you are coming from because I was just like you once, Gaara continued, spreading his arms wide. Because of the wars between shinobi nations, I was created, brought into this world, and trained to become a weapon. I hated this world. I hated the people in it. More than anything else, I wanted to kill everyone. Gaara paused. Everyone standing before them had gone quiet. Not a word was spoken. Naruto almost ruined the moment by chuckling. Gaara had these people by the balls. My best friend saved me from that hellish fate, Gaara announced. He wasn't a fellow Suna shinobi. He was an enemy, someone who by all rights should have hated me, but he didn't. After our battle, he told me that he understood me, that he wanted to help me. Despite the fact that I was his enemy, despite how my presence had hurt his village, he saved me from the hellish nightmare that I had been living. Gaara turned his head and caught Naruto's eyes. There was an almost unnoticeable smile on the other redhead's face. Naruto smiled back. Years ago, he had once thought of Sasuke as his best friend, but he knew now that their friendship had been one-sided. Ever since he and Gaara hit it off, the Cage had been like a brother to him. Gaara had even once offered to have him marry Temari so they could become family. While all of us have fought and hurt each other at some point, there is someone who has hurt us even more. Akatsuki has hurt all of us. They've manipulated our people, destroyed our villages, and killed our ninja. If we let them do as they want, our friends and family will suffer. That is why we must work together. Even as we speak, an enemy that's 100,000 strong is coming to crush us. A single village cannot hope to stand against them, but together we can win. That is why I am asking you now. Gaara bowed his head. Please work together, work with me to end the threat that all of us are now facing. The silence that had descended upon the gathering army was almost deafening. It was like everyone was so afraid of breaking it that they had forgotten how to breathe. Naruto stared at Gaara's back, remembering the time when his friend had been a psychotic killing machine. He knew that his fellow Jinchuriki had come far, but at the same time, hearing this speech, feeling the heartfelt emotions pouring out from him, it really hit home. Gaara had changed so much from the young boy who once thought of himself as a monster. Somewhere in the front, a person began clapping. Gaara blinked. Naruto blinked. One by one, the clapping grew louder, until, like a storm overtaking a small village, the clapping echoed across the entire clearing with a sound reminiscent of thunder. Chants could be heard mixed in with the claps. Cheers rang out. Naruto couldn't tell who was saying what, but the feelings coming from everyone was undeniable. They were united as one. Everyone had their marching orders, and they would soon be moving out. The three regiments would travel together until they reached the Land of Fire's capital. Then they would branch off, going their separate ways to fight their separate battles. One regiment, a fourth, would remain behind at the capital. Their job was to provide backup should it be required. All four regiments would be kept in constant contact with each other via the intelligence division of the Allied Shinobi forces, who were being led by Inoichi Yamanaka. The intelligence division was in charge of keeping a communication line going. They did this with chakra transmission devices, which were much more reliable than radio transmissions. Naruto and his team would not be part of that chain of communication. They were going into the heart of enemy territory. What's more, their opponent was Madara Uchiha. The chances of that man picking up chakra transmissions was, while seemingly inconceivable, not wholly impossible. In short, he and his team were going in blind. It's a good thing I can Hiraishin everyone to safety if need be. Standing next to the boarding ramp, Naruto looked at Gaara, Mei, Tsunade, and the few others who were seeing him off. He had already exchanged several kisses. His lips were swollen, but he couldn't really complain about that. Good luck, Naruto. Gaara extended his hand. I hope that the next time we meet, it will be after our inevitable victory. Naruto grinned and took Gaara's hand. Of course it will be. Who the hell do you take me for? Madara won't know what hit him. Gaara's smile, while not large, had a genuineness to it. I'm sure of it. If you're the one fighting him, then his days are already numbered. After Gaara's goodbye came Jiraiya's. He hopped around with a goofy grin and slapped Naruto on the shoulder. The sleeve of his missing arm wiggled. It was disturbing. "Welp, I'll be seeing you in a few days, brat. Try not to miss me too much while you're out on your mission to save the world." "Who'd miss a perverted old bastard like you? How harsh. That's no way to speak to your sensei." After glaring at each other for several seconds, the two broke into similar smiles. Jiraiya pulled Naruto into a hug. "Be careful. I know you're strong, but so is Madara. He's bound to have some tricks up his sleeve." "I know. I'll be careful. Don't worry." The last person to give him a goodbye was Tsunade. She didn't even say anything at first. She just pulled him into a bone-crushing hug. Naruto could actually feel his bones snapping from the strength of her grip. "You be careful, okay, brat? Alright, don't be too reckless. Oh, okay? And promise me you'll look after yourself. See, can't breath." "Oh, sorry." Tsunade let go of Naruto and stepped back. He glared at her, though there was no heat behind it. If he was honest with himself, Naruto did not want this moment to end. He wanted to stop time, to separate this moment from reality and remain there for an eternity, like this, with some of the people who mattered most. Time waited for no one, however, and so with a final wave and a grin, Naruto went up the boarding ramp. He walked down the hall, his feet thunking against the wooden floor. He went up a flight of stairs. The last stairway opened into a large room. His companions were there. They greeted him with a smile, or an eye smile, as the case was with Kakashi, and he returned their greetings with a bright grin before walking to the edge of a platform. Down below, sitting dutifully at their stations, was the bridge crew charged with piloting this Zeppelin. Naruto turned around. "Is everybody ready?" He received a chorus of affirmatives and, with an ever-broadening grin, he turned around and pointed at the glass window several meters in front of him. "Then let's go," he commanded as Yugito and Yugao came to stand on either side of him. "It's time for our mission, the one that will help end the war. And bring peace to this land," he said, though not out loud. As the Zeppelin lifted off, Naruto wondered what would wait him and the others in Mountain's graveyard. Danger, certainly. An enemy of unknown strength, definitely. Even so, Naruto wasn't afraid. He had his friends standing beside him, two of the women he'd pledged himself to next to him, and an entire army standing at his back. With these factors, there was simply no way he could lose. "Watch out, Madara. Your time has come." Chapter 34. Gaara stood near the northwestern coast of the Land of Lightning, which was where they had predicted the White Zetsu army would come from. They couldn't go through the Land of Iron because it was heavily guarded by that nation's samurai. Because they were on the peninsula of the Land of Iron, it meant they would have to travel by sea, and since Kumogakure had been annihilated, it was the safest route for them to take. "Commander Gaara," a shinobi called out to him. He was standing near the chakra transmission communication device. Another shinobi was attached to the device, his face hidden by a helmet. Gaara walked over to them. "What is it?" "The 1st and 2nd Divisions have engaged the enemy," the shinobi reported. "What is the size of the enemy force?" "Smaller than we expected," the shinobi said. "Reports indicate that only a small force of about 20,000 is attacking our forces." Feeling the frown on his face, Gaara contemplated this baffling information. 20,000 troops wasn't large, especially when compared to the 100,000 that they had estimated the enemy to possess. That amount also wouldn't be sufficient to contend with the 40,000 that had been dispatched to deal with them. A feint? This could be a feint, but if that was the case, then where would the real attack come from? There were three possibilities, provided this was, indeed, a feint. They could attack somewhere else, they could launch a surprise attack, or this could be a feint to lure the 1st and 2nd Divisions into a false sense of security and overwhelm them when they grew overconfident. Mei is currently guarding all of the feudal lords with a contingent of elite ninja. We have 2 divisions available for backup, including my own 4th division. I think we'll be fine for now. Have our forces keep an eye out for anything unusual, Gaara commanded. Report to me the moment something happens that's outside of our predictions. With Shikamaru in charge of planning out their engagement, they had created numerous predictions on how this battle would go. Since it was such a large-scale conflict, even Shikamaru, whose genius was known to everyone, couldn't predict everything, especially since they had so little information on their enemy's true battle strength. However, Shikamaru had predicted that something would happen that was outside of their current ability to deal with. Once they found it, they could inform Shikamaru, who would create a counter-strategy. From where he stood, Gaara could not see the conflicts currently taking place. As the supreme leader of the allied shinobi forces, his biggest role was to lead the entire army, not just his own 4th Division. It galled him to be left waiting on the sidelines, but there was little he could do. Gaara had learned from being case cage. Sometimes the most important role a person could take wasn't on the front lines, but in the back supporting his people. He still wished he could fight alongside his companions. Supreme Commander. The shinobi wearing the helmet attached to the communication device shouted suddenly. A new report just came in. Our forces on the beach are being attacked by Deidara, Hisashi Hyuga, Dan Kato, Kakazu, and the Gold and Silver Brothers, Ginkaku and Kinkaku. What? Gaara couldn't contain his shock. He didn't know many of those shinobi, but he knew at least one of them. However, Deidara, the one who had tried to kidnap him, was dead. Our forces in the Land of Hot Water have reported that they're currently engaged in battle with the 7 Swordsmen of the Mist. The shinobi shouted again. Gaara bit his lip. The 7 Swordsmen of the Mist. Even he knew of them. They were the strongest, most elite force to have come from Kirigakure. However, it was inconceivable that they were fighting his forces. The only current member of the 7 Swordsmen alive today was Chojuro. Update from the 5th Division. The shinobi shouted again. We have engaged the enemy. Forces consist of Hanzo, Kimimaro, Chukichi, and Ibuse. It bothered Gaara that he could become even more shocked. Kimimaro? Gaara had fought and defeated Kimimaro when he was still a genin. He remembered that battle, in which he had rescued Rock Lee. Kimimaro had died after succumbing to an illness during their fight. He shouldn't even be alive, much less fighting. What is going on here? Gaara asked himself. Unfortunately, he wouldn't receive an answer. Naruto stood on the bridge of the Zeppelin along with his team. They were above Mountain's graveyard, circling around it. From the glass window, he could see the ground below, a thick forest with numerous giant bones jutting up from the vast floral region like stakes. Even from this distance, he could make out several giant bones that looked like rib cages. There were also a lot of mountains in this area. One of these mountains was no doubt where Akatsuki had stationed their base. Captain Naruto, the pilot, a young woman, called out to him. The air currents have stabilized. You and your team are free to begin the operation. Thank you. Naruto turned to the other 7, Neji, Konan, Yugao, Tenten, Rock Lee, Sakura, and Kakashi. You heard the lady. Let's suit up and get out of here. You seem awfully excited, Sakura commented as they all left the bridge and headed for the emergency exit. Of course, Naruto responded, leading the others down the hallway. The bridge was on the bottom floor, so they didn't need to take any stairs. I've discovered a love for hang gliding. After we finish kicking ass, I think I'll go somewhere with the girls, and we'll try this out for fun. Sakura wrinkled her nose at his mention of the girls. She didn't approve of polygamy. Fortunately, what she thought didn't really matter, and Yugao, who happened to be one of those girls, smiled as she walked beside him. I think that's a good idea, she said. Koyuki will love it. She'd definitely love it, Konan added. She's almost as daring as you are. Naruto grinned. That's Koyuki for you. Is it just me, Tenten began, or has Naruto become a major player? It's not just you, Neji said with a straight face. Yosh. Naruto-kun's flames of youth have exploded. Rock Lee shouted. Kakashi just giggled perversely. The emergency exit hatch was located in the back of the Zeppelin, in a large room that had bolted down benches on either side. The room was a lot longer than it was wide. With their heavy footfalls echoed against the wooden floor, Naruto and the other 7 walked up to their hang gliders, which hung from racks on the ceiling. Naruto pulled his hang glider down and hooked himself up to it. He didn't know if these could be called hang gliders. They weren't like the ones traditionally used by most people. The Land of Spring hang glider was basically just a backpack that they strapped to their backs. By pressing a button attached to the chest strap, a pair of wings shot from the backpack. They just called it a hang glider because they couldn't think of anything better to call it. Pressing a large button next to the emergency hatch, Naruto took a step back as a loud, shrill whistling reached his ears. The fierce howling of wind echoed throughout the room. A slight pressure was pulling on him, but he held firm and looked at everyone. Are you all ready? He asked. Everyone except Tenten gave him a loud, yes. Is it too late for me to turn back? she asked. Yes, Naruto said. Tenten's shoulders slumped. Figures. Since Naruto was in charge, he led the way out, leaping from the exit hatch and activating his wings. The air whistled around him. His hair was whipped about. The air was cool from this high up, and it stung his eyes enough that they began to water. Behind him, one by one, the other 7 members of his team leapt out of the hatch and extended their wings. They all formed up behind him in an arrow formation, except for Tenten, who was wobbling all over the place. Naruto sighed and, channeling wind chakra, he forcibly nudged her into the right path, 2 meters to the left of and slightly behind Rock Lee. While soaring through the air, Naruto looked at the ground below, searching for the best spot for them to land. Since the forest was so dense, there were few places they could reach without crashing into the trees. The most ideal location would be near one of the large bones. The greenery looked less dense there. They could also land near a mountain, but since he didn't know which mountain Akatsuki was located in, he didn't think that would be a good idea. Hand gesturing, Naruto directed his 2 teams to follow him, and then soared down toward the largest set of bones in the area. It was the giant ribcage that he'd seen from afar. There was a small patch of forestless land next to it. While this could mean that it had been purposely left there by Akatsuki, and therefore they might be walking into a trap, it was also the only place they could reasonably land without getting stuck in a tree. As the squadron of ninja descended, Tenten pulled out one of her scrolls and activated it. Her hands shook. Naruto kept her steady using wind chakra as several hundred tri-pronged kunai shot from within the scroll and disappeared into the dense foliage. The goal in launching his kunai everywhere was to give them a means of moving through the area at a quick speed. If they ran into trouble, Naruto could just use Hiraishin to get them out of trouble by randomly traveling to one of the kunai. It wasn't long before the ground became much closer. Naruto circled the patch of clear ground several times, checking to see if there were any traps lying in store. He couldn't see anything. He also couldn't sense any chakra emission or killing intent. That didn't mean much. However, it wasn't like they could just stay in the air either. He made another gesture with his hand, directing everyone to follow him as he oriented himself toward the ground and descended faster than before. He soared past one of the large ribs. Having never seen anything like it, Naruto wondered what sort of creature it was from. Then he was moving past it, getting closer to the ground. 5 meters, 2 meters, 1 meter. Naruto's feet struck solid ground. He reinforced himself with chakra, skidding along the ground as he slowed down. The other 7 followed him. Yugao and Konan landed first, followed by Rock Lee and Neji, and then Tenten and Kakashi, with Sakura coming down last. Naruto took a moment to confirm that everyone was okay before nodding to himself. All right, let's get started, he said. Kakashi, Neji, Sakura, go set up perimeter seals around this area. Konan and Yugao, I want you to climb up one of these bones and be our eyes in the sky. Tenten and Rock Lee, stick with me. Yosh, Rock Lee shouted with a salute. I'll stick around so long as you don't make me fly again, Tenten said. Naruto smiled. No promises. Since he'd given everyone their duties, Naruto started his own task. He made his infamous cross-hand seal and created a dozen clones, which quickly scattered. Then he waited for 60 seconds before created another dozen. He did this several times, spacing out each batch by 60 seconds. After he was done, he sat down and waited. With luck, it wouldn't be long before one of his clones found Akatsuki's hidden base. The battle had begun. He didn't know how it was going, since he had yet to join the battle, but it didn't matter. This was the preliminary engagement. So long as his forces didn't lose too much, even defeat was acceptable. All his forces needed to do right now was weaken the allied Shinobi nation's army so he could use his trump card. Besides, my prey is already coming here. Victory would not be determined by which army won, but by whether or not Madara acquired the remaining Jinchuriki. Nothing mattered except for that. Madara stood in the epicenter of his base. Situated in the center of the room was a massive tree, which was further surrounded by large walls that connected it to the floor above. It was from this tree that the white Zetsus were being born. The process was still slow. He was using old Hashirama cells to create the white Zetsus. It was thanks to this tree that he had been able to build his army of 100,000 strong within the last several decades. He was not alone. A girl stood next to him, her red hair vibrant and marking her as a member of the Uzumaki clan. Both of her eyes looked different. One was red with multiple tomos. The other was purple and had rings in it. "Toby," a voice said from behind him. Madara grimaced as he turned around. The person standing before him had pale skin that was mostly hidden by a large black cloak. What little he could see of the man's skin was not just chalk white, it was covered in scales. Reptilian. Like a snake. Vibrant yellow snake eyes stared at him from within the hood and a wide smile was stretched across the man's face. "Kabuto, how are things proceeding?" He did not trust Kabuto, but so long as this man proved useful, Madara would continue to use him. That said, he was sure that Kabuto had his own agenda. Once his goal had been met, he would probably have to kill Kabuto before he was betrayed. "Our forces have engaged the allied shinobi nations," Kabuto said. "I've sent out most of our reanimated shinobi to take charge of the battle. I'm sure our enemies will figure out a countermeasure eventually, but they should do a good job of keeping our forces from being defeated for at least a few days." Good. Summoning. Impure world reincarnation was a technique that revived the dead and turned them into slaves. The jutsu was originally created by Tobirama and further enhanced by Orochimaru. Kabuto had taken the technique and supposedly improved it. Madara didn't know much about the jutsu, but he couldn't deny that it was a fearsome technique. "Also, a team of ninja have arrived at Mountain's graveyard," Kabuto continued. "Naruto-kun is with them." "Is that so?" Madara mumbled. Standing beside him, the girl, Karen, shifted. He had already expected Naruto to take the fight to him. He wouldn't stand around and let himself be attacked. "Better to strike first. Send your reanimated shinobi out," Madara ordered. "We'll have Nagato and Itachi deal with Naruto's friends." "Very well." Kabuto bowed low, mockingly so. Madara pretended to ignore the disrespect as Kabuto turned around and left. "Madara?" Karen began. "Do not worry," Madara said. "You will get your chance to destroy Naruto Namikaze." Karen nodded and grew silent again. Behind his mask, Madara smiled. Everything was going according to plan. Naruto frowned as something tickled his brain, like an itch except inside of his head. Several of his clones had been dispelled, killed, though he didn't know who had done them in. All he could get was a sense of vertigo followed by death. That meant they had likely been placed under a genjutsu before being killed. Several more clones dispelled. Standing up, Naruto looked in the direction that his clones were being destroyed. Even as he turned, another team of clones were killed, then another, and another. Someone was killing his clones at a quick rate. What's more, the clones couldn't see them. "Whoever is killing my clones is definitely an S-rank ninja. Even if they only have a portion of my chakra, they are still me." "Everyone, get ready," Naruto said. "Someone is killing my clones and they are coming this way." Everyone tensed. Tenten unsealed a pair of swords. Neji activated his Byakugan, and Rock Lee pounded his fists together. Up above them, Konan and Yugao remained on standby, looking in the direction Naruto indicated. It didn't look like they could see anything. The forest was too thick. "Did your clones get a glimpse of the enemy before they died?" asked Kakashi, putting his book away and pocketing it. Beside him, Sakura tightened her combat gloves. Naruto shook his head. "No, they killed my clones too quickly for me to see them. An S-rank ninja, then." He sighed as he pulled up his headband, revealing his red Sharingan eye. "Sounds like we might have quite the fight on our hands." As though Kakashi's words were prophetic, a black shadow leapt from within the foliage. Naruto and the others reacted instantly, leaping away from their previous locations, which was a good decision. The ground exploded seconds after they jumped. Landing back on the ground, Naruto looked at the 6-meter-wide crater that had suddenly appeared. Two people sat back down on the ground several meters away. One of them was emaciated, his face gaunt and hollow, framed by bright red hair. The other had black hair and red Sharingan eyes. His face had creases in them, making him look older than he was. They both wore a black cloak with red clouds. "Nagato," Konan mumbled in shock. "Itachi," Naruto said. "Naruto?" Itachi narrowed his eyes. "I've heard from Madara that you killed Sasuke." "I wasn't left with much choice," Naruto said. "Sasuke was dead set on destroying Konoha, and he tried to kill me. Had I gone easy on him, it would have been me who died." Itachi closed his eyes. "I remember you telling me that the last time we met. I did not think you would actually kill him, though." Had he been the Sasuke I remembered, I would have never killed him, Naruto said. I understand why you did it, but I can't forgive you, Itachi said. I wouldn't expect you to. Naruto didn't know how Itachi or Nagato were here, though he could easily make a guess. It was probably the impure world reincarnation jutsu. That meant Kabuto was likely here as well. He hadn't realized that Kabuto and Madara were working together, but he probably should have. Konan, Yugao, Kakashi, Neji, Rock Lee, Sakura, and Tenten were arrayed around what might become a battlefield. Itachi and Nagato were in the middle of this group, surrounded on all sides. Neither appeared concerned. If they had been resurrected, then they would regenerate from any damage, so that made sense. The only way to kill them was to seal them. Konan, Nagato said as he leaned against Itachi. I see you have been living happily with Naruto. Nagato, you needn't say anything, Nagato said. I realized after Madara killed me that I was just being used this whole time. I'm beginning to doubt that Madara and I even had the same goal. That won't stop you from fighting us, will it? Asked Neji. The impure world reincarnation technique means that we are being forced to follow the commands of the person who summoned us, Itachi said. Even if we wanted to, I doubt we'll be able to counteract Kabuto's will. Would you even if you could? Asked Naruto. I do not know, Itachi admitted. I am pragmatic, which is why I understand that you probably didn't have much choice, but I still don't like the fact that Sasuke died. However, I also know that the biggest reason for Sasuke's death is because of Madara's influence. Had I made it impossible for Madara to get a hold of Sasuke, perhaps that would have changed. Maybe if you hadn't done so much mental damage to him, he would have been stronger, Kakashi interjected. It is because you fostered hatred in his heart that he betrayed Konoha, went to Orochimaru, and was ultimately corrupted by Madara. Yes, I suppose I am also to blame for what happened, Itachi said. Talking about what could have been isn't going to get us anywhere. Yugao readied her katana as she slid her feet apart. The only thing we can do is move forward. Naruto? Yugao glanced at him out of the corner of her eye. Leave this to Konan, Kakashi, Sakura, and I. We can deal with these two. I'll leave it to you, then, Naruto said. Tenten, Rock Lee, Neji, form up on me. We're heading out. Neji, Rock Lee, and Tenten formed up on Naruto as he ran out of the area. Nagato and Itachi tried to stop him. Itachi, with Nagato still hanging on his shoulder, leapt forward to intercept them. They didn't get far. Konan, with her wings spread, launched several paper match bombs that exploded the moment they struck the ground. This forced the two shinobi to swerve around to avoid being caught in the explosion, where Kakashi, Sakura, and Yugao were waiting for them. The last thing Naruto saw was Kakashi, Yugao, Sakura, and Konan engaging Itachi and Nagato in a fierce life-or-death battle. Jiraiya knew from the moment word had spread about former S-rank ninja being brought back to life that the impure reincarnation technique had been used. He wasn't sure who it was that had performed this technique. The only person who should have been capable of it was Orochimaru, but he was dead. Not that it mattered who performed it. The important thing was finding out a way to counteract the technique, which meant creating a method to return those who had been brought back to the afterlife. Killing the caster wouldn't work, since this was a technique that only required the caster's chakra once for the resurrection. There were, as far as he knew, two methods of defeating this technique. The easiest way was to seal the ninja who had been resurrected. Of course, he called it the easiest route, but it was still insanely difficult. It required a sealing master to create the seals. Not only that, but the resurrected ninja had to be immobilized for the seals to be written on them. Given that many of the ninja who had been resurrected were all S-rank, immobilizing them wasn't going to be easy. The second way for a resurrected ninja to return to the afterlife was for the ninja to undergo a resolution of the heart. Ninja who were resurrected often had lingering attachments or regrets, which kept them anchored to this world. If a ninja found their regrets leaving, if they managed to attain peace within their heart, the impure world reincarnation technique would automatically release them. Jiraiya was in Tsunade's division, the second division, which was in charge of battling on the Land of Lightning's coast. He was at the beachhead along with nearly 20,000 shinobi, all of whom were either battling with the white Zetsus or trying to fight against the resurrected ninja. Several dozen meters from his position was Tsunade. She was battling Dan. Dan Kato was Tsunade's former lover. Jiraiya had always been jealous of Dan, who had stolen the heart of the woman he loved, but now, seeing the bitter battle happening between the two, all he felt was pity. Of course, he had his own battle to contend with. Bishozen. Hai no Maki. A large spiral of flames blitzed across the ground, toward him, leaving a trail of destruction in its wake. Jiraiya didn't bother dodging. If he did, then the ninja behind him, who were doing their best to fend off the white Zetsus, would be struck. Instead, he took out a scroll, which he spread across the ground. Fuin. The scroll was one that he had created in advance. Activating it caused the seal to light up. The fire, which had been right in front of him, warped and bent. Like a funnel, it traveled toward the seal instead of him. When the fire was sucked up into the seal, Jiraiya rolled up the scroll, stuffed it into his ninja pouch, and leapt away from the place where he had been standing while performing several one-handed hand seals. Doden. Yomi Numa. Slamming his hand into the ground, Jiraiya channeled his chakra through the earth. The area around his opponent suddenly turned into a marshland. The sand became soft and caused the burly figure to sink. Jiraiya didn't let him. He went through another series of hand seals. Hari Jizo. Jiraiya's long white hair suddenly grew even longer. It wrapped around his body, then hardened into a series of spikes that were harder than steel. Jiraiya, now encased in hair, went through even more hand seals. Hari Jigoku. The spikes in Jiraiya's hair shot off, detaching as though they were thrown senbons. Several hundred needle-like spikes of hair soared toward his opponent, who was still stuck in the marsh. The needles never reached him. Before they struck, someone else leapt in the way, taking the attack head-on as though it was nothing. "You need to be more careful," Kinkaku, the one who'd blocked the attack, said. "You're right. Sorry, Ginkaku," the other responded, chastised. Jiraiya's two opponents were Ginkaku and Kinkaku, otherwise known as the Gold and Silver Brothers. They were both burly shinobi, with thick, muscular bodies that were standard of people from Kumogakure. Their skin was dark and they had 3 whisker marks on either side of their cheek. Standard attire for a Jonin of Kumo adorned them both. A Kumo headband was tied tightly around their heads, keeping their long silver and gold hair out of their faces. The one known as Ginkaku, whose hair was silver, wielded 2 ancient artifacts from the Rikudo Sennin's time. One of them was a sword known as Shichiseiken, which allowed Ginkaku to sever a person's word soul, the word they said the most. The other was a giant gourd called Benihisago. It allowed the user to suck up a person's word soul once it has been severed by Shichiseiken. This also meant that the person whose word soul was sucked into the gourd would also be sucked up with it once they said that word. That was how the curse worked. "This ninja is tough, Kinkaku." "He is, Ginkaku. We haven't even been able to draw out his word soul." Jiraiya had been playing it safe, attacking from long range and never letting these two get close enough to use their treasures. As a ninjutsu specialist whose greatest strength was summoning, keeping the two away wasn't difficult, despite how strong they were. Right now, he only needed to worry about Kinkaku, who had a rope known as Kokinjo tied around his arm. That rope had the ability to draw out a person's word soul. "Of course I'm tough," Jiraiya called out as he went through several hand seals. "Don't you two know who I am? I am the great Jiraiya, the Toad Sage of Mount Myoboku. You're not going to be able to defeat me with those weapons." Kachiyose. Yatai Kuzushi no Jutsu. Without warning, a massive toad appeared above Kinkaku and Ginkaku, who leapt out of the way as the toad fell on the beach. While the attack had missed, it did an admirable job of separating them. Jiraiya went through even more hand seals. Keke. Hyoro. A toad appeared in front of Jiraiya. It was small and had pinkish skin. A gray band was wrapped around its stomach, and its eyes were a bright yellow. The enemy ninja closest to the toad summons was Ginkaku. The gourd toad shot out its tongue, trying to latch onto Ginkaku and pull him into its mouth, but of course, Ginkaku wasn't going to stand still. He wasn't an S-ranked shinobi for nothing. Just as Jiraiya expected, Ginkaku leapt back several feet and then slammed Shichiseiken into the toad's tongue. This resulted in the toad squealing and retracting its tongue quickly before disappearing in a burst of smoke. That was okay. Jiraiya had already finished his hand seals. Kaden. Gokyaku no Jutsu. A fireball spewed from Jiraiya's mouth. Kinkaku waved Bishozen. Several rows of earth rose from the ground, blocking the fireball from hitting Ginkaku. That was okay. It was just a distraction. Kage Bunshin no Jutsu. Jiraiya created a single. The clone rushed forward, leapt over the large stakes of earth, and created a Rasengan in his hand. He descended toward the ground and tried to slam the Rasengan into Ginkaku. His opponent leapt back, but during that time, Jiraiya, the real one, had rushed behind him and kicked Shichiseiken out of Ginkaku's hand. He would have done more, but Ginkaku had rushed forward and thrust out his left hand. Kokinjo, which was wrapped around his left arm, glowed brightly. Bind and draw. Jiraiya didn't flinch as he felt his word soul being drawn out of his body, but he couldn't say it felt pleasant. It was like something had latched onto his internal organs and yanked on them. This was followed by a strange inky feeling, as though his blood was being drawn from his body and soaked into a sponge. This isn't good. Now that the Kokinjo had drawn out his word soul, he needed to be careful not to say the word that he used the most. Fortunately, he wasn't like Naruto with his catchphrase. The word Jiraiya used the most wasn't something that could be said on the battlefield. Rasengan. Since Kinkaku was so close, Jiraiya was able to slam his Rasengan into his enemy this time. Kinkaku screamed as the spiraling sphere drilled into him. Jiraiya felt some resistance. Then, with a shout, Jiraiya pushed the Rasengan into Kinkaku's body even more. The body was ground away before Kinkaku was sent flying backward. Brother. Ginkaku tried to reach his brother, but Jiraiya created another shadow clone to intercept him. While Ginkaku defeated the clone in less than a second, that less than a second was enough for Jiraiya, who sped through more hand seals. Ranjashigami no Jutsu. Jiraiya felt his chakra go to his head. His hair suddenly extended, growing to an incredible length in less time than it took to blink. The thickly bundled hair slammed into Ginkaku without mercy. Then it wrapped around him. Ginkaku struggled to break free, but Jiraiya sent even more chakra into his hair, reinforcing it to the point where not even a Biju would be able to escape easily. It looks like this is the end, isn't it? Jiraiya said as he held up his finger. His plan was to use the Shikoku Fuin, the finger-carving seal technique, to engrave seals on Ginkaku's body. He was going to seal away Ginkaku without the need to waste paper or time. Well, that was the plan anyway. Let go of my brother. A shout came from behind him. Distracted, Jiraiya had no real choice but to let go of Ginkaku and leap away. As the ground that he had been standing on cratered, Jiraiya looked at the large cloud of dust being kicked up and sighed. He was not surprised to see a fully healed Ginkaku when the sand dispersed. That impure reincarnation technique sure was troublesome. You two are real pieces of work, Jiraiya said. Anyone else would have lost by now. Of course, part of the reason he wasn't doing so well likely had to do with the fact that he only had one arm. Even though he could now use most of his jutsu via one-handed hand seals, it still took him longer because he was so used to having two hands. His brain was hardwired to use regular hand seals. HMPH. I could say the same to you, geezer, Ginkaku said. You're a real pain in the ass. Why don't you just hurry up and die? No can do, Jiraiya said. The only one who is going to the afterlife are you clowns. Jiraiya had been trying to think of a way he could defeat these two, but it was hard. They would obviously not return to death themselves. That meant he had to seal them. However, sealing two S-rank ninja who didn't want to be sealed was a tall order. His only silver lining was that neither Kinkaku or Ginkaku were any good with regular jutsu. They relied so heavily on the Rikudo Sennin's artifacts that they didn't have any jutsu to use. You think you can beat us? Jinkoku asked. I think this geezer needs to realize that he's outclassed, Kinkaku added. A strange wind blew across the battlefield, an ominous wind, which sent chills down Jiraiya's spine. It was only now that Jiraiya remembered something he'd heard about the Silver and Gold brothers. Long ago, these two had been eaten by the Kyuubi. Rather than give up and die, they gorged themselves on the Kyuubi's flesh and were eventually spat out. It was their eating of the Kyuubi's flesh that gave them such incredible chakra capacity, and also dark red chakra bubbled from Kinkaku's and Ginkaku's pores. The chakra took shape. Red fox ears sprouted from their heads, two tails sprouted from their backs, and their posture changed. They no longer stood up straight. They were hunched over like a pair of animals. It wasn't long before the red chakra covered their bodies entirely, to the point where their original bodies were no longer visible. It reminded Jiraiya of Naruto's previous Stage 2 form. It's time to show you the power we gained when we were inside of the Kyuubi, Kinkaku said. We're gonna kill you, Ginkaku agreed. The air around the two shinobi had become heavy, dense, and filled with malice. Jiraiya's bones creaked from the pressure these two were emitting. It wasn't quite as bad as Naruto when he went 4 tails, but these two had at least enough chakra to match 3-tailed Naruto. Well, this looks slightly problematic, Jiraiya muttered. I don't support we could talk this out? It's too late for that. Ginkaku roared as he tried to slam his tails into Jiraiya. Being the nimble old guy that he was, Jiraiya hopped back, avoiding the attack. Not that avoiding it meant much. A mass of superheated sand slammed into Jiraiya, searing his face. If it weren't for him activating his Haro Jizo in time, he might have very well gotten his face burned off. Even with his hardened hair surrounding him like a barrier, Jiraiya was buffeted and sent flying through the air from the shockwave that the tail kicked up. Skidding across the ground, Jiraiya went through another set of hand seals. Kaden. Enden. After gathering oil in his mouth, Jiraiya spat out several tiny pellets that instantly ignited after leaving his mouth. The small fireballs didn't strike Kinkaku or Ginkaku. It wouldn't have done anything. They hit the ground around the two ninja, kicking up more dust and smoke. Jiraiya used this moment to take out a scroll, set it on the ground, and activate it with a hand seal. Poof! Smoke burst from the scroll. When it cleared, another Jiraiya was found sitting on the scroll. It was a clone. After getting his arm ripped off by Nagato, Jiraiya had gone back to Mount Myoboku, where he'd retrained himself in the use of Sage Mode. It had taken a lot of work. It had taken many lumps from old man Fukusaku's cane. However, Jiraiya had finally mastered Sage Mode, and, using the same method that his godson had thought up, used a summoning scroll to summon a clone that could be used to activate the mode for him. That brat sometimes comes up with the best ideas. The clone dispelled, sending all of the excess chakras straight into Jiraiya. He felt his muscles strengthen. His body became far stronger, his chakra surpassed what it had been, and his senses became enhanced beyond the norm. In short, he felt like he could kick the ass of any ninja nearby. Ginkaku and Kinkaku, seeing their attack fail, charged at Jiraiya, who remained calm as he watched them come closer. The two were fast. No doubts about it. With Kyuubi's chakra enhancing them, they were even faster than Mito Guy when he opened his gates. However, with Sage Mode, it didn't matter how fast they were. I had to finish this in 30 minutes. Jiraiya slid his feet apart as he adopted the frog Kata stance. The Gold and Silver brothers were barely 5 meters away. He took a deep breath. 3 meters. Preparing himself, Jiraiya counted down in his head. 2 meters. It was time. 1 meter. Kinkaku and Ginkaku tried to attack him in a pincer maneuver, coming in on his left and right. Jiraiya leapt into the air. The two stopped themselves before they could hit each other, but they could do nothing as he launched a kick at their heads. Bang! Ginkaku and Kinkaku were blown away. Even though Jiraiya's feet didn't hit them, the effects of Sage Mode ensured that they were hit anyway. As he landed back on the ground, Jiraiya decided to go after Ginkaku first. Shikoku Fuin. As master at sealing, Jiraiya's skills when it came to seals was second only to Naruto. Carving seals into someone else's skin was an easy task for him. That's exactly what he did here. Emitting chakra from his index and middle finger, Jiraiya carved a seal into Ginkaku's back. He needed to use more chakra than normal, and his finger burned like it was being set on fire as he touched the corrosive chakra, but he managed to complete the seal thanks to Sage Mode. What is this? Ginkaku shouted. A seal that I made up 2 seconds ago. Jiraiya shouted back, grinning as he slammed his only remaining hand into the seal. Edo Tensai. Fuin. Gura. Brother. The seals on Ginkaku's body rapidly spread from Jiraiya's hand to the rest of his body. They formed a series of chains that wrapped around him like snakes of ink. It wasn't long after the seal spread that the Kyuubi's chakra receded back into Ginkaku, withdrawing and leaving the former Kumo ninja in his original state. The seals continued moving, continued expanding, until they eventually covered his entire body in black ink. Ginkaku flopped several times as though trying to escape. It wouldn't do any good. Jiraiya might not have been able to release the impure resurrection technique, but that seal would keep his enemy from breaking free regardless of how strong he was. Damn you! Kinkaku roared as he tried to crush Jiraiya with his tails. Jiraiya dodged the tails, hopping back and forth as he created a shadow clone and then created a Rasengan. The clone worked in sync with him. The Rasengan in his hand became bigger, much bigger. It expanded in size until it was nearly 2 times the size of him. Once it was that large, Jiraiya leapt into the air. The clone sacrificed itself to provide a distraction, and he descended toward Kinkaku with his hand thrust out. Senpo. Chudoma Rasengan. Jiraiya had never used this jutsu before. The Rasengan was created by swirling chakra together in many directions and condensing it. This worked along the same lines, except it was hundreds of times more powerful. The shock wave that was unleashed when the Rasengan struck Kinkaku was massive, strong enough that it slammed into Jiraiya, its creator, without mercy. He grunted as he was sent flying into the sky. From so high up, he had a bird's eye view of what happened with his attack. Traveling across the beach was the shock wave itself. It tore apart the ground, an expanding cloud of sand that shot in every direction like a storm. Every battle that had been taking place near him was interrupted. The ninja and white Zetsus were all swept by the shockwave and sent sailing. In the center of this shockwave, where his Rasengan had struck, a giant sphere of chakra continued to grow. It increased in size. 1 meter in diameter, 2 meters, 3, 5, 10. Meanwhile, the shockwave struck the cliff of the beachhead. Jiraiya, still in the air, winced as massive cracks spread along the cliff. Large chunks of rock fell, only to be destroyed by the fierce winds that his jutsu kicked up. This is a lot more powerful than I had expected it to be. Most of the cliff was destroyed by now, and as the explosion from his jutsu dispersed, Jiraiya could see that the beach didn't exist anymore either. It was gone, completely, as though it had been wiped from the face of the earth. Now all that remained was the sea. Jiraiya landed on the ground at what was now the edge of the newly reformed cliff. He looked at the vast expanse of sea and scratched his head. I wonder if that destroyed Kinkaku's body so completely that he can't even reform, he mumbled. He didn't know everything about the impure reincarnation technique. It was not a technique that he had studied in depth. However, from what he knew, the body of any ninja resurrected from that technique should be able to reform their body no matter how damaged. However, what if the body was no longer even around? Could it revive if it had been reduced to molecules? Jiraiya, an angry female voice said from behind him. Turning slowly, oh so slowly, Jiraiya found himself looking into the irritated face of one Tsunade Senju. Ah, Tsunade, would you mind telling me why you decided to destroy the beach like that? Tsunade asked. Jiraiya gulped as he realized that he might be even more screwed now than he was before. He already missed the Gold and Silver brothers. Tenten, Rock Lee, and Neji moved alongside Naruto, leaping through the trees. They were heading in the direction that Itachi and Nagato had come from. Chances were good that the Akatsuki base was located somewhere in that direction. Naruto, Neji said, there's a person several kilometers ahead. What do they look like? Asked Naruto. Long red hair, not very tall. She has 2 different types of dujutsu. 2 different types of dujutsu. Be prepared for anything, Naruto said out loud. He received a chorus of, hi, from Rock Lee and Tenten. Neji nodded as he prepared to engage in this new enemy. Naruto also prepared himself. He was sure he knew who they were coming up on, though he also knew that he could be wrong. Shinra Tensai. Scatter. Naruto shouted. Everyone leapt away from the tree branch just in time, for the tree branch exploded in a shower of bark and wood splinters. Naruto landed on another branch several meters away. Neji had landed with him, but Rock Lee and Tenten ended up separated from them. Bansho Tennen. Naruto felt a tug on his body seconds before he was yanked through the air. Clicking his tongue, Naruto stuck out his arm and created a Rasengan in the palm of his hand. It wasn't long before he found the person who was trying to pull him to her. It was the girl who'd been with Sasuke. Just like Neji had said, this girl had 2 different eyes. Her left eye was the red of a Sharingan and her right had the Rinnegan in it. Thrusting out his hand, Naruto watched as the girl, Karen he thought her name was, leapt away when she realized that he was attacking her. His Rasengan plowed into the ground. An explosion went up. Dirt and foliage flew everywhere. Karen landed on a tree several meters away. Let me guess, Naruto began dryly, you're here to get revenge on me for killing Sasuke, right? Karen's eyes hardened. I'm going to kill you for what you did to Sasuke-kun. There were so many things he could have said to that. He could have told her that it was Sasuke's fault for trying to kill him, could have said that Sasuke had brought death on himself, could have raged at her hypocrisy, but he didn't. Naruto knew that it was useless to try and reason with someone who didn't want to be reasoned with. This girl was out for blood. That was all she wanted. Naruto, Tenten said as she, Rock Lee, and Neji landed on the ground near him. Please take Neji and go. Leave this girl to Rock Lee and I. All right. Naruto didn't argue. Come on, Neji. Tenten and Rock Lee have got this. You aren't going anywhere. Karen shouted as she held out her hand, no doubt prepared to fire off another Shinra Tensei at Naruto's retreating back. She would never get the chance. So Shoryu, Karen was forced to leap away as several dozen kunai with exploding tags attached to them sailed at her. They missed, slamming into the tree behind her and blowing it apart. As wood splinters flew everywhere, Karen landed on her feet and glared at Tenten and Rock Lee, who stood in front of the retreating Naruto's back. Your fight is with me, Tenten said as she brandished her two scimitars. Kakashi, Itachi began, I see you've become even more proficient with your Sharingan. I'm impressed that a non-Uchiha can show such an affinity with our clan's Dujutsu. Thanks, Kakashi replied with a cheery smile. I've been practicing. Unlike most shinobi battles, which were fraught with jutsu flying everywhere and mass destruction, their battle was relatively non-destructive. He and Itachi had been attacking each other with genjutsu and sometimes taijutsu. They'd messed with each other's visual perceptions, changed their sense of direction, and occasionally struck each other with fists and feet. So far, neither had been able to land a decisive blow on the other. It shows, Itachi complimented as another one of his illusions was dispelled by Kakashi. Tell me something, Kakashi said, do you hate Naruto? Itachi sighed. I had a feeling you would bring this up. It is true that I'm angry at Naruto for killing Sasuke, but it's not as if I hate him for what happened. I watched after Naruto for a few years when I was still in the Anbu. I know he isn't the kind of person who would kill his friend unless he wasn't given a choice. In truth, I blame myself for what happened to my brother. Perhaps if I was stronger, if I hadn't fostered Sasuke's hatred, if I had discovered another way, then maybe Sasuke wouldn't have turned out the way he did. I see. Kakashi grew quiet for a moment. He was molding his chakra and didn't want Itachi to notice. I'm glad to hear that. A clone sprang up from behind Itachi, kunai in hand, prepared to impale Itachi through the back. However, the moment the kunai struck him, the Uchiha burst into ravens. Kakashi knew that this was another illusion. He didn't know what kind of genjutsu this was, but he wasn't going to let it take hold. He used his Sharingan to dispel it. Itachi was suddenly right in front of him. Don't tell me I was under an illusion this whole time? Kakashi ducked, feeling several strands of his hair get cut off from the kunai. That was way too close. Thrusting his palm toward Itachi's chin in an uppercut, Kakashi was not surprised when his opponent tilted and avoided the attack. Disappointed certainly. Even so, he'd expected this to happen, he'd planned for it and prepared a countermeasure. Before Itachi could move far, Kakashi leapt back as Sakura descended from the sky and slammed into him. The earth around her fist exploded. The ground was shaken, cracks spreading, large chunks breaking apart. Itachi had burst into ravens again. Another genjutsu. As Itachi reappeared, Sakura kicked up several of the broken chunks of earth and punched them. Each chunk flew forward at Itachi, who was forced to evade them. Kakashi waited for a second, until Itachi was suitably distracted, and then he rushed forward, separating the distance between them and engaging in another taijutsu battle. Duck. Kakashi avoided a kunai to the head. He reacted with a kick to Itachi's shins, though his attack was leapt over. Kakashi raised his forearms, using them as guards against Itachi's kicks. His foe landed on the ground. Sakura came in from behind, but Itachi must have sensed her presence, for he spun around and avoided her punch. Sakura leapt back when Itachi tried to attack her. Kakashi spat out several balls of fire, though they were all avoided by Itachi despite being at point-blank range. Reacting with enviable swiftness, Itachi attempted to impale Kakashi with a kunai, but Kakashi had seen the attack coming with his Sharingan. He swerved around the thrust attack, then trapped Itachi's arm between his arm and torso. At the same time, his Sharingan shifted, going from a regular Sharingan to a Mangekyo, Kamui, Itachi's eyes went wide as he realized what was happening. He tried to respond, but it was already too late. He was trapped within Kakashi's jutsu. The air around them both swirled, large and black, like a vortex of nothingness that was trying to fill itself by sucking in everything. Kakashi leapt back, feet sliding along the ground as Itachi's body was ripped apart from the jutsu. Leaning over, hands on his knees, Kakashi tried to regain his breath. Kamui cost a lot of chakra. He could probably only use that jutsu 6 or 7 more times. Several feet away, Itachi lay in 2 parts. His entire torso had been born from his legs. Despite this, he was still alive, no doubt thanks to the impure world reincarnation. "You really have grown strong," Itachi said, and even as he spoke, his body was being healed. Particles floated through the air. They coalesced around Itachi, reforming his once broken body. "I don't support I could convince you to stay down," Kakashi offered. "I'm afraid not," Itachi replied as he stood back up. "I thought that would be the case." Kakashi sighed. Ninja like him never had it easy. This had to be the place. Naruto studied the cavern walls as he and Neji walked along what seemed like a multi-passage corridor. There wasn't much to look at. As they walked, their footsteps echoed all around them. It seemed abnormally loud, this sound, which rang in his ears like someone continuously banging a gong. "Naruto," Neji said, suddenly stopping. "There are 2 people up ahead. One of them is in this direction, and the other is in that direction." Neji pointed at 2 different passages, which separated about a meter in front of them. Both passages becoming too dark for even Naruto to see for more than a meter or 2 in. These passages reminded him of the mouth to a monster. "What do these 2 look like?" asked Naruto. "One of them is wearing a swirl mask. That would be the one calling himself Madara." Naruto nodded at Kurama's words. "And the other? He's wearing a hood." Neji narrowed his eyes. "He has snake-like patterns on his skin, almost like his skin is made of scales. He also has a tail." "A tail?" Naruto thought that sounded familiar, but he couldn't place who it might be. "What's he doing? It looks like he's staring at a board with pebbles on it." "Yeah, not ringing any bells. Still, go after that guy. He might be the one who's using the impure world reincarnation. If possible, make him release the jutsu. If not, capture him alive so we can have someone else force him to release it." "All right." Neji nodded. "Be careful, Naruto." "Yeah, you too." Konan had been doing her best to keep Nagato's attention on her, flitting about through the air, making him attack her with his jutsu. Yugao was somewhere within the forest. The reason Konan was trying to keep his eyes on her was so her partner could sneak up and attack. Nagato's aim wasn't as good as it could have been. This Nagato was crippled, his body emaciated. He looked up at her with his Rinnegan eyes visible through parted red hair. He held out a single hand, finger splayed. Bansho Tannen. Konan felt the tug as Nagato's technique yanked her toward the ground. She knew more about this jutsu's flaws than anyone save Nagato himself. Instead of trying to fight it, she flew forward toward Nagato and prepared one of her own jutsu. Kami Shuriken. Thanks to Nagato's Bansho Tannen, all of the shuriken flew at him far faster than they would have otherwise, though this was Nagato. He probably knew she would do this. Indeed, after he finished his first attack, he raised his other hand at her. Shinra Tensai. Konan swerved out of the way, barrel rolling through the air like a mad woman. All of her shuriken sliced through the airspace she'd been flying. Paper chakram. Holding her hands over her head, Konan gathered paper, large quantities which swirled around her head, forming a large chakram. These slips weren't regular paper but paper bombs. She threw the chakram at Nagato, who didn't even bother to move. His body opened up as though he were made of machine parts instead of flesh and blood. Then several dozen missiles shot from him, striking the chakram and exploding. The paper was shredded. It tried to scatter, blowing to the 4 winds, but Konan channeled her chakra and exerted influence over the paper. She moved her hands like a conductor leading an orchestra. The paper quivered before shooting at Nagato, who leapt backwards just in time to avoid the massive explosion that followed. "He knew I was using paper bombs?" "Of course he did. This is Nagato." Konan sent more chakra into her paper bombs, launching them at Nagato in groups of 2 and 3s. Rather than dodging, Nagato raised his hands and a shield sprang up around him. The paper bombs exploded against the shield, detonating with an earth-shaking rumble. Konan didn't stand still as Nagato was consumed by flames. She flew away, knowing better than to assume he'd been defeated by something like this, and indeed, a second later, she heard a shout from within the fire. Kachiyose no Jutsu. The smoke and fire cleared away, revealing a large bird with a number of piercings, a giant beak that resembled a drill, and Rinnegan eyes. It was the giant drill-beaked bird. This was one of Nagato's summons. With a loud caw, the bird flapped its massive wings. It flew into the air and shot straight for her. Konan flew backwards and held out her hands, unleashing a massive amount of paper slips that formed a wall in front of the bird. This didn't do much. It broke through with ease. However, Konan went through several hand seals, and suddenly, all of the paper that the bird scattered slammed against it. The paper slips bound the bird, which tried to fight to no avail. Konan formed another hand seal. Kai! Fierce winds slammed into her as the detonation displaced the air in front of her. Konan flapped her wings to keep steady, watching the fireball from her paper bombs. She hoped that would be enough to defeat this thing. As the fire dispersed, Konan saw that the bird was gone and breathed a sigh of relief. That was too close. Now to deal with Nagato. Konan looked down to discover that Nagato was already in combat with Yugao, who must have tried to launch a sneak attack while she'd been fighting the summons. The woman was doing her best. Her blade struck at Nagato swiftly and without pause, a mere blur of silvery luminescence. This did very little. Nagato was using the Asura path. His body glistened with augmented mechanical parts. He raised a hand, which split apart and revealed several dozen metal wires that sought Yugao. Though she managed to dodge each attack, one of the wires wrapped around her blade and attempted to yank it out of her hands, while the others came in from behind. They would impale her. Konan wouldn't let that happen. Manipulating her paper to create 6 chakrams, she sent them all sailing at the wires. Nagato was so busy fighting Yugao that he didn't notice them until they had already sliced through the wires. He jumped back, but Konan sent her chakram at him while Yugao threw the wire off her sword and attacked from the front. Shinra Tensai. Spinning around, Nagato released a large shock wave of chakra that slammed into Konan's chakram and sent Yugao flying. As her partner skid along the ground, Konan landed next to her, the wings on her back retracting. "I'm impressed by how well you two work together," Nagato said. "Konan, it seems you and she have become familiar with each other." "We have." Konan aloud. "Yugao is a part of my family, so it's only natural that we would." "I see." Nagato closed his eyes and smiled. "You found happiness. I am glad. I have always wanted to apologize for what I did. I pushed you and everyone else away. I allowed Madara to use me. In the end, all that did was make me susceptible to betrayal. I'm glad you left before that happened." Konan felt an acute pain in her chest, like a stake being driven through her heart. She took a slow, shuddering breath, and said, "I had been hoping to save you. Naruto and I had been so sure we could do it, but then the war happened. That was my fault," Nagato told her. "You can't blame yourself for what happened to me. I was the one who lost my way. Nagato, it seems this battle will not end unless you manage to seal me, or the person who resurrected me releases the technique," Nagato said. "I am sorry, Konan. I wish we didn't have to battle." "Me too," Konan said before. Once more, the entire area became engulfed in the sounds of combat. Rock Lee charged at Karen while Tenten unwound a scroll from which several dozen weapons were stored. Kaifu no Jutsu. Nearly a dozen weapons of varying size flew at Karen. Swords, kunai, shuriken, maces, scythes. Their sharp tips gleamed brightly in the sparse amounts of sunlight that filtered through the canopy. Karen raised her hands. One was pointed at the weapons. The other was pointed at Rock Lee. Shinra Tensai. Rock Lee knew of this technique, but even though he knew what it did, that didn't mean he could dodge while moving at this speed. Something invisible slammed into him. It was an incredible force. Rock Lee would have screamed as he was pushed back by the powerful invisible attack, but he couldn't even do that much. He was slammed into a tree, which shattered under his back. Then he hit another, and another. Despite how his body ached from that attack, Rock Lee didn't give in. He reoriented himself. Landing on the ground, he skidded backwards for several meters before stopping. Crossing arms, he took a deep breath, and then released his power. Kaimon, Kai. He felt the constraints in his brain disappear. Power flooded his body as his muscles, held back by his own mind, gained their full strength. Kaiman, Kai. More power. Rock Lee's body was rejuvenated. Energy flowed through him, unlimited and powerful, like a mighty hurricane. Over by Karen, Tenten was using Sogu Tensasai, a technique where she tossed a scroll over her opponent's head and unleashed hundreds of weapons, which rained down from above. They didn't seem to be doing much. Karen had both her hands raised. A barrier of some kind was keeping the weapons at bay. They struck the invisible shield. Despite how it looked like Tenten's attack was ineffective, Karen was wincing, proving that she was having trouble. She must be running out of chakra. Simon, Kai. Blood pumped through Rock Lee at an accelerated rate. Like a mighty river, it flowed through his body, moving swiftly to increase his power. Were he to look in a mirror, he knew that his skin would have been dark red. This should be enough. Bending his knees, Rock Lee shot forward. He was on Karen within seconds. She noticed him. She was looking right at him with her Sharingan eye. However, from the way it widened, her body was not accustomed to the speed he had moved. It was just like with Sasuke during their bout before the Chunin exams. Even if she could see him, she wasn't fast enough to react. He slammed his foot into her chin, sending the girl rocketing into the air, and then leaping after her. Rock Lee hit her again. And again. Again. Each strike sent her further into the air. Finally, he appeared above her and slammed an open palm into her. Ura Renge. It wasn't even a second later that Karen struck the ground head first. Dust flew everywhere. Fierce winds made Tenten cover her face. Rock Lee landed beside her, staring into the expanding cloud. When the dust cleared, it revealed Karen, lying in a crater, her neck bent at an awkward angle. She wasn't moving or breathing. Rock Lee sighed and resealed the 3 gates that he had opened. Fortunately, he'd grown strong enough that 3 gates weren't debilitating. "It seems our fight is done," he said. "Looks like it." Tenten pouted. "I didn't do much more than serve as a distraction." "Yosh, but you were such a magnificent fighter, Tenten. You are the lotus blossom of Team Guy. Are you patronizing me?" "Of course not. How could you say that?" Tenten sighed. "Never mind. Let's hurry up and help the others. I'm sure they could use a hand." Neji was grateful that he had been born a Hyuga. It allowed him to keep his opponent in sight, even though they were separated by several walls. It also meant that his enemy couldn't sneak up on him. His opponent hadn't moved from where he had been standing, though whether this was because the man hadn't noticed him or believed himself to be invisible, Neji didn't know. He walked through the cavernous space, moving past several large stalagmites. The cavern opened up. His enemy, cloaked from head to toe, still hadn't moved. "Neji Hyuga," the man finally said, still not turning around. "I had wondered who Naruto-kun would choose for his team. I'm not surprised that you were one of the people chosen. That Byakugan is a boon when infiltrating an enemy base. You know who I am, yet I don't know who you are," Neji said. The back of his neck was prickling. Something was wrong. This man was far too relaxed. "Oh, but you do know who I am." Finally, the man turned around and pulled down his hood. A face covered in white scales, with yellow eyes and purple markings around them, greeted him. "It's been a while since you and I met, but I'm sure you recognize me." Feeling the chill increase, Neji narrowed his eyes. "I see. Yes, I recognize you now. Kabuto Yakushi. I haven't seen you since the Chunin exams with Naruto and the others. You look a lot different than I remember." "Indeed." Spreading his arms, Kabuto smiled. "I have changed a lot. I've become stronger even than Orochimaru in his prime. I've surpassed Orochimaru." Kabuto was acting insane. That smile, those eyes, the strange feeling emanating from him, all of it made Neji wary. This man was dangerous at the best of times. Now that he had changed this much, there was no telling what kind of troublesome foe he would be. "I was hoping Anko would be with Naruto-kun," Kabuto continued. "I would have liked to use her cursed mark to help me suppress the personalities of the ninja I've summoned, but I guess that was expecting too much. Well, no matter. Even if I can't suppress them entirely, I can still control their actions." "You are not going to be controlling anyone for long." Neji slid into the gentle fist stance. "I'm going to stop you here and now." "Oh, are you?" Kabuto went through several hand seals. 4 snakes appeared behind him. He went through more hand seals. The snakes got bigger. "Do you really think you can defeat me? I'm the most powerful shinobi in existence, the one who has come closest to the Rikudo Sennin. A single Jonin-level ninja will not be enough to contend with me." The snakes raced through the air like coiled springs let loose, coming in from different angles. It looked like they aimed to pen him in. Kaden isn't going to be strong enough for this. In that case, Neji spread his legs wider and sent chakra into his palms. The snakes got closer. They were practically on top of him now. Hake Hasengeki. The first snake lunged, its mouth open wide, and Neji struck it with a chakra-infused palm. A powerful wave of chakra slammed into the snake. With his supreme chakra control, Neji forced the chakra to shake. The snake screeched. Then it exploded. Hake Hasengeki. He struck the next snake before it could even attack him. It wasn't a frontal assault. This time he struck the snake on its side. The results were gory. The snake was ripped apart, blood splattering everywhere. Neji spared himself the fate of being covered in red by leaping backwards. The remaining two snakes attacked in a pincer maneuver. Hake Hyaku Naijahachi Sho. Neji struck the snake on his left twice. It jerked back as though stung. He spun around, striking the snake that was now behind him twice, causing it to also rear back. Neji turned again. The other snake was closing in once more. 4 strikes to the nose sent it reeling. A split second later, Neji was once more turning around to face the other snake. 8 strikes. 8 large red welts appeared on the snake's face as the chakra did its damage. 16:32. Neji continued assaulting the two snakes with increasingly fast palm thrusts. Red welts appeared all over their scales, signs that the chakra he was injecting into them was doing damage. His attacks weren't attacking the outside, but the inside. Capillaries were bursting. Blood was boiling. The snakes screeched as he attacked them over and over again. Finally, Neji launched his 128th strike, making for a total of 62 strikes per snake. While the snakes remained whole, they were no longer able to battle. They fell to the ground with a massive crash. The earth shook. Neji leapt over them and rushed toward Kabuto, deciding to take the fight to him. Only Kabuto wasn't there. Neji stopped, frowned, and tried to find him with his Byakugan, except he couldn't. It wasn't because he simply couldn't find Kabuto. That would have been impossible. However, it looked like there were multiple Kabutos. Much like Naruto's shadow clones allowed him to mask his presence by having clones that evenly split his chakra, Kabuto had some method of evenly splitting his chakra to make it impossible for Neji to locate the real one. "I see you have more tricks up your sleeve," Neji said. "Just what I expected from a snake. You flatter me." Kabuto's voice reverberated across the cavern. It was impossible to tell where it had come from. "You are indeed talented, worthy of the title, genius, in every sense of the word. However, you should know that being a prodigy doesn't mean you are strong." Neji kept his eyes peeled. With the Byakugan, nothing escaped his notice. He had a 360-degree field of vision, plus the ability to see chakra. While right now it looked like there were several Kabutos around him, that would eventually change once the real one attacked, and when he did, Neji would be ready. "I have been working hard. Yes, ever since Orochimaru was killed by Sasuke, I have been training to surpass Orochimaru." Several meters to Neji's left, numerous snakes appeared. They coiled around a pillar. Neji spun and rushed over. Hake Kusho. A vacuum flew from his hand. It struck the pillar, decimating it, but it didn't strike the snakes. As the pillar crumbled like a house of cards, the snakes slithered away. "You see, Hyuga Neji? My abilities are not something that just anyone can gain. Among the many ninja who exist in this world, only a few are granted the special privilege of receiving the training that I have undergone. And of those ninja, none have taken their abilities as far as I have, not even Naruto Namikaze." It was becoming obvious that there really was nothing he could do while Kabuto was not fully revealed. Neji consigned himself to waiting. He wouldn't attack until Kabuto attacked first. Once that happened, he would end this battle quickly. "Do you know what Sage Mode is?" asked Kabuto. Neji didn't reply. It is a technique that one can only learn from 2 different places. Mount Myoboku and Ryuchi Cave. "I am going to assuming that you learned Sage Mode from Ryuchi Cave," Neji finally said. "However, I have yet to see why I should care." Kabuto's chuckle bounced all over the place. "That's simple. You see, with Sage Mode, I have become all but invincible. Not even the vaunted Naruto Namikaze can defeat me. Even if he and Jiraiya fought me at the same time, their end would be inevitable. You, a mere jonin who only holds the strength of a genius, does not possess the power to defeat me." Through his Byakugan, Neji spotted Kabuto behind him. The man was regurgitated from the mouth of a snake. He looked even more different than before. His skin, which had scales covering part of it, was now fully covered in white scales. His yellow eyes had slits running through them. Horns jutted from his head. Kabuto went through a set of hand seals, then his stomach expanded, as though it were a balloon being filled with oxygen. Senpo. Hikugeki no Jutsu. A strange, dragon-like entity spewed from Kabuto's mouth. It was a violent red with ethereal flames engulfing it, and it carried a purple orb in its left claw. Neji didn't know what that orb was, or what this creature was, but he knew better than to let it finish its attack. He turned around and rushed forward. The dragon coiled itself tightly around the orb. Neji screamed as he was assaulted by both light and sound. His Byakugan automatically shut off as his visual sense was overwhelmed. He covered his ears with his hands. Sticky, warm fluid drizzled down his ears. Blood. It felt like the vessels in his ear canal were bursting. He couldn't hear anything, he couldn't see anything, which meant he was open to attack. In the event something like this happened, Neji had only one option left. Do something unexpected. He had no idea where Kabuto was, but it didn't matter. Neji had resolved himself. He ignored the ringing in his ears, the intense pain of his burnt cornea, and expelled chakra from every pore in his body. Neji spun around, forming a bright barrier made of chakra, but he didn't stop there. As he performed the kaiden, he made the barrier expanded so that, rather than being a shield, it became a sonar. Kabuto was on his left and coming in fast. Juku no Ichigikishin. The first thing Neji did was strike Kabuto, who was clearly not expecting to be attacked, with the technique. As the snake-like ninja was sent sailing, Neji attacked the strange technique of Kabuto's. Hake Kusho. With pinpoint accuracy, Neji sent a vacuum of chakra into the dragon-like creature. The chakra used in the technique was disrupted. It dispersed. The light disappeared, the sound ceased assaulting his ears, and Neji opened his eyes to find Kabuto staring at him in disbelief. "How were you able to negate my jutsu?" Kabuto asked. Neji's response was to resume his gentle fist stance. "You're not the only one who has trained to surpass his limits. Now, let's continue. I'll show you that being a genius does not mean I'm incapable of exceeding my own limits." The cavern that Naruto found himself in was massive. Hidden away underneath a mountain, he couldn't tell whether it had been made naturally or by man. He walked by several pillars that were 2 times thicker than he was tall. The ground seemed to slope downwards. Frowning as he wandered further in, Naruto eventually discovered a strange glow coming from somewhere up ahead. "I sense the chakra of my fellow Biju here." "Really? Do you know what the chakra is being used for? Number?" "I cannot tell that much. I only sense the chakra, not what it's doing." "Then I guess we'll have to keep going if we want to find out." Naruto moved closer and soon realized that the glow was coming from below the ground. He came upon a ledge and looked down. There was another room below him, and in the center of that room sat a large tree. Even as he watched the tree as it pulsed, several spots on the tree bulged, and then that bulge shifted into a humanoid shape. Naruto felt a sense of unease well up inside of him when the human-shaped bulge suddenly became a person. No, not a person. It became a white Zetsu. "I see," Kyuubi said. "This is how they are manufacturing those clones. They're using the power of the Biju to fuel the production. That tree has the same chakra as Hashirama, too. I can only guess that they are using Hashirama's Mokuton ability and the Biju's power to create life. Then we should destroy it," Naruto decided. "So long as that remains, Madara will have an inexhaustible army at his disposal." Indeed, he would need to use something big to destroy this tree. A simple Udama Rasengan wouldn't work, and his storm-release ninjutsu was too powerful, unless he was willing to bring this entire mountain down around his ears. That meant either Sage Mode or the new Chakra Mode he had gained from Kyuubi. Of the two, Sage Mode was probably safer. There was no telling what might happen if he used Kurama's chakra on that thing. Before he could begin gathering nature chakra, a voice spoke up behind him. "Kaiden. Bakufu Ranbu." Naruto barely had time to turn around before a massive blaze of fire in the shape of a spiral slammed into him. He only had a moment to react. His first response was to use Hiraishin, but when he tried to activate his kunai, he found that he couldn't feel them. There should have been hundreds all around Mountain's graveyard. Why couldn't he feel them? As the spiral of fire burnt his body, Naruto was left with no option except to activate chakra mode, and then create several clawed hands that acted as a shield. The blaze washed over him. Even protected, its heat still seared his skin. His body broke out into a sweat. It felt like blisters were breaking out across his skin. The firestorm soon died. Naruto's body quickly rejuvenated thanks to his regeneration. He didn't release the chakra shroud, but he did unwrap himself from the claws. Madara was standing across from him, his face still covered by that spiral mask, body still draped in a black cloak with red clouds. "I see you are as highly resilient as ever," Madara said. "I was hoping that surprise attack would destroy you. You should know I'm not so easy to dispose of." Naruto unsheathed his Hiraishin kunai and twirled them around his fingers. "But this is good. I was just wondering where you were. Before I destroy this giant tree, I really should see to defeating you." Madara's feet shuffled along the ground. He raised his hands, adopting a combat stance. "If you think it'll be so easy to beat, then by all means, come over here and try it." Naruto started off the battle by tossing one of his tri-pronged kunai at Madara, while at the same time pointing a finger at his foe and gathering chakra. Ranten. Sen. A large beam of white light blasted from the tip of his finger. It quickly bypassed the Hiraishin kunai. Madara leapt away from the beam, which struck a pillow behind him and detonated. Meanwhile, the kunai had finally reached him. Naruto tried to activate the kunai and Hiraishin right in front of Madara. He couldn't. "What's going on? Are you having problems, Naruto?" asked Madara. "Something is wrong. Hiraishin isn't working." "Of course not," Naruto said. "You should know by now that I never have problems." "Oh?" Madara tilted his head, then shrugged. "Then I guess you're not wondering about why the Hiraishin isn't working." Those words caused Naruto to narrow his eyes. So, the reason he couldn't use Hiraishin had to do with something this man had done. Naruto couldn't think of a way to block, negate, or otherwise cancel out his ability to teleport between kunai, but that was merely because no one had tried to. There could have been a manner of making it impossible to use Hiraishin via a seal that disrupted the Shiki on the kunai, or perhaps destroyed the flow of chakra between him and the kunai. Regardless of how, what this meant was he wouldn't be able to use Hiraishin during this fight. That was fine. He had other methods of combat. Raiden. Byakurai. A lance of lightning blasted from Naruto's finger. Madara dodged it, of course, but Naruto predicted how he would move and went through a series of hand seals. Futon. Mugen Daitappa. Naruto expelled a large gust of wind from his mouth, which blasted across the ground and caused several pillars to crumble. It never reached Madara. Before it got even halfway, a large black hole opened up in front of him. The jutsu was sucked inside. Madara went through his own hand seals. Kaden. Hosenka no Jutsu. Several fireballs spewed from Madara's mouth, but Naruto summoned a wall of water to block the attacks. As steam rose up all around them, he decided to use the chakra shroud to close the distance quickly and finish Madara off. Shinra Tensai. What? Naruto was not prepared for the powerful force that slammed into him. He was blasted off his feet, crashed back first into a pillar. Pain exploded in his back. Due to the force, bile rose up in his throat, which he coughed out, along with several globs of blood. Kneeling on the ground, Naruto glared up at Madara as the masked man lorded over him. "I see what's going on now," Naruto mumbled. "I knew when I saw that Karen had the Sharingan and Rinnegan that you were somehow responsible for it. I should have known you would implant a Rinnegan into yourself." "You really should have," Madara agreed. "That you didn't only proves how stupid you are. Says the man who lost to me last time we fought," Naruto retorted. "Our battle will be different this time," Madara said. "You no longer have the advantage now that I have both the Sharingan and the Rinnegan." Naruto activated his chakra shroud. Kurama's chakra flooded through his body, flowing into him and enhancing both his chakra and physical strength. He stood up and wiped the blood from his mouth. "Just because you have a shiny new eye doesn't mean you'll be able to defeat me," Naruto said. "The last time we fought, I couldn't use the Kyuubi's chakra like I can now. You aren't the only one who has a new power." Madara snorted. "Then I suppose we'll see whose power is stronger." Naruto felt like he was in an old-fashioned standoff, except without the giant-ass summons. He and Madara glared at each other from the distance that separated them. This would be their last battle. He knew this, and he was sure his enemy also knew this. Whoever won here would bring victory to their side. No pressure. The battle had become heated, though it had also taken a turn for the worst. Konan and Yugao had done everything they could think of to defeat Nagato. No matter how many tactics they tried, nothing worked. Nagato overpowered her paper ninjutsu, avoided Yugo's kenjutsu, and fought back with Rinnegan abilities that exceeded them both. This was in spite of the fact that he was still a cripple. Shikigami no Mai. Konan turned herself into paper. One by one, sheets of paper peeled off her body until she disappeared entirely. The paper encircled Nagato, who remained where he was, his expression calm, unruffled. Even when all of the paper slammed into him as though to bind him there, he didn't so much as squeak. Kage Bunshin no Jutsu. Yugao created 2 shadow clones, and then proceeded to launch an assault on the now bound Nagato. The clones moved in on the left and right. They closed the distance quickly. Meanwhile, Yugao leapt into the air and, raising her sword above her head, swung it down. Mikazuki no Mai. At the very last second, just before she and her clones attacked, Nagato broke out of the paper. He held out his hand and said, "Shinra Tensai." Yugao cried out as she was struck by an invisible force. She flew through the air in a parabolic arc. She would have struck the ground, but Konan quickly reappeared from within several sheets of paper and caught her. They both sat down on the ground several meters from Nagato. "Thanks, Konan. You're welcome." "Damn." Yugao bit her lip. "Your friend is just way too powerful. There's no way the two of us can defeat him on our own." "I've come to the same conclusion," Konan admitted. "We might not be able to beat him. However, we can at least keep him from attacking everyone else." Konan flapped her wings and took off into the air. Down below, Yugao went through a number of hand seals as Konan launched several paper shuriken at Nagato. Kaden. Hosenka no Jutsu. Yugao spat several fireballs from her mouth, which struck the paper shuriken, turning them into flaming projectiles. Nagato held up his hand. The projectile struck a shield, the fire quickly shrank as he absorbed the chakra, and then the paper vanished as well. During the time Nagato was dealing with the jutsu, Yugao closed the distance. She swung her sword. It missed. Growling as Nagato leaned back, she attacked again and again, with each swing of her blade flowing into the next attack. The air whistled as she bit into it with her katana. However, no matter how many times she struck at him, she never hit her mark. Shinra Tensai. Yugao had expected him to use this jutsu. It was his go-to technique. She quickly replaced herself with a rock by his feet. Appearing below him, she swung her sword again. Clang. It was blocked by a forearm that had suddenly transformed into a metallic weapon of some kind. Several pods opened on the arm. Tiny needle-like objects shot from within it. Explosives. Realizing what these were, Yugao leapt back, but that didn't do anything. The explosives followed her. She tried to cut one down, but that just caused it to explode in her face. Yugao screamed as she was launched backwards. Yugao. Konan shed paper. It flew off her body and created a wall in front of Yugao. The remaining explosives struck the wall and detonated. The paper wall nearly blew up, but Konan reinforced the wall with her chakra, forcing it to remain intact. However, by focusing on protecting Yugao, Konan had left herself open. Ah! Something exploded against her back. Heat seared into her skin and burned her clothes. The wings that she had been using to fly lit on fire before turning to ash. With her wings no longer keeping her aloft, and her ability to concentrate shot, Konan fell to the ground. Her world became white with pain. When she finally came to, she had trouble figuring out where she was. Her vision was blurry, her mind was jumbled from pain, and her body was screaming at her. It took a while, but she eventually realized that she was in a small crater. Yugao was standing next to her. The woman had her blade up as though to protect her. High above them both, floating in the sky, Nagato looked down with his hands pointed at them. Konan knew how Nagato operated. He liked creating big craters using Shinra Tensai to display his power. If he did what he always did, then Nagato was going to crush her and Yugao using that jutsu. It looked like this was the end, there was nothing either of them could do. They'd done all they could, fought as hard as they could, but this was all their power had amounted to. Nagato, even crippled, was an immensely powerful ninja. With the impure resurrection granting him unlimited chakra and invulnerability, there really was no chance for them to win. Hey, never thought my end would come like this, Yugao muttered. I'm sorry, Conan said. Why are you sorry? You didn't ask for this. Yugao turned her head to smile at her. I don't mind dying beside you. My only regret is that I won't get to marry Naruto and start a family. That was indeed regretful. Conan felt the same way. She had been looking forward to settling down and creating a family. That wouldn't happen now. Me too, she said. Still hovering above the sky, Nagato channeled so much chakra that even Conan, who had no sensor abilities to speak of, could feel the intense wellspring of energy. Shinra, he began, tens, Dynamiku Entori. Oof. Conan and Yugao were silent as Rock Lee somehow appeared next to the floating Nagato and jump-kicked him in the face. Nagato, having obviously not expected this, went soaring away like one of his missiles. He disappeared in a twinkle of light. Rock Lee landed on the ground. Yosh, that takes care of that. Are you two all right? You haven't lost your flames of youth, have you? Conan and Yugao were so stunned that they couldn't say anything. What the fuck just happened? Kakashi blocked Itachi's kick with his forearm, cushioning the blow and using the resulting strength to push his foe away. As Itachi stumbled backwards, Sakura leapt into attack. She threw several kicks and punches. However, Itachi, with his Sharingan predicting how she would move, easily avoided her attacks. After Sakura's last kick, Itachi's Sharingan spun and Sakura suddenly grew glassy-eyed and stopped moving. Genjutsu. Knowing that Sakura was perfectly capable of breaking out of a genjutsu, Kakashi attacked, leaping into the air and launching a series of swift kicks that struck against Itachi's defending arms. He landed back on the ground. Itachi tried to pin him in place with a genjutsu, but Kakashi broke it with his Sharingan. I've been meaning to ask this for a while now, Kakashi said suddenly, but this battle is way too easy. You wouldn't happen to be holding back, would you? Itachi nodded. In astute observations, Kakashi. You are correct. I am holding back. I didn't know you could do that when you've been resurrected. A lull took place in the battle. Itachi seemed to be in no rush to continue. He was even polite enough to explain how Kabuto's jutsu worked. It wouldn't have been possible with Orochimaru's old version of the Impure World Resurrection, but Kabuto has modified it. Along with bringing someone back at their full strength, this technique also lets them retain their personality. This means that we're more powerful than we would have been. However, since our personality is intact, it means that we can resist his orders to some degree. Sounds like more trouble than it's worth, Kakashi said. Sakura had broken out of the genjutsu by now and was standing at his side. Itachi shrugged. It's a trade-off. I believe Kabuto allowed us to retain our personalities so we would suffer by being forced to attack the people we loved. We're actually lucky. If he had someone with him who had Orochimaru's cursed seal, he would have been able to force us to fight at our full strength. So what now? Asked Kakashi. I imagine we'll keep fighting until Naruto comes back, Itachi admitted. I placed a crow with Shisui's Sharingan inside. I had originally given it to him so he could help Sasuke, but I never expected Sasuke to descend so far into darkness on his own. If he comes back, it will activate and allow me to break free from Kabuto's mind control. Then we just continue to fight until that happens? More or less. Kakashi wanted to sigh. Why couldn't Naruto have waited for a little while before running off? Hakasho Kaden, releasing chakra from every pore in his body save the bottom of his feet. Neji spun around to create a large dome of chakra. Several snakes that tried to attack him were shredded apart. He stopped spinning, revealing a line shaped like a perfect circle around him. Bravo! Bravo! Mocking claps echoed across the cavernous room. You truly are worthy of your title. Indeed, it seems I have greatly underestimated your abilities, but you know, with that kind of strength, don't you think it's unfair that you'll never become the head of the Hyuga clan? Neji felt something prickle at the edge of his mind. Why was this man bringing that up now? Why here? Was he getting desperate, or was this one of Kabuto's many ploys? What are you getting at? Asked Neji. Kabuto chuckled. Don't act so naive. You know what I'm getting at. You've worked so hard, come so far, but because your father was born a few minutes later than Hiashi, you were branded with a seal that you cannot escape from. The Hyuga clan cursed you to live a life of servitude. Don't you think that's wrong? What's more, the Hyuga clan exemplifies everything that is wrong with Konoha. They force people to do their dirty work, and then force them to live in dishonor and disgrace. Even you are being forced to comply with Konoha and the Hyuga clan against your will. You are a caged bird, Neji, but I can set you free. Raising a single hand, Kabuto smiled at Neji as though beckoning him over. Join me, and I will break the curse that was cast on you. Neji wondered if this guy was for real. Break the curse? Did Kabuto really think that he would fall for something like this? The man's words were so funny that Neji couldn't stop himself from laughing. What is so funny? Asked Kabuto. You are, Neji said. You just spent several minutes trying to convince me to betray my family and village without knowing the truth. I haven't been caged for years. Ever since my battle with Naruto during the Chunin exams, I have been free to make my own choices. Even if I had the bird-caged seal on my forehead, I was still treated with dignity and respect. However, your information is a little outdated. Neji reached behind his head, grabbing the knot that tied his headband to his forehead. A single tug released the knot. He pulled the headband away. Kabuto's eyes widened. Neji looked down at his headband, saw his own face reflected on the metal surface, and grinned. There was no bird-caged seal on his forehead. Thanks to Naruto Namikaze, the bird-caged seal is being dissolved. Neji looked back up at the stunned Kabuto. It hasn't been announced yet, but the Hyuga clan has been slowly removing the seal in order to make way for a new seal that Naruto has created, which will go on every Hyuga member regardless of whether they are from the main branch or not and cannot be used to cause pain. Sorry, Kabuto, but if you think pretty words from an ugly snake is going to sway me, then you're sadly mistaken. Kabuto's shoulders twitched several times. It was like he was barely holding back the anger and frustration Neji imagined he was feeling. So I see, Kabuto said. I guess it was a mistake to try and sway you. To be fair, it has been a long time since I was able to spy on Konoha. My information is a little out of date. I would say a lot out of date, Neji said. Fine. A lot out of date, Kabuto said. However, this doesn't change anything. You cannot beat me. I don't have to beat you, Neji told him, smiling. I just have to keep you occupied long enough for Naruto to defeat Madara. Konan knew, instinctively, that Nagato would come back after being jump-kicked in the face. She didn't expect him to return quite as fast as he had. However, she had been expecting it and therefore wasn't surprised when he arrived again. Tenten had joined them by that time. She was not as fast as Rock Lee, and so it had taken her longer to show up. She'd complained a bit, but her complaint was interrupted when Nagato tried to turn them into a pancake via Shinra Tensei. Now the four of them were gathered together. Standing opposite of them was Nagato, who looked no worse for wear after Rock Lee kicked him in the face. It seems there are a few more members, Nagato said. That's good, is it? Asked Konan. Yes. Nodding, Nagato smiled. The more people who fight, the better your chances are for survival. You seem awfully happy for someone who's outnumbered, Tenten said. Giving her a shrug, Nagato said, I am not fighting because I want to. Kabuto's jutsu makes it so I have to do what he orders. The most I can do is resist him, but I will still fight in the end. I knew you were holding back, Konan said. If you were serious, even injured as you are, Yugao and I wouldn't have lasted 10 seconds. What I don't understand is why you're still fighting if you don't want to, Yugao said. If you can resist, then couldn't you stop altogether? Nagao shook his head negatively. No, the impure world resurrection is a jutsu that forces us to fight regardless of our wish. Isn't there some way to undo the jutsu? Asked Rock Lee. This jutsu seems most unyouthful. I do not know if there's a method of undoing this jutsu, Nagato admitted. I only know that I've been resurrected and have to follow the orders of the one who resurrected me. Nagato, Konan began, I want to apologize for everything that's happened. I believe I told you before, you have no need to apologize, Nagato said. I told you already. What happened to me is the result of losing my way. I wanted to change the world. I wanted to bring peace to the elemental nations, but I became so caught up in achieving that dream through any means that I ended up letting myself get used by Madara. It was only after he killed me that I realized how meaningless my life has been. I was born with all this power, but I couldn't do anything with it. That's not true, Konan shouted. It's because of you that I'm here. If you had never existed, if you hadn't rescued me, I would have been dead a long time ago. You saved me, and in the end, I also pushed you away, Nagato said with a shake of his head. So what? Said Konan. You think that matters? You think it changes what you accomplished? It's thanks to you that I am still here, and it's because I am still here that I can continue to carry your dream. Conan, let me be the one to accomplish the dream we both shared, Conan said, placing a hand against her chest. I'll bring peace to Omegacure. I'll bring peace to the elemental nations. Believe in me, Nagato. The clearing was silent. Conan stared at Nagato as though trying to will him into believing her through eye contact. Slowly, as though his face were made of melting clay, Nagato smiled. It was small. Most people would have missed it. Conan was not most people. Yes, I'll leave it to you then, he said, and as he said this, his body was engulfed in a white light. What's going on? Asked Conan. Nagato looked at his hands, chuckled, and then looked at Conan. It seems the jutsu has somehow been released. If I had to guess, I would say that talking to you has given me some form of closure. Thank you, Conan. I hope you live a long and happy life. As he spoke, Nagato's skin started peeling off, revealing that there was nothing underneath. It was as if he wasn't really there at all. Layer by layer, his body broke down until there was nothing left. Nagato disappeared. Tears stung Conan's eyes, but she didn't allow them to fall. She sucked them in and stared at the spot where her friend had disappeared. I will, Nagato. For you, and for me. Everyone remained silent for a moment, paying their respects to Conan, who continued to stare at the spot Nagato had vanished. After a while, Yugao placed a hand on her shoulder. Come on, she said. Let's go help the others. Right, Conan muttered. She took one last look at where Nagato had been standing, and then she and the others left. A breeze blew through the now empty clearing. Naruto and Madara had yet to land so much as a single blow on the other person. Jutsu were launched and countered. Lightning and storms and fire filled the air. Space warped and explosions rocked the room, causing cracks to appear on the floor and ceiling. Shinra Tensei. Another variable was that Madara was now capable of using Rinnegan-related jutsu. Naruto could only assume that he had stolen the Rinnegan from Nagato after Naruto had defeated him. This posed a problem. The last time they had fought, it had also been like this, dead even. However, Naruto couldn't use Hiraishin, and Madara had the Rinnegan. Moving quickly across the cavernous space, Naruto used the pillars as cover, wincing as several pillars collapsed after being struck by the Shinra Tensei. Dust clogged the area around him. It gave him something of a smokescreen, though he didn't know how useful that was since Madara had both a Sharingan and a Rinnegan. Raiden. Byakurai. Pointing his finger at where Madara had been last, Naruto sent a beam of lightning at him. He waited for 1 second, then 2. An explosion went up. It shook the earth. Naruto activated his chakra cloak, created 2 shadow clones, and then rushed out alongside one of the clones. The other went elsewhere. He and his clone rushed at Madara. They didn't use any fancy tactics. It was a straight-up frontal assault. Several large claws extended from his back and shot at Madara, who activated Kamui to create a black hole that sucked up the claws before they could reach him. Naruto flinched as he felt some of Kurama's chakra get sucked into the Kamui, but he retracted his claws and leapt back. The clone was already in position anyway. Futon. Rasen Shuriken. A loud, shrill whistle echoed all around them. The Naruto clone, who was above Obito and falling from the ceiling, extended the 9 claws jutting from his back. Each clawed hand held a Rasen Shuriken, a miniature one. The combined screech of each one created a threnody of clashing noise that was like dozens of steel swords grinding against a rock. Madara looked up. A vortex suddenly appeared above him. The clones wasn't able to stop himself from falling into the vortex, which quickly consumed him. Naruto felt the clone dispel and blinked. What was that? What were those coffins? It had only been for a second, but he could have sworn clone Naruto had seen something before his clone had died. A space filled with coffins. He didn't let himself stay distracted for long. Madara had released massive fire dragon at him, and so Naruto did what any sane man would do. He took evasive action. Thanks to Kurama's chakra shroud, even if he couldn't use Hiraishin, he was still several magnitudes faster than Madara. He sped across the room in less time than it took to blink. When he was behind Madara, he went through several hand seals and prepared one of his more powerful jutsu. It would be dangerous. However, he had decided that he'd rather bring this entire mountain down around them than let this man live. Ranten. Hakarashi. Naruto's chakra surged before a massive storm of energy was unleashed. Fierce winds slammed against the pillars. Many crumbled. The ceiling cracked and several cave-ins happened. Lightning burst from Naruto's body following the wind, lashing out at everything in destructive arcs before, like an ancient army come to conquer. Several giant lances shot at Madara. They traveled forward, piercing everything in their path. Madara remained still. What the hell? Isn't he going to try and dodge? Naruto froze when a large coffin appeared in front of Madara. The coffin door slid down to reveal that someone was inside. They weren't wearing a cloak, which allowed him to catch a glimpse of dark skin before the lightning descended. Naruto closed his eyes briefly as the lightning jutsu nearly burned his retina. He waited for 1 second, 2, and then opened his eyes. He wasn't sure what he expected to see, though he had been hoping to be greeted to the sight of Madara lying on the floor. That wasn't what he saw. Instead of his opponent defeated, Naruto witnessed his jutsu being negated by someone he was quite familiar with. Thick, dark-skinned arms were stretched out before a muscular body. Shades glinted in the light and 7 swords were strapped to various parts of his body. Naruto knew this person. It was Kurabi. He wasn't alone. Has Madara resurrected Kurabi and the other Jinchuriki to battle me? There were 4 other coffins standing alongside the one that Madara first summoned. Each coffin was open, and each one had a person walking out from it. One of those people was a large man wearing armor. Another wore a kimono and had pale skin. Then there was an old man wearing tacky robes and mesh. Last was a young man who looked like a little boy. Naruto recognized him. It was the 3rd Mizukage, Yagura. All 4 of them had a Rinnegan in their left eye and a Sharingan in their right. I see you've turned the previous Jinchuriki into your paths, Naruto said with a wrinkled nose. I am quite particular about my paths, Madara said, shrugging. Not just any ninja would do. I needed people who were strong, ninja who could fight on par with you. Well, you certainly have chosen some troublesome opponents for me, Naruto admitted. Naruto. I know. With that Rinnegan, their vision is probably linked together the same way Pain's was. On top of that, they have the Sharingan, which means they'll be able to track my movements. We could be in trouble. Since you've proven to be such a troublesome opponent, I can no longer afford to take you lightly, Madara continued. I'll defeat you here and now. You'll try, Naruto said. Naruto exploded into action, rushing backwards with several long leaps. The 5 Jinchuriki, tails extending from their body, rushed after him. Killer Bee was in the lead. The 4 who'd appeared after him trailed slightly behind him, their position such that their fields of vision overlapped. Ranten. Rasen Shuriken. Combining Storm Release with his Rasengan, Naruto created a massive sphere of destructive white chakra. It wasn't really shaped like a shuriken, but he couldn't think of anything else to name it, so Rasen Shuriken it was. Without waiting for an invitation, Naruto used one of the clawed hands to slam the Rasen Shuriken into Killer Bee. It missed, naturally. However, he wasn't Naruto's true aim. Madara glared as Naruto changed the direction of his attack from Killer Bee to him. If he weren't so busy concentrating, Naruto would have grinned. Madara leapt out of the way of Naruto's attack. The Mizukage and the 6-tailed Jinchuriki moved in and cut his chakra claw. The Rasen Shuriken dissipated before it could cause any damage. That was okay. Ranten. Mabiki Suru no Jutsu. Killer Bee and the old man attempted to attack him up close, but Naruto had no intention of letting them do that. He sped through a series of hand seals. His chakra exploded. Arcs of lightning shot from his body. A fierce wind slammed into Killer Bee and the old man, swirling around them and turning into a pair of cyclones. As though sensing that they were captured, the lightning sought out the swirling cyclones. At the same time, Naruto spat several streams of water. Lightning, wind, and water combined to create an incredibly destructive attack. The 2 cyclones lit up as they destroyed everything in their path. The ceiling finally gave way, caving in and raining destruction on everyone. Naruto extended the chakra claws and used them to destroy the large chunks of debris that rained on his head. He glanced at Madara to see what his enemy was doing. That turned out to be a mistake. Several large globs of lava shot from within one of the cyclones. Naruto yelped when one hit him, searing his skin. He leapt back, but then the Mizukage and the 6 tails rushed at him. One had already created a blade of water, and the other was covered in a strange slime-like substance. The 2 attacked simultaneously. Naruto backpedaled across the cavern, and was broadsided when something hot slammed into his side. Screaming as he crashed through a pillar, Naruto was barely able to recover in time to see who had attacked him. It was the man in armor. Steam billowed from his fist. He must have been the Gobi, the five-tailed dolphin horse. By combining water and fire, the Gobi's Jinchuriki could use boil release, which was essentially steam. This isn't good. You're just now realizing that? Be quiet. Naruto leapt away from the place where he'd been standing when his danger senses went haywire. The pillar he'd been in front of exploded seconds later. Heat blasted Naruto in the face, causing sweat to break out on his skin as steam billowed from the attack. Naruto didn't even have time to counter before the Mizukage and the Six Tails were on him. There's way too many enemies for me to defeat at the same time. We should have expected the previous Jinchuriki to be resurrected. Now we're caught in that man's trap. Fortunately, there is one good thing to have come from all this. What's that? We now have indisputable proof that you're an idiot. Naruto ducked underneath a blade of water, only to run face first into several bubbles. He scrambled backwards, but he wasn't fast enough. One of the bubbles touched him. The resulting explosion threw him backwards, skidding and rolling across the ground. His back screamed, his shoulder cracked, and his face stung as he tumbled like a rag doll across the floor. This is so not good. In a one-on-one battle, Naruto was guaranteed victory. He was even sure that he could fight these other Jinchuriki 2-on-1. However, battling 5-on-1 simply wasn't possible. Maybe he could win if he could use Hiraishin, but the man calling himself Madara had been prepared and sealed off his connection to his kunai. The question is, how is he doing it? The only way to seal off a technique was to use a sealing jutsu, but there shouldn't have been any way for this man, or anyone, to seal off the Hiraishin. If it was that simple, it would have been done long ago. Was he using a space-time jutsu to disrupt his ability to travel between kunai? What is this? A voice asked from above him. Weren't you saying something about defeating me? What are you doing lying on the ground? Naruto glared at the one who called himself Madara and, snarling, sent a chakra claw at him. It phased through the man, of course. That blasted Sharingan jutsu of his made it hard for Naruto to attack. Tisk. You should know by now that attacks like that don't work unless you've got the right timing. Madara waved a finger at Naruto as though chiding him. Did our previous battle teach you nothing? Or have you grown so desperate that you'll attack even though you know it's futile? Well, not that it matters to me. He raised his left hand. The moment I touch you with this hand, it'll all be over. As Madara slowly drew his hand closer to him, Naruto tried to think of a way out of this. There had to be something he could do to escape from this predicament. He couldn't use Hiraishin, but he still had plenty of chakra. The issue came from the man above him. That phasing ability was annoying, and Naruto didn't have a definite counter to it. Perhaps he could use a seal. That's it. The hand was coming closer, seemingly in slow motion, but Naruto didn't focus on the hand right now. He channeled chakra to his left index finger. The finger glowed. Slowly, so as not to attract attention, Naruto began writing a seal beneath his body, hidden away where Madara couldn't see it. His finger speed was quicker than Madara. He finished his seal and activated it seconds before Madara touched his head. Nothing happened. What is this? Madara touched his head again. Nothing happened. Grinning, Naruto kicked Madara in the face. Unlike the last time when his attack went through the man, this time, the one calling himself Madara received the shock of his life. Naruto's foot slammed into his face with the force of an angry god. The loud bang of flesh meeting flesh sounded abnormally loud in the cavernous interior. Madara was lifted off his feet and flew toward the ceiling, where he slammed head first into the hard sediment. Chipped rock fell on Naruto's head as he clambered to his feet. He wobbled, his legs feeling precarious as though teetering on the edge of exhaustion. Shaking his head, Naruto looked up. You used a seal to block my space-time ninjutsu, Madara said. He was already healed, standing on the ceiling, his arms crossed as though nothing had happened. That's very impressive. I expected no less from Minato Namikaze's son. You truly live up to your name. On the ground below, the resurrected Jinchuriki gathered around Naruto, clearly waiting for Madara to give the order to attack. He would have sighed, but he was little too busy just then. This situation was not enviable by any means. Being complimented by you doesn't make me happy, Naruto snapped. You know, for a man who calls himself Madara Uchiha, you seem perfectly capable of augmenting the powers you're lacking. I've heard about Madara from Kurama, and he told me that Madara is a conceited prick who'd never use anyone's power but his own. You aren't Madara, which begs the question, who the fuck are you? Madara spread his arms. Who I am doesn't matter. What matters is that I am going to take the Kyuubi from you, and then I'm going to find the Ichibi, Nibi, and Nanabi and take them as well. Then I'll be able to complete my plans. As if we'd let you do that, a voice said seconds before 1,000 sheets of paper wrapped around the Six Tails Jinchuriki. They were paper bombs. Naruto barely had a second to run like hell before they detonated with enough force that the entire mountain shook. Konoha Senpu, Rock Lee, his skin red and veins bulging all over his body, rushed into the room and kicked the Gobi Jinchuriki in the face. His kick was so powerful that the Jinchuriki's head exploded. Literally. The entire head suddenly turned into ash and the body fell to the ground. Of course, the head regenerated a second later, but it was still impressive. Sogu Tensai. A scroll suddenly appeared. It flew through the air. Less than a second later, there was a burst of smoke and several dozen weapons shot out at the Mizukage, who leapt backwards. The man didn't even seem to realize that he'd leapt right toward his foe. Tenten, wielding a pair of scimitars, attacked him with a series of lightning-swift slashes. They were dodged, but she kept up the pressure. Mikazuki no Mai. 3 Yugos rushed through the pillars, one leaping into the air, while the other 2 attacked the Yonbi Jinchuriki with a pincer maneuver. One was destroyed by globs of lava, but the other successfully reached him. The clone and Yugao simultaneously hit him with an attack that cut him all the way through. He still recovered, being an undead and all, but Yugao attacked him again, keeping him on the defensive. The remaining 2 resurrected Jinchuriki tried to attack Naruto. Killer Bee sprouted several octopus tails and attempted to hit Naruto with them, while the man wearing red armor sent several compressed bursts of steam at him. A wall of paper blocked both attacks, appearing before Naruto as a multi-layered shield. Konan coalesced before him, her body forming from multiple sheets of paper, though it was only half a body. Go after Madara, she said. Myself and the others will deal with these 5. Naruto nodded. I understand, thank you. After leaping onto a pillar, Naruto ran up it, defying gravity. His chakra shroud, which had been deactivated thanks to Madara, reactivated with a burst of golden luminescence. He threw himself at Madara, who reacted with admirable swiftness. Shinra Tensai. That won't work on me. Naruto shouted as he made a clone and had it throw him out of the jutsu's path. The clone vanished, destroyed, but it had served its purpose. 3 chakra claws sprouted from his back. A different Rasengan formed on each one: Futon Rasen Shuriken, Ranten Rasen Shuriken, Hayaten Rasen Shuriken. The first one to reach Madara was the Hayaten one. Madara leapt away as the Rasen Shuriken struck the ceiling, freezing it over. While he was in midair, the Futon Rasen Shuriken attacked him, but he phased through it. He also phased through the Ranten Rasen Shuriken. He didn't see the chakra claws returning from behind him. NNNGG. GGGAAA. Naruto grinned as Madara, or whoever he was, became engulfed in a massive sphere of destruction. It wasn't until the sphere quickly expanded that he realized he may have a problem. Everything within the area was getting destroyed. The fierce, howling winds rent the air and caused the ground, ceiling, and pillars to break apart. This wouldn't have been so bad, but everything was also getting sucked into a vortex that swirled around the sphere, which was growing larger by the second. His team, who'd still been fighting with the reanimated Jinchuriki, also became a part of this vortex. Well, fuck. Reacting with haste, Naruto launched all 9 chakra claws. 4 latched onto his teammates. The other 5 dug into the ground and pulled him down. This was harder than it looked. The ground kept getting ripped out and fed into the vortex. Naruto used his 5 claws to continuously pull himself further away from the sphere and destructive winds. Thanks to the power of his 2 jutsu, the walls of the mountain were destroyed. Naruto rushed outside with the others still caught in his grasp. When he was a suitable distance away, he set everyone down and turned around, watching as the mountain became engulfed in a massive dome of maelstromic energy. The chakras soon dispersed with a loud shriek. A shock wave flowed out from it, causing him and the others to raise their hands to their face. The shock wave died down. Everyone lowered their arms and looked at the mountain. Except there was no mountain. All that remained was a crater. That was a seriously powerful jutsu, Tenten said. Yosh! Rock Lee shouted. Naruto-kun's flames of youth are so powerful he can destroy mountains. I must train so that I can destroy mountains, too. Yeah, sure, whatever. I had no idea you had such a destructive ninjutsu, Yugao mumbled. If we're being honest here, neither did I. Shrugging, Naruto continued to frown at the scene. He was forgetting something, or rather, someone. Where's Neji? I'm right here, a voice said behind them. Everyone turned around. Neji was walking over to them, scratches and lacerations covering his body. Despite this, he looked none the worse for wear. Being dragged behind him by a giant snake tail was. Is that Kabuto? Asked Naruto. Yes, Neji said. Huh. Scratching his head, Naruto frowned. I completely forgot about him. What's he doing here? He's apparently the one who resurrected all of these shinobi, Neji said. I didn't kill him because he said his death wouldn't break the jutsu. He could have been lying, but I thought it would be better to be safe than sorry. Good call, Naruto agreed. Do you think Madara is dead? Asked Konan. Naruto tilted his head. I can't see him surviving that. Don't know about those reanimated Jinchuriki, though. Maybe we should confirm whether or not he's gone. Yugao suggested, opening his mouth to say that was a good idea. Naruto was unprepared for the sudden pain that speared his back. It was as if someone pierced him with a spear. His world vanished as it was overridden with pain. He thought he heard someone scream, but he couldn't be sure. Everything sounded as if it was coming from across a vast distance. His last thoughts were trying to figure out what had happened. And then he was in a familiar chamber, staring down a familiar furred face. Kurama, aka the Kyuubi, looked down at him with a grin. It looks like you got careless, brat. Naruto frowned. What do you mean? Flicking his tails with a lazy swish, Kurama rested his head on his hands. I mean that fake Madara just stabbed you in the back. Honestly, how could you let yourself be surprised like that? Aren't you supposed to be the master of surprise? Huh, so that's what happened. Looking down at his hands, Naruto narrowed his eyes and looked back at Kurama. Am I going to die? Don't be stupid. Kurama snorted. An injury of this level isn't going to kill you. That said, you should pray that you wake up soon. Your friends are fighting in your place, but even 5-on-1, they're not match for that faker. It seems like I'm not much of a match either. Because he had nothing better to do, Naruto sat down and crossed his arms. In terms of power and abilities, I seem to be the stronger one, but he has more experience and is a lot more canny. The biggest issue is that phasing ability of his. You should create a seal that can negate it. Create a seal. I might be able to do that. The last one I made was only temporary. I need to make one that's more permanent. The only question is whether or not I'll be able to create it in time. Then you had better get cracking. Right. Sitting down, Naruto reran everything he knew about Madara's phasing ability through his head. He had to figure out a way to seal off that ability for good. His life, and the lives of his comrades, depended on it. Yugao felt helpless as Madara appeared behind Naruto and impaled him through the back. She wanted to scream, but her throat had closed up. All she could do was watch in helpless horror as Naruto, blood dribbling down his mouth, crumbled to the ground like a broken doll. No. The scream came, not from her, but from Konan. With tears leaking from her eyes, the woman summoned mass amounts of paper and sent it hurtling at Madara. Of course, the paper merely phased through him, but Konan didn't seem to care. Lee, Tenten, Neji shouted. Form up on me. Right, Yosh. While everyone was clearly shocked, they didn't let that get to them. Neji, Rock Lee, and Tenten rushed toward Madara. While Neji and Rock Lee attacked using taijutsu, Tenten played long-range support, unsealing what looked to be hundreds of kunai that she liberally hurled at their foe. Like Konan's paper, the kunai went straight through him. Do you really think your attacks will have any effect on me? Asked Madara as Rock Lee traveled straight through him after an unsuccessful spin kick. None of you have what it takes to. Madara's words were stopped dead in their tracks when Neji struck him with a palm thrust. Unlike Rock Lee's attack, this one actually landed, slamming into Madara's chest and sending him flying backwards. The masked shinobi skidded along the ground after being struck. Then he fell to a knee, one hand raised to massage his chest. How? He asked. Neji's expression could have frozen over hell. I don't have to tell you how I managed to get past your phasing ability. Lee, Tenten, on it, youth. The three of them attacked in tandem once more. Again, Madara phased through Tenten and Rock Lee's attacks, but he couldn't stop Neji's. As she watched from the sidelines, Yugao wondered how he was able to do that. She looked over at Konan, who was no longer fighting Madara with the others, but was kneeling on the ground next to Naruto. Seeing this jolted Yugao into action. She rushed over to the pair and knelt down next to them. "Is he okay?" she asked. "He should be," Konan said, much to Yugao's relief. "The wound in his back is already healing, so he's not in any danger. The only problem we have currently is Madara," Yugao said. Konan nodded. "If he manages to get away from those three and attacks us, I'm not sure we'll be able to protect Naruto." She ran a hand through Naruto's hair. "Madara's jutsu has one weakness. He can only make himself intangible for about 5 minutes. Neji seems to have found another weakness, which I'm guessing means he has discovered a way of disrupting Madara's space-time jutsu. He's probably using a variation of Shikoku Fuin," Naruto said, opening his eyes with a groan. "Naruto," Konan and Yugao said at the same time. "Are you all right?" asked Yugao. "Yeah, I'm fine," Naruto said. "Listen, I have a way to defeat Madara, but I need your help." Neji and Rock Lee kept the pressure on Madara. Rock Lee would attack, then Neji would attack. While Rock Lee's attack generally went harmlessly through Madara, Neji's always hit, and the results were that Madara would get sent reeling. While they worked together, Tenten remained in the back, providing long-range support by hurling several kunai at Madara. The kunai didn't damage him. However, the added variable helped keep Madara from realizing how Neji was disrupting his space-time jutsu. Thanks to his Byakugan, Neji already knew that Naruto was up and ready to start fighting. He didn't know what Naruto had planned, but he could see their leader speaking with Konan and Yugao, so he knew that Naruto was planning something. Right now, his job was to distract Madara. Keep the man's attention on him until Naruto was ready. Hake Hasengeki, Konoha Senpu. Neji thrust his palm at Madara. A powerful wave of chakra emitted from the palm. Concealed within the chakra, hidden so well even a Sharingan would miss it, was a small seal that disrupted Madara's technique. As Madara stumbled back, Rock Lee slammed into him with a powerful spin kick that sent the man skidding backwards. Neji smiled when Madara stared at Rock Lee in shock. Soshoryu, leaping into the air as she unfurled a pair of scrolls, Tenten spun like an acrobat and released both of the scrolls' content, which just happened to be an entire armory. Weapons of every conceivable shape and size flew from the scrolls. A number of them had explosive tags on them. They bombarded Madara like a hailstorm, detonating all around him. Those explosions probably didn't do anything. Even so, the amount of fire and dust they kicked up acted as a suitable smokescreen for Naruto, Konan, and Yugao, who were finally making their move. Now he, Tenten, and Rock Lee needed to sit back and let those three deliver what would hopefully be the finishing blow. Naruto ran alongside Yugao while Konan flew into the air. Yugao had drawn her katana and he a pair of kunai, though they weren't the tri-pronged ones that he'd grown used to using. Since his ability to use Hiraishin in this place was sealed, bringing those out would have been pointless. Madara had already turned toward them, his glowing red Sharingan eye visible inside of his mask, along with the rings of his, or rather, Nagato's Rinnegan. Yugao reached him first. Naruto had hung back purposefully. As Yugao reached Madara, she swung her blade, which sung as it sliced the air apart. It phased through Madara, who tried to return Yugao's attack with one of his own. Naruto coated a kunai in wind chakra and threw it. Blood splashed against the ground as the kunai went straight through Madara's arm. Madara can't touch anything so long as he's intangible. Naruto narrowed his eyes as he reached Madara. So to attack, he has to become tangible again. This also means that for a short time while he's attacking, he's vulnerable. It's a small window, though. That sort of attack won't defeat Madara. Naruto's fist phased through Madara again, and again. Madara went to attack but was intercepted by Yugao. His right hand flew off as he tried to punch Naruto's face in, only to be on the receiving end of Yugao's blade. Naruto frowned as more blood splattered against the ground. He's not even reacting to having his limbs cut off. It's like he's impervious to pain. He and Yugao continued to fight, with one attacking and the other waiting until Madara became tangible. Unfortunately, Madara was quick to catch on to how they were operating and switched tactics. He no longer tried to attack. He fell almost entirely into defense, relying heavily on his phasing ability to avoid damage. A stalemate. Naruto and Yugao couldn't hurt him thanks to his intangibility, but he couldn't attack them for that same reason. What's more, he seemed to have learned from their previous fight. He never used his intangibility for 5 minutes. When he was about to reach that limit, he shut the ability off and used the Mogura Tataki no Jutsu to hide underground and appear somewhere else. His cunning combination kept Naruto and Yugao from landing a solid hit. It was definitely a good thing that they were only a distraction. High above them, Konan ran through a gauntlet of hand seals. The jutsu that Naruto had showed her was one that could be used by anyone, but thanks to her paper jutsu, it worked best with her. The only issue would be keeping the enemy still. Fortunately, Naruto had already created several clones who were working on a jutsu that would keep Madara from moving. The only thing left to do was maneuver his tricky foe to that location. Naruto and Yugao kept up the pressure. They forced Madara to move to a place of their choosing by using Sage Mode to sense him and predict where he would move. When he finally reached the spot, a small circle exactly 6 meters wide, the 12 shadow clones finished their preparations and slammed their hands onto the seal they had created. "What is this?" demanded Madara as he found himself trapped by a dome of chakra. "This is your end," Naruto said seconds before a large swarm of paper covered in seals descended. Madara tried to phase through the paper as it smacked into him, but the seals activated and kept him from doing so. He shouted as his body became covered in seals. Inch by inch, his body disappeared as thousands of paper sheets wrapped around his body. In as little as 5 seconds, Madara Uchiha, or the person who called himself that, became completely immobilized. Futon. Rasengan. Slamming a Rasengan into the now incapable Madara's chest, Naruto had the distinct satisfaction of returning the favor dealt to him. The shinobi's entire chest was ground away, and because he was immobilized by seals, he could do nothing about it. Madara fell to the ground. Half his chest was missing. Somehow, he was still alive. Naruto stared at the hole in Madara's chest. That should have killed him. Is he immortal? What should we do? Asked Yugao as Konan descended to the ground. We'll take him with us, Naruto decided. If we can't kill him, then we can at least imprison him. Maybe the higher-ups will figure out what to do with him. Turning to face everyone, Naruto grinned. All right, people, let's grab Kakashi and Sakura and head off. Naruto received a chorus of "hi" from his comrades. After reuniting with Kakashi and Sakura, and subsequently breaking Itachi out of Kabuto's control via Naruto regurgitating a crow, the group proceeded to leave Mountain's graveyard with their 2 prisoners in tow. The first order of business was having Itachi force Kabuto into releasing the impure world resurrection technique. This resulted in Itachi also disappearing. Naruto had the feeling that Itachi didn't want to be in this world anymore anyway, since Sasuke had died. After that, Naruto had their air unit contact the allied shinobi forces and tell them that they had completed their mission. They received orders to head for the main base on the warfront. While it was called the main base, because that was where Gaara was stationed, the truth was that there wasn't anything base-worthy there. It was just the place where Gaara headed up the main force. Naruto and the others were greeted by Gaara and his entourage upon arrival, though he received several looks when everyone saw the unconscious Kabuto and the papered-up Madara. Naruto, I'm glad your mission was a success, Gaara said. Naruto grinned. It turned out even better than I expected. Not only did we destroy the base-making clones, but we captured both Kabuto and the one calling himself Madara Uchiha. So that's why all of the reincarnated shinobi suddenly disappeared, Gaara said. I hope you'll inform me of what happened during the debriefing. Of course, there wasn't anything for Naruto or his team to do. After the Impure World Resurrection was released, the allied shinobi nations had a much easier time defeating the White Zetsu army. Since his aid wasn't needed, Naruto and his team were left to relax in the large tent that had been built at the main base. Naruto was sitting in a chair, arms crossed. Kakashi, Neji, Tenten, and Rock Lee had disappeared. He didn't know where the latter 3 were, but he assumed Kakashi was reading porn. Konan and Yugao were sitting beside him. Do you think the war will end with this? Asked Konan. We took out their leader, so I don't see why it wouldn't, Naruto said. Will this end every war? Naruto hesitated. I don't know. What do you think will happen now that the war is almost over? Asked Yugao. Reconstruction, most likely. Naruto rubbed his jaw. A lot was lost. Entire villages have been destroyed and people were displaced. We'll need to help them. Plus the elemental nations will need to begin discussions to create policies that will stop this from happening again. Do you think anything will come of those talks? Asked Conan. Of course, Naruto replied. I plan on taking part in them. I won't rest until we've come closer to achieving true peace. There was a moment of silence. Then what should we do? Asked Yugao. Do you mean, we, as in the three of us? Asked Naruto. Yugao nodded. Naruto blinked, then frowned, and then smiled. That's easy. Conan and Yugao stared at Naruto, whose smile widened. Live, he said simply. Epilogue. Naruto sat behind a large desk. Sitting before him was a small computer where all of his paperwork was stored. He was currently typing up several documents detailing new construction plans for Konoha. They were being forced to expand the village due to an influx in trade with a recently discovered nation outside of the elemental nations. The new part of the village was for foreign dignitaries. Knock, knock, knock. After looking at the door, which rattled several times as someone knocked on it, Naruto pushed his computer away, rubbed his eyes, yawned, and said, "The door's open, Yugao." There was a moment's pause before the knob turned and the door opened, allowing a purple-haired woman of extraordinary beauty to enter. Yugao hadn't changed much in 15 years. The only difference was that she no longer wore her Anbu gear, which made sense as she was no longer a member of the Anbu. She was carrying a stack of papers. These are the reports from the Shinobi Academy, she said, walking in and setting the pile on his desk. I've already created copies for the filing department. Here, she placed a small USB drive on top of the paper. The documents are also in here as backups. Thank you. Naruto took the USB and inserted it into his computer. As the files began uploading, Naruto asked, "How is the newest batch of ninja?" Yugao paused, her head tilting before answering. They are about the same as usual. There's a 50-50 mix of kids from shinobi and non-shinobi families. It's not unexpected that the kids from shinobi families are better, but thanks to the new library that allows children from civilian families to study the basics, the kids who don't have any ninja background are keeping up well enough. Yugao paused again. Naruto waited on bated breath, watching as the woman smiled. She was doing this on purpose, telling him everything about what he didn't want to know and keeping him from knowing the one thing he did want to know. He wondered if this mischievousness came from spending so much time with Koyuki and Mei. Our daughter, of course, aced all of her entrance exams. Naruto grinned. Of course she did. She's our daughter, after all. It had been 10 years since Naruto became Hokage. Having been inaugurated at 19 years of age, he was the youngest person to ever hold the position. Several changes had taken place after his inauguration. The first was that no children under the age of 13 was allowed to enter the Ninja Academy. All children who entered spent 1 year mastering the basics and increasing their physical abilities, another year learning their chosen specialization ninjutsu, genjutsu, medical jutsu, fuinjutsu, kenjutsu, etc., and another 2 years learning teamwork by taking D-rank missions and sparring with their Jonin sensei. Since there was no need for children to go out into the field anymore, all children graduated at the age of 16. Even geniuses were not allowed to graduate before that. Naruto didn't think it was appropriate or healthy to have children graduate early and experience what being a true ninja meant. The latest reports from his science department claimed that children who become inured to violence too early often become unstable. Having seen the results of those reports in Sasuke, Naruto was inclined to believe them. Whose class did Kurosaka end up in? Asked Naruto. Yugito's. A soft ping alerted him to the USB finishing its upload. I'm not sure how that's going to turn out. I'm sure Yugito knows better than to show favoritism, Yugao said. She didn't show it when she had Jiraiya in her class. I guess. Also, I don't think I need to remind you, but the biannual Allied Nations meeting is happening later today, Yugao added. You don't need to remind me. Naruto smiled dryly. Don't worry, I'll be sure to have all the paperwork done before then. After leaning over to give him a kiss, Yugao left the office. She had her own duties to attend to as the head of the Ninja Academy. Naruto was a little disappointed. Had it not been for the biannual meeting later today, he would have probably been able to seduce her into having sex on the Hokage's desk, which happened to be one of his favorite places to have sex. Seriously. Few things were kinkier fucking on the desk where the previous Hokages did their paperwork. After he finished his paperwork, Naruto stood up, put on his haori, and left the Hokage's office. As he walked through the Hokage tower, Naruto was greeted by the ninja and office workers who passed him. He waved and smiled back. It wasn't long before he reached a circular room that was lit up with glowing seals. As he stepped into the center, the seals activated and Naruto disappeared. He reappeared in another room that looked identical. Walking out revealed that he was no longer in the Hokage tower. Several guards stood waiting for him, their uniforms featuring a long black jacket over a tan flak jacket. Their headbands bore the symbol of the allied nations. "Lord Hokage," one of them greeted. "Please allow us to escort you to the meeting room." "Thank you." The meeting room was a large, circular room built within a massive tower located in the heart of the elemental nations. Several windows offered a beautiful view of the cityscape. A round table sat in the center of this room. There were a number of people already present. Naruto. Koyuki leapt from her seat and greeted him with her usual enthusiasm. She was wearing a mauve dress that gave her the refined air of a ruler. Her long blue hair curled at the end. The only makeup she wore was lipstick, which meant her natural beauty was visible for all to see. Konan, who stood up seconds later and with a much calmer disposition, greeted him in a less rambunctious manner. In other words, she didn't use her tongue when they kissed. "It's good to see that you're actually punctual this time." "Don't say that like I'm not usually punctual," Naruto said with a pout. He surreptitiously wiped the lipstick from his mouth while Koyuki quickly reapplied hers. "Last time I ran late because Kirai had painted the Hokage monument." "That sounds familiar for some reason," Koyuki teased. Konan smiled. "Can't imagine why." "Yeah." Naruto grinned as he swiped his nose. "He takes after his old man." "I hope that doesn't mean our world is doomed," Gaara said with a smile. He was sitting on the opposite side of the table, next to the leaders of Claw and Fang country. "Not doomed," Naruto corrected. "Just in trouble." "How are the kids?" "They are doing well," Gaara said calmly. "They've been asking me about when Uncle Naruto will visit them next." He frowned. "I'm not sure what you did to make my children love you so much, but you're all they talk about." The mischievous smile Naruto wore was the kind he gave everyone when he had a secret. "I couldn't say. I'm sure," Gaara said. Gaara looked more or less the same as he always had. He was a little older, his face a little more mature. His case-cage robes suited him well. Outside of Mei, Konan, and Koyuki, he was Naruto's staunchest supporter. It had been thanks to their combined efforts that the allied nations had become what it was today. Naruto took his place between Konan and Koyuki. They conversed about non-work-related subjects, namely about their kids. Yahiko and Nagato were both with their nannies, since they weren't old enough to be left alone. Naruto had once offered to use shadow clones, but Konan had rebutted that decision by asking him what would happen if his clones accidentally dispelled, which was her way of saying that he was clumsy. Sosetsu was in his final year at the Ninja Academy in the Land of Spring. Like all of his kids, Naruto had taken to training their son personally when he had time. Sosetsu excelled at Hyoden-based ninjutsu and kenjutsu. "He'll be taking his graduation test soon," Koyuki was saying. "I'll have everyone take some time off from our duties so we can watch the graduation," Naruto said. "We'll surprise him by having the whole family get together." Koyuki's grin matched his. "That would be nice." Speaking of the whole family getting together, Konan began. "What time should we head over for dinner tonight?" Naruto crossed his arms and tilted his head as more people arrived. Mei walked in and noticed them. She waved, but since there were so many people now, she couldn't walk over and begin chatting. "How about we just pick up the kids and head over right after this meeting?" "Can't," Koyuki said. "I still have some work that I need to finish. And I need to file some papers in a megacure," Konan added. "Unfortunate," Naruto sighed. "Looks like I'll be traveling alone." Soon after they finished their conversation, the meeting started. Naruto leaned back in his chair as the orator, Old Man Mifune, began the meeting by presenting the daily reports on all of the allied nations' assets and revenue. It was going to be a long meeting. Naruto arrived home later that evening. He hung up his haori on the coat hanger by the door, then did the same with his Hokage hat. Walking further inside, Naruto wondered where his family was, until he heard the sounds of combat coming from the backyard. Entering the backyard through the sliding door in the kitchen, Naruto found Yugito and Yugao watching two of their children as they spar. With her long hair unbraided and descending past her shoulders, Yugito studied their kids with a keen eye as she held Darui against her hip. Their youngest child was only 6 months old. He couldn't even speak yet. Grinning, Naruto began to stealthily sneak up behind her in a ninja-like manner. "I hope you're not trying to sneak up on me," Yugito said. Naruto paused. His hands, which had been raised to block her eyes, stopped. Darui looked at him with big, cobalt eyes, as though wondering why he had stopped moving. "Of course not," Naruto said at last, lowering his arms. "That wasn't a very smooth save," Yugao told him. "I don't know what you're talking about." Walking to stand beside Yugito, he placed a kiss on his wife's cheek and ruffled Darui's blonde hair. The little one gave him a toothless smile. Grinning in return, Naruto turned to look at his other two kids, who were locked in an intense sparring match. "Kirasaka has improved a lot. Jiraiya is still better, though," Yugito said. "He's also older and stronger," Naruto said. "Kirasaka has flexibility on her side," Yugao interjected. "However, we haven't started teaching her anything too complicated." Naruto spent another minute watching Jiraiya and Kirasaka spar. Being older and a boy, Jiraiya was a lot bigger than Kirasaka. He was taller than Naruto was at that age. His wives often joked that it was because he didn't eat ramen every day. By contrast, Kirasaka was about a head shorter than Naruto had been. While Kirasaka's hair was a light purple, Jiraiya's was pure blonde and looked like a giant ass lightning bolt sitting on his head. Cupping a hand to his mouth, Naruto called out, "All right. That's enough, you two. You should get cleaned up. The rest of the family is all coming over. You don't want to be all stinky when your brothers and sisters arrive, do you?" "Ah, Dad." Kirasaka was the first to respond. She rushed and jumped at him, a purple-headed missile. Naruto caught her and spun so they wouldn't fall. "Were you watching this, Dad? Did you see? I'm getting stronger. You saw, right?" "You did." Chuckling as he rubbed her head, Naruto said, "I did see. You're getting much better. You'll only continue to improve now that you've entered the academy." "It's still not enough to beat me," Jiraiya said. Kirasaka responded by pulling down her eyelid and blowing him a raspberry. "You two should head for the shower. Everyone's coming over for dinner soon." "Right," Jiraiya said while Kirasaka responded with an enthusiastic, "Okay." The two entered the Namikaze estate, presumably heading for the bath. Naruto watched them go alongside Yugao and Yugito. "Kirasaka totally gets her personality from you," Yugao said. "I don't know," Naruto began. "Was I that much of a chatterbox?" "Yes," she said. "So harsh. We're also going to get cleaned up," Yugito said as she grabbed Yugo's arm and began pulling her along. Yugao and Yugito both went into the bathhouse. Since Naruto had already taken a bath at the Hokage Tower hours before the meeting, he didn't follow them. It would have ended with them getting messy again anyway. He went back into the estate and walked down to the Hiraishin room, which was a lot like the ones used by the allied nations except smaller. His original intention had been to greet Konan, Koyuki, and Mei when they arrived. However, he was too late. Mei had already arrived with their daughter. "Naruto," Mei greeted. Naruto grinned as he leaned down and gave her a kiss. His lips lingered longer than was perhaps strictly necessary, which of course made their daughter wrinkle her nose. "You two are disgusting," the 5-year-old Kushina said. "Oh?" Naruto said, raising an eyebrow. "I guess that means you don't want kisses anymore, since they're so gross." HMPH. Kushina blushed and turned her head. "I didn't say you couldn't kiss me. I just said that you two are disgusting. You shouldn't stick your tongues in each other's mouths like that. Honestly, how shameless can you two be?" Naruto grinned while Mei giggled. Kushina pouted at them both, but she stopped when Naruto pushed her red hair from her forehead and kissed her. Her face turned a shade darker than her hair when Naruto picked her up. As she buried her face in his neck, he looked at Mei. "Yugito and Yugao are in the bathhouse, if you want to mess with them." The way Mei's eyes lit up was disturbing, but he didn't say anything. "Thank you for letting me know. I think I'm going to go, say hi. Just don't keep them there for too long," Naruto called after her. Mei didn't say anything. She waved a hand over her head and disappeared around a corner. Naruto sighed and glanced at his daughter's hair. "Wanna go see if Jiraiya and Kirasaka can play with you?" "Okay," Kushina said in a muffled voice. As Naruto wandered up the stairs to find his other two children, He thought about the past few years of his life. Each day had been more fulfilling than the last. He didn't know if it would last forever, didn't know if peace would truly reign for an eternity, but he also knew that, should the time ever come to take up arms and fight, the younger generation would be ready for whatever came their way. Naruto Namikaze was making sure of it. And that concludes the final part of this story. Thank you for spending your time here at Ichiraku Ramen and listening all the way to the end. Your support helps keep these stories alive and allows the Shinobi world to continue through new adventures and alternate timelines. If you enjoyed Namikaze's return, don't forget to like the video, subscribe to the channel, and turn on notifications so you don't miss future stories. Once again, full credit goes to the Engulfing Silence, the original writer of this story. If you would like to read the original version, you can find the link to the story in the description below. Let me know in the comments what story you would like to hear next. Until the next time, stay safe, and I'll see you again at Ichiraku Ramen.